The journey of a Pokémon researcher. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201 Orange Badge. The speed of the Thunder Spirit was already top-notch, and after using Lightning Flash, it was so fast that it was completely impossible to catch. Before Electabuzz could get into defensive posture, the Thunder Spirit had already hit its stomach. A sharp pain came from its abdomen, and Electabuzz could not help but bend down, with its face twisted in pain. But even so, Electabuzz still did not disperse the electric ball that was forming in its hand. In theory, the body systems of all creatures have lags, which means that in a battle between Pokémons, even if a Pokémon is damaged enough to make it lose its combat effectiveness, it will not lose its combat effectiveness immediately, but there will be a short delay. However, after most Pokémons realize that they have been attacked enough to make them lose their combat effectiveness, their fighting will collapses, and they give up the possibility of struggling. This is also the Pokémon's natural means of self-protection. After all, they are destined to be unable to beat their opponents, and struggling will only bring more damage. But there are very few elves, who are either gifted or trained. In short, they have a strong will to fight, and will not give up fighting until they are completely dead. Their strong will allow them to ignore the physical pain and make full use of this short delay period. Electabuzz is such an elf. Its talent is very good, and with a lot of fighting training, its will to fight has far exceeded that of ordinary elves. After being hit by the lightning of the Thunder Spirit, it has lost its fighting power, but its strong will to fight allows it to persist and complete the final blow. Boom! Electabuzz injected the remaining strength of its body into its hands, condensed into a dazzling electric ball, and then poured it hard on the head of the Thunder Spirit, and then fainted, and was blown away by the energy fluctuations generated by the explosion of the electric ball. Electabuzz, Xuanjian rushed over and caught the Electabuzz flying back, and was also knocked to the ground. Fortunately, Shota came to support in time. Pippi, use Healing Wave on Electabuzz. The lavender energy wave enveloped Electabuzz, and Xuanjian breathed a sigh of relief. He carried the unconscious Electabuzz to his feet, said thank you to Shota, and looked at Mazhishi vigilantly. Mazhishi on the other side could no longer maintain his previous composure. Looking at the Raikkonen lying on the ground, Mazhishi was a little bit unbelievable. How is it possible? How could Raikkonen lose? What's impossible? Raikkonen was hit directly in the head by Electabuzz's attack. It's not strange to lose its combat effectiveness. Xuanjian took back the Pokéball of Electabuzz after it had received treatment, and said to Mazhishi that this was a victory that Electabuzz had fought hard for, and he would not allow anyone to question it. You mean the electric ball? Mazhishi was a little bit unbelievable. Of course, Xuanjian said proudly, you probably think that Raikkonen's speed is much faster than Electabuzz, so you think that the electric ball can't cause any damage, right? Isn't it? Even an electrical expert like you thinks so, so it seems that my efforts have not been in vain. After putting away the Electonese Pokéball, Xuanjian took out a Pokéball and said, the damage caused by the electric ball is indeed closely related to speed. This is known to most people, but few people know why. In fact, the source of damage for the electric ball skill is that the highly condensed and compressed electric current forms a spherical shape. When it is subjected to external forces, the spherical structure is destroyed and the energy explodes. The greater the external force, the more compressed the current is, and the greater the power is. It is very difficult to compress more current, so it is usually based on external forces. The power of the electric ball is determined by its size. In normal battles, when the elves are attacked, they often subconsciously dodge. This dodge is very slight and extremely difficult to detect. When the electric ball hits the target, this slight dodge will very effectively reduce the force of the collision between the elves and the electric ball, greatly reducing the external force on the electric ball. The faster the elves are, the more sensitive their reactions are, and the less damage they receive from the electric ball. As for the attackers, they often launch the electric ball, and their own speed determines the speed of the electric ball. Therefore, the force received by the electric ball when it hits the target, that is, its power, is determined by the speed ratio of both parties. Are you stalling for time, wanting those guys to come over to help? After all this talk, isn't it the same as what I know? Mazhishi said impatiently. Don't be impatient, the point is coming soon. Xuanjian said while playing with a Pokeball in his hand. When my Electabuzz uses the electric ball to attack, it does not throw the ball away, but holds it in its hand and smashes it down. In this way, the opponent's dodging action will not be effective. Although it will cause some counter-injury to myself, the power of the electric ball is also increased. Moreover, although my Electabuzz does not move fast, the speed of its punches is close to the speed of sound. The power brought by such speed is enough to make the lightning elf lose its combat effectiveness. I see, Masashi nodded. Although I didn't understand it very well, I still noticed the creativity in it. Boy, take it. As he said that, he took out something and threw it to Xuanjian. Zoroark immediately jumped from Xuanjian's shoulder and held it steadily in his mouth. Falling back on Xuanjian's shoulder, Zoroark put the thing on Xuanjian's open palm. Xuanjian looked at the badge in his hand in surprise and said, "Is this the orange badge of the Withered Leaf Gym?" "That's right, kid, I admit your strength. This badge can be considered a reward. This is probably the last badge I award. It's sad to think about saying goodbye to such a peaceful life. If you're reluctant, why do you join Team Rocket and destroy this peaceful life?" Junsha came over from somewhere with a group of policemen. When she heard Masashi's words, she asked. Masashi was stunned for a moment, then said, "Of course it's because I have the heart of a warrior, and I am even more unwilling to be so mediocre, and I have met someone worthy of my loyalty. Well, let's not waste any more time, you guys come together. Come out, 3-in-1 Magneto. Naughty Thunderbolt. Although it is indeed somewhat inconsistent with the spirit of duel to attack together, I can only say sorry." Xuanjian also opened the Pokeball in his hand. "Come out, Crossbit. You have no hope of escaping, just surrender. Mr. Masashi. If you surrender, I can get you lenient treatment." Junsha persuaded unwillingly. Masashi laughed sarcastically. "Then go to jail? I will never give in. Since you don't take action, I will take action, Naughty Thunderbolt, roll." 3-in-1 Magneto, Gyro Ball. Under Masashi's command, Naughty Thunderbolt flashed with lightning and crashed into Junsha's side, while the 3-in-1 Magneto also rotated its body and attacked Xuanjian and Shota. It seems that they are going to fight to the bitter end. Caterpie, Spray Flames. X-Bat, Ultrasonic Wave. At this time, Masashi showed a smile of success at the corner of his mouth, and gently uttered a few words that made everyone's hair stand on end, both of them. Big explosion. Not good. Xuanjian was shocked, and only had time to lie down while shouting, "X-Bat, take off. Shota, lie down." Then he saw the dazzling light on the body of Naughty Thunderbomb and 3-in-1 Magnetron. Although he had already lied down, Magnetron was too close to the two of them, and it was inevitable to be injured. Xuanjian was ready to be seriously injured, but he didn't expect to hear Shota's voice in his ears. "Pippi, use hold." Boom. The shocking explosion was caused by Naughty Thunderbomb and 3-in-1 Magnetron, generating two small mushroom clouds. Fortunately, Pippi successfully used hold at the last moment to block the explosion. However, Pippi could only protect Xuanjian and Shota, and was powerless from a distance. Moreover, compared with the Naughty Bomb sent to Junsha's side, the level of the 3-in-1 Magneto was much lower, and the power of the explosion was much weaker, which prevented Pippi's defense from being broken. But the other side was much more miserable. Caterpie was seriously injured, and the police officers were first blinded by the strong light emitted by the Naughty Bomb, and then they were blown away by the air wave generated by the explosion, and they all suffered considerable damage. Only Junsha lay down in time and was only covered with dust. When the dust raised by the explosion settled, Shota looked at the two big pits on the ground and said, "What a cruel guy. Was he blown to pieces?" "No." Xuanjian shook his head and reached out to catch the fork bat falling from the sky. With the high speed brought by the four wings, the fork bat successfully avoided the explosion. Xuanjian glanced at the two big pits on the ground. Although the dust raised by the explosion blurred everyone's vision, he sensed with the power of Takua that Masashi was not dead, and was not even injured. Instead, he escaped under the cover of the explosion. Although he knew that Masashi had escaped, Xuanjian was very interested in how he managed to remain unscathed despite being at the center of the explosion. After checking the scene, Xuanjian discovered the reason. The impacts of the self-detonation of Magneto and the Naughty Mine just cancelled each other out at him. He was standing in an area that was not affected by the explosion. He should not have been injured, but took advantage of the chaos to escape. As expected of a guy who has been a soldier and participated in wars, he is so skilled in explosions. Shota said in amazement, "That's amazing. I didn't expect him to be such a master." Xuanjian nodded, "Of course, there are masters among the people. By the way, thank you this time. If it weren't for your quick reaction and letting Pippi use hold on, Ian's bat would have been injured." Shota smiled embarrassedly, scratched his head and said, "Actually, I don't like fighting very much, so my reaction was a little slow. I happened to see the smile on Masahishi's face, so I subconsciously asked Pippi to use hold on." "Well, that's not bad. You should continue to be slow to react in the future." Junsha, who was busy with rescue on the side, finally couldn't stand it anymore, and yelled at the two of them, "You two, what are you wasting time talking there? Come and help." Oh. Chapter 202, Atavism Potion. Alice, I worked so hard for nothing. In a cafe, Junsha lay listlessly on the table, sighing constantly. Since Masahishi successfully escaped, the capture operation could be said to have failed. As the person in charge of the operation, Junsha's previous credit for discovering that Masahishi was an undercover agent of the rocket team was offset by the mistake of letting Masahishi escape, and in the end, she got nothing. Xuanjian on the side didn't care about these things. Anyway, he and Shota had made contributions this time. After all, as temporary recruits, the two of them had done a great job by stopping Masahishi. For this reason, the Alliance generously gave rewards, and Junsha met with the two today to give them rewards. The skill machine that can learn the ultimate impact, billion-ton impact, 3 times, haha, I finally got it. Xuanjian happily took out a skill machine, which was the General System Big Move skill machine he had been looking for a long time. With the skill machine, his shortcomings were finally made up. Shota also got a reward. When he opened it, he saw that it was a skill machine that destroyed the Death Ray, which was also an extremely precious skill machine. Unfortunately, Shota had no interest in it and gave it to Xuanjian directly. He only had one elf, Pippi, so it was useless for him to have it. By the way, there are also points rewards. They have been transferred to your account and can be used to exchange for things. I brought the exchange book. You can tell me directly what you want and I can help you exchange it. Although she was in a bad mood because she didn't get any credit, Junsha still provided services for the two of them attentively and didn't abandon them after using them. From this point of view, Junsha is still a good partner. Exchange book? This is the first time I've heard of it. Let me see what good things there are. Xuanjian said and took the book and began to flip through it. He was really surprised at first glance. The book contained everything from precious elf eggs to various strange props. Although each point was extremely expensive, it was better than not being able to find a way to get it. This booklet can only be accessed by senior members of the Alliance. It is a hidden benefit for senior members. Of course, you have heard of it for the first time. Junsha explained. Benefits for the top leaders of the Alliance. Xuanjian was stunned and asked, "Then how did you get it?" Here I have to explain that for the Alliance, the newly registered legal trainers and some grassroots staff are the lower levels of the Alliance, while formal researchers like Xuanjian, ordinary police officers like Junsha, most of the Joeys, and some ordinary gym owners are in the middle level, and Professor Oak, the sheriff of a city, gym owners with sufficient strength, and a small number of people are the top leaders of the Alliance. Junsha changed her posture to make herself lie more comfortably, and then said, "My old man is the chief sheriff of Kanto." Shota suddenly realized, so that's why you can get the conscription order he issued. Junsha did not answer, but said, "Don't talk nonsense, take a look, although Silver Company is very rich, they can't touch many things. Don't look at the points above, in fact, if you put them in the Pokémon Center for public exchange, it is possible to multiply 10 times. Forget it. I'm not interested in this," Shota said with little interest. On the contrary, Xuanjian was drooling. In this booklet, every treasure could bring about earth-shaking changes to the trainer's strength. The king's certificate and the electric ball were the cheapest items, and there were a lot of things that Xuanjian had never heard of. It really opened Xuanjian's eyes. Finally, Xuanjian's eyes stopped on a potion. Is it real? Xuanjian pointed at the potion description, and his tone couldn't help but tremble. Junsha looked up and said, "This atavism potion? Of course it's real. But this potion needs to be taken for a long time and with a lot of training to be effective. 1 or 2 will not be effective." "Really?" Xuanjian frowned and looked at the exchange points below the potion. With the points he had accumulated, it was only enough to exchange for 1 or 2, which was really not enough for long-term use. Seeing Xuanjian frowning, Shota also became interested and came over to see what it was. Xuanjian's eyes lit up and he looked at Shota with hope. "Shota, can your family get this?" Unfortunately, to Xuanjian's disappointment, Shota shook his head. "This thing should be a secret product developed by the Alliance itself. My family doesn't have it, but I can lend you my points to exchange. But my points are probably enough to exchange for 5 or 6, I don't know if it's enough." "It's definitely not enough." Xuanjian ruthlessly tore apart the two people's fantasies. "That kind of potion is 1 a day, and it must be taken continuously for at least 1 month to be effective. That potion is useless, why do you want it?" Xuanjian did not hide it and expressed his thoughts. "My Electabuzz is a very talented elf in fighting, but Electabuzz is only an electric elf and cannot learn too many skills suitable for fighting. And this atavism potion can stimulate the ancestral bloodline to the greatest extent, allowing Electabuzz to break through the limitations, activate the genes inherited from the ancestors, and comprehend fighting-related skills such as Ice Fist and Flame Fist. In this way, the strength of Electabuzz will be greatly improved." Xuanjian nodded, expressing her understanding. "But this potion costs too much? The points for this mission to capture Mazihishi are many times that of a normal mission, and because it is a compulsory conscription, double the reward is given, but even so, it is only enough to exchange for 2 bottles of this potion, which is the amount for 2 days. If you want to use this potion to cultivate elves, even my old man can't afford it, so I advise you to give up." Xuanjian bit his lip, unwilling to give up. After a struggle, Xuanjian said to Xuanjia, "Miss Xuanjia, are you interested in deepening the cooperation?" "What do you mean?" "This mission failed, Miss Xuanjia must be very unwilling." "Nonsense, I originally wanted to use this mission to prove myself, but something went wrong, and my old man laughed at me. I originally wanted to be promoted based on this merit, but I didn't expect it to be in vain in the end. Then I have an information to provide you. If Miss Xuanjia applies for a mission with this information, she will definitely be able to produce results. And I just need to provide you with information and participate in the mission as a specially hired researcher to obtain a lot of points." Xuanjia's eyes lit up. She sat up straight and stared at Xuanjian. "What information?" "The dock in Lanpulki City has overexploited the coral reefs, which has disturbed the habitat of Pokémon and will be attacked by Pokémon." "Is that the information?" "Of course." Xuanjia shook her head. "In order to obtain more resources, conflicts between humans and elves are not uncommon. Elves attack cities from time to time, but rarely can they cause huge damage to the city, which is not enough to apply for a mission." After a pause, Xuanjia continued, "And my jurisdiction is not over there, so this news is of little use to me. But as a policeman, I am responsible for the safety of the people, and I will report this news truthfully. But in this way, the attack is probably not going to happen. I can only give you some points as compensation privately." "Sorry." Xuanjian didn't care. He picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip. He said, "You are really a responsible Xuanjia, but I think this incident may be more serious than you think, and you are powerless to prevent it from happening. How do you know if you don't try? Okay. I'll stay at the dock over there for a while. Let me know if you need anything." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 Different. After separating from Xuanjia, Xuanjian and his party left the Vermilion City and went to Yumachi Pier. Xuanjia also reported the news, but the reply she received was that the pier had been harassed by agate jellyfish since the development of the coral reef, and people had long been prepared for the elf siege. Xuanjia couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after receiving the news. After all, as a qualified Xuanjia, she didn't want to see the city destroyed, even if it was not her jurisdiction. But for some reason, Xuanjia always felt a little uneasy. "Forget it, since I just happen to have a vacation, I'll go there by the way. If anything happens, I can stop it in time." On the other hand, the actual controller of the pier, Silver Granny, who received Xuanjia's warning, did not underestimate this matter. For her, if there is anything more annoying in the world than mistaking her for her cousin in Lanpulki, it is the attack of agate jellyfish. Every time agate jellyfish attacks humans, it will have a very bad impact, causing a sharp drop in tourists at the pier, making her one step further away from her dream of building a tourist destination that surpasses Lanpulki. Therefore, after receiving the news from Xuanjian, although Granny Silver said that she didn't care about it, she actually started to prepare intensively. She even took out a huge bonus and offered a reward to people to destroy the agate jellyfish. The world is bustling, all for profit. The world is bustling, all for profit. Under the heavy money, a large number of people chose to join Granny Silver's camp and prepare to destroy the agate jellyfish together. No trainers will join us, Granny. Granny Silver browsed the list of participants and asked the beautiful boy who was serving respectfully beside her. Not yet, President. Granny Silver was a little annoyed. As a person who can control the dock, she naturally knows how powerful the trainers are. To put it bluntly, the army she organized was like paper in front of the powerful trainers, and was completely vulnerable. But for most trainers, her approach was not recognized by them. They could not stop her behavior, but they would not help her to do evil. At this time, a servant came running in. President, a trainer has come to sign up. What? Great. Bring him in. When Granny Silver heard that someone had come to sign up, she was so happy that she even forgot her catchphrase. Soon, a man in the uniform of Team Rocket came in, led by the servant. Granny Silver naturally knew the name of Team Rocket, and immediately frowned. A guy from Team Rocket. The man saluted respectfully and said, "Yes, respected Granny Silver, I am from Team Rocket, but what does it matter? As long as I can help you achieve your goal, isn't it enough?" That makes sense. Granny. But how are you going to help? Are you from Team Rocket willing to send someone to help me? The man shook his head. Of course not. But I brought you a secret weapon. Then he took out a bottle of potion and handed it to Granny Silver. What is this? Granny Silver asked the beautiful boy waiter to present the potion. This is our special potion, specifically for jellyfish. As long as you buy a large amount of this potion from us and throw it into the sea, those annoying jellyfish will no longer be a problem. It sounds good, but I want to develop this coral reef into a resort. Will using these potions damage the environment? Of course not. The visitor assured, these potions are specially developed for jellyfish. They will only disperse those jellyfish and will not affect the environment. Really? Then I'll have someone try it. If it works, I'll buy a large amount from you. The visitor nodded. Okay, then I'll take my leave first, and I'll wait for your good news. At a base of the rocket team, Mazhishi, who escaped from Vermilion City, was standing in front of the phone and talking to Sakuki. My lord, I'm sorry that I couldn't hold them back longer. Sakuki shook his head. Mazhishi, you've done a good job. Now I have a more important task for you to do. This time, we are going to make a big move to let the Alliance focus most of its attention on it and ensure that our secret weapon will not be disturbed when it is born. Yes, please give your orders. Mazhishi said respectfully. I have mobilized all the people to cause riots. One of the routes is to the dock of the famous tourist city of Lanpulki. They will provide the local authorities with a potion we developed. This potion will indeed disperse the jellyfish when used alone, but when it comes into contact with another catalyst, it will turn into a potion that can attract jellyfish and stimulate their potential, making them violent. Our personnel will pour the catalyst into the seawater at the right time and guide the violent jellyfish to attack the dock. By then, the Alliance will definitely send people to support. What you have to do is to lead our people to ambush the Alliance's reinforcements. After listening to Sakuki's words, Mazhishi hesitated for a moment, and finally asked, Sir, forgive me for being blunt, there is still a gap between our strength and the Alliance, and it is not suitable to do such things to provoke the Alliance. If we anger the Alliance and the Alliance fights back, we will suffer heavy losses. I think we should keep our heads down and develop, and then I know that, Sakuki interrupted Mazhishi, but it's all worth it. The Alliance has all the resources in Kanto, and Team Rocket will never catch up with the Alliance if they just rely on development. We have no choice but to find another way. Mazhishi, your worry is reasonable, but your vision is still too short-sighted. You haven't seen that thing, it is so powerful. As long as it is successfully cultivated, it is just around the corner to overthrow the Alliance. For it, the temporary loss is worth it. Yes, sir, in that case, I will prepare. Xuanjian had heard of the term butterfly effect, but he never thought that his behavior would have such a great impact on the world. With his intrusion, it was no longer just Kajiro, Musashi and Meowth intervened in the jellyfish attack on the dock, but the Rocket Team headquarters personally took action and planned an ambush against the Alliance. In this way, even if there is no giant stinging jellyfish, the strength of the jellyfish army will be greatly increased, and the damage to the dock will be more serious. And this time, the jellyfish will not take the initiative to withdraw. When Xuanjian and his group arrived at the dock, Xiaozi and his group also arrived. At this time, Granny Silver had already bought a large amount of potions from Team Rocket and poured them into the sea. As expected, there were fewer jellyfish in the sea, so Granny Silver poured potions into the sea even more aggressively. When she wasn't paying attention, Team Rocket had quietly poured a bucket of catalyst into the seawater, completely changing the effect of the potion. Under the effect of the potion with changed effects, a large number of agate jellyfish and stinging jellyfish gathered together, ready to attack the dock. Why was the subscription so bleak yesterday? Did everyone go to the college entrance examination? Chapter 204 Jellyfish Attack the City. At Yumichi Pier, Genma and his group were busy. When riding the dragon to the pier, Genma sensed that there were a large number of jellyfish gathering in the seawater, and they were obviously preparing to attack. So as soon as they arrived at the pier, Genma and Shota immediately began a field investigation. What's going on? Seeing Genma and Shota stop their work, Junsha immediately stepped forward and asked. Xuanjian shook his head. It's very pessimistic, Miss Junsha. You can issue an early warning. We estimate by measuring the concentration of jellyfish toxins in the seawater that there are at least tens of thousands of jellyfish gathered under the sea surface. Tens of thousands of jellyfish? Junsha asked in disbelief. Didn't the people at the dock say that they had effectively dispersed the jellyfish? How come there are still so many? Duoga on the side took over the conversation. I just helped test the composition of the water and found that it contains a lot of chemicals. Based on my experience, a kind of medicine should be able to effectively disperse jellyfish, but it is constantly transforming, and the result of the transformation is a substance that will attract jellyfish. Judging from my breeding knowledge, this coral reef simply cannot support so many jellyfish, that is to say, they are attracted by the transformed medicine. In this way, the jellyfish lurking under the sea surface have not reached the limit, and there will be more and more as time goes by. Junsha was also unambiguous. Okay, in that case, I will go and issue an early warning immediately. As she said that, she ran towards the local police station. Although she was not the manager of this area, it was not difficult for Junsha to issue an early warning information. Let's prepare early. It seems that this matter is much more serious than I thought. Xuanjian said to the two. Don't worry, Shota patted Xuanjian's shoulder. I have asked someone to prepare a helicopter a long time ago. If we really can't handle it, we can always run away. By the way, this is what you want, specially made by the company. He handed Xuanjian a box. Xuanjian nodded and put the box away. At this time, Xiaozi and his group were running over from not far away. They are here too? So it's time to start? I hope Junsha can succeed. This way, at least we can reduce some casualties. Xuanjian muttered to himself. Let's prepare for the worst. Duoga said calmly. I don't think Junsha can successfully issue an early warning. After all, Granny Silver is planning to develop this place into a resort, so she won't admit that the elves are attacking. After all, no one will come to an unsafe scenic spot. As they were talking, Xiaozi and his group had already run in front of everyone. Xiaozi panted and said, Brother Xuanjian, I have something important to tell you. Don't worry, talk slowly. Xuanjian patted Xiaozi's shoulder and motioned him to catch his breath first. It's like this. Xiaoxia stood up, holding a black seahorse in her arms. We encountered this injured black seahorse, and it told us that a jellyfish army is going to attack here. We already know, Xuanjian said. Don't worry, we have notified Junsha. Great. Xiaozi said. Now everyone can rest assured. Where can we rest assured? Xiaoxia said with a worried look on her face. Why do the agate jellyfish and stinging jellyfish attack humans? They will be hated by people like this. Even if they don't attack humans, it seems that no one likes them, right? Xiaozi said. Why not? Xiaoxia immediately turned the gun towards Xiaozi. They are so beautiful and cute, how could no one like them? I can answer this question for you, Duoga said to Xiaoxia. Although there are people with bad intentions causing trouble, the fundamental reason is that the people at the docks are developing coral reefs and destroying their homes. Is that so? The jellyfish are so pitiful. At this time, there was a commotion on the sea. Everyone looked up and saw thick black smoke coming out of the construction ship on the sea. At the same time, a large number of red spots appeared on the sea and began to move towards the dock. Oh no, the jellyfish have begun to attack. Everyone prepare for battle. Xuanjian said to everyone, and then summoned the electric beast. Others also summoned their elves. At this time, the radio on the dock sounded, and first Xuanjian's voice was heard. Everyone, according to reliable information, the jellyfish army is about to attack the dock. Those who are not capable of fighting, please evacuate as soon as possible and move to high ground. Then the radio was filled with noise, and then an old woman's voice came out. Don't panic, it's just a group of jellyfish, we can deal with them soon. Those who are willing to help eliminate the jellyfish, please gather at the dock. We will provide a huge bonus of 1 million to the warriors who eliminate the jellyfish. Everyone was attracted by the words on the radio, and they responded to the call and went to the dock without caring about how much combat power they had. And Granny Silver also drove a tank and brought the army she had gathered to the dock. These guys don't think that a mob like them can fight against a jellyfish army, right? Duoga said sarcastically. She has seen the combat effectiveness of a large number of elves gathered to form a legion. Although the average strength of the jellyfish army is very weak, it can't withstand its huge number. Granny Silver didn't know Duoga's sarcasm, but commanded the army to attack. They were seen operating machines and extending thick metal rods into the sea. After Granny Silver gave an order, a strong electric current was transmitted into the sea along the metal rods. Under the attack of the electric current, a large number of marine creatures, including some jellyfish, lost consciousness. Seeing that humans had launched an attack, the jellyfish army did not show weakness. Some crystals on the heads of jellyfish lit up, and beams of light shot out from their brows. At the same time, the jellyfish army continued to rush to the shore, even if a large number of jellyfish lost their lives due to electric shock. Don't do this, stop. Xuanjian looked at the jellyfish that kept falling, ran to the dock, and shouted at both sides. Unfortunately, except for her companions, the jellyfish army and the dock army ignored her. At this time, Xuanjian also rushed to the dock with an anxious look on her face. When she saw Xuanjian, she immediately asked, "What's the matter?" "It's still in the consumption stage." Xuanjian pointed to the sea surface, and saw that the sea surface was already covered with a large number of jellyfish corpses. There is no doubt that the electric current is lethal to water elves. Compared with the instantaneous current emitted by the elves, the current created by humans is slightly lower in intensity, but it is continuous and stable. Under these currents, a large number of jellyfish lost their lives. However, with the continuous attack of these jellyfish, the metal rods were also damaged a lot, and the current in the sea has gradually weakened. It seems that the dock is not in danger for the time being. Xuanjian breathed a sigh of relief. Although she did not approve of killing jellyfish in large numbers, she finally stood on the side of humans. You should be thankful that these jellyfish are wild elves, untrained, and will not attack together. Otherwise, with so many jellyfish, one releases a surf, and the huge wave set off will be enough to destroy the city. Duoga said coldly. Although he could not love water elves as much as Xuanjian, it was not a good feeling to see a large number of elves being killed. Xuanjian shook his head. The dock can't hold on. The discharge device has been almost destroyed, but there are still many jellyfish. Sure enough, under the desperate attack of the jellyfish, the last few metal rods were also destroyed, and then a large number of jellyfish rushed to the shore. Granny Yin quickly led her men to retreat to a safe area. Seeing that her first line of defense was breached so easily, she was also a little panicked, and issued new orders to her subordinates again. Then a large number of various potions were thrown into the sea. These potions were not only purchased from the rocket team, but also purchased by Granny Silver through various channels. After the potions were poured into the sea, a large number of agate jellyfish immediately rolled their eyes, lost their combat effectiveness, and the offensive slowed down. It works, continue. Granny Silver shouted, and then more potions of various types were poured into the sea. Although doing so would damage the environment, she didn't care so much. Suddenly, a dazzling white light lit up on the sea. In the white light, an agate jellyfish began to evolve. Perhaps it was the influence of the potion. The evolution of this agate jellyfish was different from its kind. In the white light, the agate jellyfish continued to expand, soon exceeded the normal size, and eventually grew into a behemoth more than 10 meters high. This is A stinging jellyfish. Xuanjian looked at the behemoth more than 10 meters high on the sea and said in surprise. That's right, Xuanjian said in amazement, evolution is really a magical thing. An ordinary agate jellyfish evolved into such a huge monster in an instant. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. It must have been forced too hard by humans to evolve into this. Xuanjian emphasized. Don't worry about that. Our trouble is coming. Xuanjian said, the jellyfish army was already difficult to deal with before, and now this guy is even worse. While Xuanjian was speaking, the jellyfish army launched an attack again. Before the giant stinging jellyfish appeared, the jellyfish army had no unified leader and their cooperation was not good, but after the giant stinging jellyfish appeared, all this changed. The agate jellyfish can emit beams of incredible light from its crystal-like transparent eyes. They can use the water in their bodies to refract sunlight and convert it into the energy of the beam. Now, a large number of normal jellyfish inject their transformed beams into the giant stinging jellyfish, gathering into powerful light. The giant stinging jellyfish fired a beam at the dock. Suddenly, there were bursts of explosions on the dock, and a large number of buildings were destroyed, as if the end of the world had come. Fortunately, the giant stinging jellyfish could not release too much in such a combined attack. After one attack, it did not continue to attack, but instead set off a huge wave with the jellyfish army. Chapter 205, Power of Poseidon. Come out, Gyarados, use hold. Suddenly, a giant beast slightly smaller than the giant stinging jellyfish appeared in front of everyone. Gyarados stretched out his body, coiled everyone in the center, and then propped up a golden light curtain to block the huge waves. However, the others were not so lucky. Under the huge waves raised by the giant stinging jellyfish, people were washed away one after another, and the weapons deployed on the shore stopped working because of water and grass. Xuanjian, you guys go and save people. Shota and I will stop this big guy. We must not let it enter the dock, otherwise with its huge size, it will easily cause huge damage. Xuanjian said, and then opened 3 Pokeballs again, Crosspit, Bulbasaur, and Gemstar. You guys come to help too. Yes. Xuanjian immediately took Xuanjian and Xuanjian together and summoned their own Pokémon to rescue those who fell into the water. Watching Xuanjian and his party leave, Xuanjian also looked at the behemoth moving towards the dock. For the dock army, they would rather fight against the overwhelming jellyfish army than such a big guy, because their attacks would not work. But for Xuanjian, those jellyfish armies are almost endless and will drag down his spirit, but there is only one big guy. As long as he stops it, he can capture the thief and the king, and the jellyfish army is no longer a problem. Electric Beast, use electromagnetic waves. Forkbit, use ultrasonic waves. Bulbasaur, use hypnotic powder. Gyarados, use roar. And Gemstar, use strange light. Clean up these miscellaneous soldiers first. Xuanjian ordered his elf. Killing those agate jellyfish soldiers is not only troublesome, but also will anger the giant stinging jellyfish. In comparison, it is better to make them temporarily lose their combat effectiveness. Although the jellyfish army is huge in number, they are wild elves after all, and most of them are very low-level agate jellyfish. Facing the skills used by the Xuanjian elves, they can be said to have no resistance. The electromagnetic waves of the electric shock beast paralyzed them one after another, and the ultrasonic waves of the crossbat and the strange light of the gem starfish made them confused. Those who could not touch the sleeping powder fell asleep one after another. Of course, the most domineering one is the Gyarados. The fierceness of this race has long been remembered by these wild elves. Gyarados just lowered his head and roared at it, and they immediately trembled all over. The timid ones fainted directly, and the braver ones also shrank back. For a time, the army in the direction of Xuanjian was blocked. The huge stinging jellyfish also discovered the abnormality here and immediately swam over here. Seeing this, Shota warned, "Be careful, it's coming." Xuanjian nodded, "That's exactly what I want. As long as we solve it, this incident will come to an end." Just as Xuanjian was about to let the elves take the initiative, Xuanjian ran over in a hurry. "Wait a minute." Xuanjian stopped the order he was about to issue, looked at Xuanjian who was running out of breath, and had a vague guess in his heart. "What's wrong? Don't rush to do it, I want to talk to the stinging jellyfish, okay?" Xuanjian looked at Xuanjian and begged. "This is very dangerous." Xuanjian hesitated, not knowing whether he should let Xuanjian go. Although Xuanjian did successfully stop the giant stinging jellyfish in the original work, The situation was not so complicated at that time, and the hatred between the two sides was not as great as it is now. After all, it was humans who suffered unilaterally the time, and the jellyfish did not suffer too many casualties. With Xuanjian's personality, he could not tolerate his friends taking such risks. I'm not afraid. Please give me a chance. I really can't bear to see both sides hurting each other anymore. Xuanjian said firmly, and bowed deeply to Xuanjian. Please. I agree. Duoga stood up and said, I'll go with you. Chenglong, please take us there. Duoga, Xuanjian stopped her. Please don't make trouble, okay? Xuanjian still has some combat power, but Duoga has zero combat power. If the stinging jellyfish goes crazy, Duoga will be more dangerous than Xuanjian. Duoga raised his hand, and a light blue light shone on his hand. He said, I have this. These jellyfish are in an irrational state due to the effect of the potion. My power can effectively calm them. Although I don't think these jellyfish are cute, I am also a qualified breeder. I can't do nothing at this time. Looking at the stubborn Duoga in front of him, Xuanjian felt a headache. Almost no one could change Duoga's decision. After a while of struggling, Xuanjian slapped his head and said, Okay, then I'll go crazy with you. Gyarados, let's go. Then he climbed onto Gyarados' head. Duoga smiled triumphantly and quickly climbed onto the back of the Dragonite. Then he looked at Xuanjian, who was standing aside, and said, Why don't you get on? Are you going to swim over? Ah. Yes. Xuanjian quickly climbed onto the back of the Dragonite. It was her first time riding a Dragonite and she was a little uncomfortable. It was Duoga who helped her sit firmly. Then, Dragonite and Gyarados carried the three people to the giant stinging jellyfish. Seeing Gyarados and Dragonite swimming towards it, the giant stinging jellyfish also stopped, raised its tentacles, and looked at the two Pokémon approaching it vigilantly. It knew very well that its strong fighting power came from its huge body. In fact, its level was not high. If it really fought, the two guys in front of it were not much weaker than itself. So, out of instinct, the giant stinging jellyfish just stared at its opponent closely and did not take the initiative to attack. Seeing that the giant stinging jellyfish did not attack, Xuanjian breathed a sigh of relief and commanded Gyarados to stop at a safe distance. This distance made both sides feel safe and would not overreact. Duoga also commanded Chenglong to stop, and at the same time, his whole body began to radiate a strong light, covering the nearby sea surface like water waves. For a moment, it seemed to have become the center of the sea. This sea area has been polluted by the medicine. I will purify it first. Take this opportunity to communicate with it. Duoga closed his eyes, and then the blue light on his body became stronger again, completely covering the entire sea area. The giant stinging jellyfish was immediately very uneasy, but soon felt the kindness and the light and the comfort from it, and gradually calmed down, staring at Duoga in the center of the light. Seeing that the giant stinging jellyfish had calmed down, Xuanjian also breathed a sigh of relief and said to the giant stinging jellyfish, stop. Don't hurt each other anymore. The giant stinging jellyfish turned its gaze to Xuanjian, and then raised a tentacle, on which was a white cat-like Pokémon. It was Meowth from Team Rocket. It was unknown when it was caught by the giant stinging jellyfish, and it seemed to be hypnotized. The hypnotized Meow became the mouthpiece of the stinging jellyfish, and it said, You humans have invaded our homes and killed a large number of our companions. We will also destroy your homes and make you pay for the deaths of our companions. But if this goes on, humans will soon retaliate again after they have recovered, and more elves will die. In this way, hatred will accumulate deeper and deeper, and the problem will not be solved at all. Stop, stinging jellyfish. Please, if you are willing to believe me, please let me help you communicate with humans and solve this problem. Don't cause more harm. At this time, Duoga had also completed the purification work, and he put away his strength tiredly and looked at the stinging jellyfish. She is right, you can't solve the problem at all if you continue like this. Stop the attack, we will help you find a way. You should trust what I say, right? The huge stinging jellyfish looked at Duoga and didn't speak immediately. Just now, it felt the power of the sea from Duoga, and Duoga's weight in its heart became extraordinary. Even Duoga said so, it had to think about it. Finally, after a moment of silence, the giant stinging jellyfish finally spoke. Okay, but you have to swear by the power of the sea god. Okay, Duoga nodded, I swear by the power of the sea god that I will help the stinging jellyfish tribe resolve their conflicts with humans, otherwise I will lose the power of the sea god. Hearing Duoga's words, the giant stinging jellyfish finally nodded, and the red agate on its head lit up, conveying the message to the tribesmen, and the jellyfish army immediately began to retreat. Soon, the jellyfish army disappeared in the sea. I hope you keep your oath, said the stinging jellyfish, and then threw meow meow on the back of the dragon, ready to leave. As the saying goes, good things take time, and the incident could have been resolved peacefully at this point, but there are always people who are unwilling to do so, such as Granny Silver. For her, these jellyfish attacks not only damaged her prestige, but also made tourists feel that the city was unsafe. If the giant stinging jellyfish were not completely eliminated, no one would come even if the resort was successfully developed. So, blinded by greed, she attacked the giant stinging jellyfish that was about to leave. Now that you're here, don't leave. Try this. I bought this contraband weapon, the elf controller. Stop. Everyone was shocked, but it was too late. Granny Silver pressed the trigger heavily, and the thick muzzle lit up with lightning. Electromagnetic forces accelerated a bullet, and then fired it into the body of the giant stinging jellyfish. Woo! The giant stinging jellyfish cried out in pain, and then fell into stagnation. Haha, it worked. Granny Silver ordered proudly, now, you are mine. No, Xuanjian shouted at Granny Silver, that machine is a contraband of the Alliance, and it is forbidden to use it. Stop it now. Don't worry, I will pay every penny of the fine. Granny Silver said nonchalantly, and at the same time signaled her men to stop those who tried to stop them, and then held the horn and shouted to the giant stinging jellyfish, now I order you to kill those annoying people of your kind. Chapter 206 Solution. How can you do this? It's too cruel. Xuanjian was so angry that she cursed angrily after hearing the order from Granny Silver. It was not easy for a few people to persuade the giant stinging jellyfish, but they didn't expect the other party to take the opportunity to do such an unforgivable thing. After hearing Granny Silver's order, the machine in the giant stinging jellyfish's head immediately took effect, trying to drive it to complete Granny Silver's order. But Granny Silver overlooked one point when using this machine. The head of the stinging jellyfish is not a head in the conventional sense, but a combination of the head and the body. In addition, the stinging jellyfish is huge, so the machine did not really touch the thinking area of the stinging jellyfish, and the control of the giant stinging jellyfish was not very effective. Granny Silver did not know how to control Pokémon. Without buffering, she issued a command that the Pokémon was very resistant to at the beginning. In this way, the self-consciousness of the stinging jellyfish and the controller conflicted violently, and began to gradually break free from control. Things are not good, you go back to the shore first. Xuanjian said to Duoga and Xuanjian. Seeing that Xuanjian was worried, he added, don't worry, I will watch the stinging jellyfish. After hearing Xuanjian's words, the two rode Jackie Chan back to the shore, and Xuanjian turned his attention to the stinging jellyfish. At this time, the stinging jellyfish had completely broken free from the suppression of the controller, and because of the sneak attack by the controller, it became very irritable and attacked Xuanjian and Gyarados. It seems that we still have to take action. Xuanjian sighed while controlling Gyarados to distance himself from the stinging jellyfish to avoid being entangled by its tentacles. Gyarados, use Dragon Tail. Xuanjian ordered. Then, Gyarados jumped high, raised his tail and slapped the stinging jellyfish's head fiercely, but because the stinging jellyfish contained too much water and was very large, this blow was like slapping a piece of cotton, and it did not have a good effect. Gyarados stopped his eagerness and continued to move forward. Xuanjian thought, big guys are troublesome. Even Gyarados' attacks are not very effective. What should I do? At this time, the gem star left the shore at some point and flew to Xuanjian's side, swaying around Xuanjian. Xuanjian understood what the gem star meant and asked, Gem star, you said to leave it to you? Can you handle that big guy? The gem star's gem lit up, and then shook its body. You said you need cover? Okay, Gyarados and I will cover you. Then Xuanjian patted the Gyarados under his seat, signaling it not to dodge anymore, but to attack the giant stinging jellyfish head-on. Gyarados, use Storm. Then rush over and use Ultimate Impact. Gyarados roared, set off a huge storm and blew towards the giant stinging jellyfish, disrupting its vision, and then rushed in front of the giant stinging jellyfish and launched the newly learned skill Ultimate Impact. As a general ultimate move, the power of the Ultimate Impact is unquestionable. In addition, it was Gyarados who used the skill, and the effect was even more amazing. The giant stinging jellyfish was directly knocked out of the water by Gyarados and fell heavily. Unfortunately, its body was too huge, so the power of the ultimate impact was somewhat dispersed, so that it could not be solved by Gyarados in one blow. Come back, Gyarados. Xuanjian summoned the crossbit to take him into the air, and then took back the stiff Gyarados to prevent it from being targeted by the giant stinging jellyfish, and then looked at the gem star. Under the cover of Gyarados, the gem star successfully approached the stinging jellyfish and successfully attached to the agate between the jellyfish's eyebrows. The stinging jellyfish immediately noticed a foreign object on its head, and it immediately stretched out its tentacles to pick the gem starfish off its eyebrows, but the gem starfish used the suction cups on its feet to tightly fix its body, making the stinging jellyfish's tentacles return in vain. However, the poisonous jellyfish also had other means. It launched an attack through the ruby on its forehead, which was the only fairy skill it knew, Magic Flash. Gem starfish, be careful. Xuanjian couldn't help but scream. But the gem starfish didn't care, and instead faced the attack of the poisonous jellyfish, sticking its ruby on the forehead of the giant poisonous jellyfish, and suddenly all the light generated by the magic flash shot into the gem starfish's good gem. After the magic flash sank into the ruby immediately emitted a dazzling light, and then a white light shot out from the ruby, and then the contact between the gem starfish and the poisonous jellyfish shot into the forehead of the giant poisonous jellyfish. After doing this, the gem starfish immediately took the initiative to break away from the forehead of the poisonous jellyfish and flew back to Xuanjian's side. Xuanjian noticed that the consumption of the gem starfish was not small, and it was a little shaky when flying. On the other side, after the gem star injected the white light into the poisonous jellyfish immediately stopped moving. Then, its agate lit up and a painful look appeared on its face. Then, a chill came, and a large amount of water vapor was condensed into ice. The huge poisonous jellyfish was frozen in it and lost its combat effectiveness. This is the freezing ray. Xuanjian looked at the frozen huge poisonous jellyfish in surprise, and then looked at the gem starfish. Such a guy that even Gyarados was powerless to deal with was solved by the gem starfish. It seems that the strength of the gem starfish has improved by leaps and bounds after breaking through the King of Heaven. After a little thought, Xuanjian asked, "Just now, you used your gem to absorb the attack from the opponent, and then transformed it into the freezing ray and injected it into its body. Because the agate of the poisonous jellyfish has good light transmittance, the freezing ray continued to strengthen in its body, and finally it was frozen, right?" The gem starfish nodded, indicating that Xuanjian's analysis was correct. "Well done," Xuanjian praised. "I already understand what has changed since you broke through the Heavenly King. You should come back and rest first." Then he took it back into the Pokeball. "Now we have to deal with this big guy." Xuanjian took out a box that Shoto had given him before, opened it, took out a special Pokeball from it, and threw it at the giant stinging jellyfish in the ice. This was a specially customized super heavy ball, which was customized for the purpose of taming the giant stinging jellyfish. Xuanjian didn't dare to dream of the giant Dragonite, but he wanted to take down this giant stinging jellyfish. The size of the giant stinging jellyfish might not be able to be contained even with a super heavy ball, and Xuanjian didn't know whether this specially customized Pokeball could succeed. The Pokeball sucked the giant stinging jellyfish into it, then closed it up and fell to the surface of the water. After a shake, the Pokeball finally lived up to Xuanjian's expectations and successfully tamed the giant stinging jellyfish. "Yes, I successfully tamed the giant stinging jellyfish." Xuanjian picked up the Pokeball and couldn't help but copy Xiaozi's pose. Then he ordered the crossbit to fly back to the dock, where there were still many things to deal with. In the sea not far from Yumachi Pier, a rescue ship with the Alliance logo was traveling quickly. On board was a team of trainers dressed as investigators. They were the personnel sent by the Alliance to support Yumachi Pier. They did not know that the jellyfish siege incident had been resolved, and they were rushing to Yumachi Pier. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the ship, "Stop!" Immediately, the rescue ship braked sharply and stopped. "Captain, what's wrong?" An investigator asked the person who had just issued the order. The man called the captain did not answer, but silently looked at the sea surface, and then shouted, "Everyone alert!" Immediately, the team members on the ship immediately took out the Pokeballs and became alert. For a moment, the sea surface became quiet, and only the sound of waves could be heard. After a while, The team member who asked the question just now couldn't help asking, "Captain, did you make a mistake?" The captain shook his head and opened the Pokeball in his hand. "Come out, Bulbasaur." A flash of light passed, and a strong Bulbasaur appeared on the deck. Its heavy body made the rescue boat take a lot more water. "Bulbasaur, use Leaf Storm at the sea surface in front." Bulbasaur bent down and shot a storm mixed with flying leaves towards the sea surface. The flying leaves easily cut through the water surface and shot towards the underwater. Then, there was a sound of collision under the sea surface, and then the sea surface shook, and the sea water was lifted high. It was obvious that a huge explosion had occurred underwater. The person who asked the question earlier broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead and muttered, "This is a mine." The captain did not answer, but shouted, "Come out. I have found you." With the captain's words, the calmness of the sea surface was broken. Behind the rescue ship, submarines floated out of the sea, and a sturdy man walked out of the submarine. It was Mazihishi, who had escaped from Vermilion City before. The captain took a look at the big R on the hull of the submarine and asked with a grim expression, "What do you, Team Rocket, want to do?" A 3-in-1 Magneto floated next to Mazihishi, looking at the rescue boat provocatively. "Can't you see what we want to do? Of course we want to kill you. There aren't many elite teams like yours in the Alliance. Killing you will cause considerable damage to the strength of the Alliance." "You are crazy." The captain asked in disbelief, "Aren't you afraid of provoking a full-scale war?" "Of course not. The longer the time, the bigger the gap between Team Rocket and the Alliance, so we might as well give it a try." Seeing the enemy like this, the captain knew that the other party had made up their minds and could not be moved by words, so he no longer dissuaded them. "The people on this ship are all elite investigators of the Alliance. Although we were caught off guard by you, you must be prepared to pay a price if you want to take us down." "Of course." Mazihishi nodded and affirmed the other party's statement. "Although most of your strength cannot be exerted at sea, in order to encircle and kill you, I have mobilized a large number of main members of Team Rocket." The captain's face became more gloomy. "It seems that you have already planned it. Then let's see the real thing with our hands." Chapter 207, Heading to Golden City. Xuanjian didn't know what happened on the sea not far away. He was busy dealing with the follow-up effects of the incident and trying to gain benefits for himself. However, after the giant stinging jellyfish was recovered, everything became much simpler. After a few days of continuous busyness, Yumichi Pier returned to normal, and the news that the Alliance rescue team was ambushed by the Rocket team and annihilated was also spread to the dock. However, in order to avoid social unrest, these news were strictly blocked. If it weren't for Junsha, Xuanjian would not have known. "That's good. That annoying old woman is in a lot of trouble, and I guess she won't be able to show off her power again," Shota said gloatingly. The elite rescue team was annihilated, which brought a huge shock to the Alliance. Therefore, everyone involved in this matter was severely dealt with. Silver Granny bought potions and banned weapons from the Rocket team, which was a genuine collusion with the Rocket team. If it was normal, the Alliance would turn a blind eye and let it go. But this time, Silver Granny can be said to have indirectly caused the destruction of the rescue team. In this way, the anger of the Alliance was all poured on her, and now she has been arrested and imprisoned. Xuanjian nodded. She had no sympathy for Granny Yin and felt that she deserved it. This time, she not only forewarned the siege of the Jellyfish Army, but also actively participated in the protection of the city, and finally played an extremely important role in resolving the incident. In this way, the points reward she received was far more than what she got last time. Xuanjian calculated that these points were enough to exchange for enough atavism potions. "What are you going to do with that giant stinging jellyfish?" Duogi asked. Xuanjian took out the Pokeball containing the giant stinging jellyfish and said, "Don't worry. This big guy also has a good place to go. With such a large body, this sea area obviously cannot support it, so I found a good employer for it." "Employer?" "Yes, a large water amusement company. This company plans to develop a mobile marine amusement park. They have the same idea as Ioksha and think that the soft jellyfish are cute and very suitable to be employees of the amusement park. This big guy will be employed by them to undertake the security and maintenance of the marine amusement park. This guy is very satisfied with this job. In addition, several doctors are very interested in it. After signing the security agreement and employment agreement, it will also participate in their research work as a research subject to help scientists explore why it can become so huge." Duoga nodded. "Sounds good. Then I will tell Xuanjian. Xuanjian was a little surprised. Did Xuanjian ask you to inquire? When did you two become good friends? In his opinion, because of the legacy issues of the cerulean gym, the two of them have always disliked each other. We are not friends, but she kept asking me, so I asked for her help. Okay, I'm leaving first. Duoga hurried out, and every move was full of the smell of trying to cover up something. After separating from Xuanjian and Shouta, Duoga quickly found Xuanjian, who was waiting anxiously. After informing Xuanjian of the arrangements for the giant stinging jellyfish, the anxiety on Xuanjian's face was swept away, and she cheered, "Great! Thank you, Duoga." "You're welcome," Duoga said lightly. "Now that the matter has been explained clearly, I'll leave first. I have a few words to say to you before I leave." "Leaving? Aren't you going back with us on the communication ship?" Xuanjian asked curiously. "Stupid, of course they are returning on a dragon, so they can go directly to Golden City without going around in circles. I seem to have a beautiful dragon too," Xuanjian said with envy. Then he remembered that Duoga seemed to have something to say, and hurriedly said embarrassedly, "Sorry, I'm too excited. Please go ahead. I've seen your love for water Pokémon, and I admit that you are more suitable to be the head of the Hulan Gym than me. But I must remind you to improve your strength as soon as possible and not to do anything too risky, otherwise if you die early, then your three sisters will not be qualified to be the head of the Hulan Gym, and then I will take the gym back." After saying this, Duoga turned and left. Xuanjian was stunned by Duoga's words until Xuanjian asked, "What does Miss Duoga mean? Death or something? It's too unlucky. Guys like you won't understand." Xuanjian looked at Xuanjian with contempt, and then shouted to Duoga's back, "Don't worry, I will definitely work hard to defeat Mr. Xuanjian and become the head of the Hulan Gym." After dealing with the things on the dock, the group left Yumechi Wharf and took the dragon back to the mainland. Because he wanted to see Nancy in her full-blown state, Xuanjian did not go to the famous Maiden Canyon, but directly let Chenglong take a shortcut to Golden City. Along the way, the group also encountered migrating butterfree. These butterfree, either wild or released by trainers, gathered at the seaside, waiting for the annual monsoon to arrive, and then they would take the monsoon and embark on the ancient migration road. Through migration, they spread their offspring all over the world, becoming one of the most numerous and widely distributed elves in the world. Looking at these migrating butterfree, Xuanjian couldn't help but think of the butterfree he had cultivated himself. That guy should be doing well now. With blessings for butterfree, the group soon arrived in Golden City. Golden City does not have a large population, but it is the leading large city in Kanto, because it is not only adjacent to the residence of the famous Big Family Temple clan in Kanto, but also the location of Silver Company. This is the official translation, "Don't worry about it," a very well-known company in the world. It was already evening when they arrived at Golden City. With Shouta as the landlord, the three of them naturally did not need to stay at the Pokémon Center, but stayed in Shouta's villa. After a good night's sleep, Xuanjian did not rush to challenge the Golden Gym immediately. After all, Nancy's strength was not to be underestimated. Xuanjian did not plan to challenge before finding out the information. So, at Xuanjian's suggestion, Shouta took the two to visit Silver Company. What a tall building! Duoga couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the towering building in front of him. Since this world has a small population and relatively open land, such buildings rarely appear. The one in front of him is the tallest one Xuanjian has seen since he came to this world. Although I am not in charge of the company, this is a company controlled by my family. Tell me what you like today, don't be polite, Shouta said generously. Great, Xuanjian said immediately, I want a high-level Pokeball. I have always used the standard one, which is too detrimental to the style of a master. I have wanted to change it for a long time. No problem. Shouta nodded happily. Duoga was a little embarrassed, but still couldn't help asking, can I have a set of breeder equipment specially developed by Silver Company? No problem, I'll get you the deluxe version. With Shouta's generous words, the atmosphere became lively before the tour even started, and the two couldn't wait to follow Shouta to start the tour. Chapter 208 Trouble at Silver Company. As a high-tech company, every decoration inside Silver perfectly meets Xuanjian's imagination of a high-tech company. The three of them continued their pleasant tour until they took the elevator to the top floor. The lights on the ceiling suddenly flickered, then went out, and the elevator stopped in mid-air. What's going on? Xuanjian asked immediately. He was not too worried about being trapped in the elevator. After all, as long as he wanted, he could summon an elf to break the elevator. What he was surprised about was that for a modern building, electricity is extremely important. Generally, there is a special backup power supply, and even if there is a sudden power outage, it will not affect the operation. As one of the top technology companies in the elf world, Xuanjian didn't think Silver would not be able to do this, so what was the matter with this sudden power outage in front of him? Just when Xuanjian was puzzled, the lights came on again, and Xuanjian, who was used to the darkness, couldn't help but close his eyes. Shota also looked ugly. He felt very embarrassed when he encountered such a thing when he brought his friends to visit for the first time. So as soon as he got out of the elevator, he immediately rushed into an office, grabbed a man and asked, "What's going on? Why is there a sudden power outage?" "Master," the man was also surprised to see Shota, and hurriedly saluted, then said, "I don't know either. The power supply system of the building is automatically controlled by computers, but the computer system has frequently malfunctioned recently. Because of this incident, the company has suffered great losses. In order to solve this problem, I have been busy these days." Shota looked at the heavy dark circles under the other's eyes, and finally believed that the other party was not lying, so he let go of the other party and asked, "Have you figured out what went wrong?" The man said, "We found some. The reason for the system failure is that a large amount of data was inexplicably lost. We thought it was a hacker attack, so we used the best firewall currently available, but we didn't expect it to be useless. Even the firewall data was lost. So strange." Shota touched his chin. Could it be that Pokémon is making trouble? But there was no trace of Pokémon found in the surveillance. And there is no kind of Pokémon that can destroy the data in the computer, right? "It's hard to say," Xuanjian interrupted. The conversation between the two reminded him of an artificial Pokémon 3D dragon, Porygon. In the memory of the previous life, 3D dragon was the first artificial Pokémon deliberately created in modern times, even earlier than Mewtwo. Just like the clay figurines and clay giants are the crystallization of ancient texts, 3D dragon, a spirit born from network data, is the crystallization of modern electronic civilization. According to the memory of the previous life, this Pokémon seemed to be created based on the report of Silver Company. Since it was created according to the report of Silver Company, it means that 3D dragon may have existed, but it has not been caught. However, such speculation cannot be said directly, so Xuanjian turned around and said, "Pokémon contains countless mysteries, even the current scientists have not been able to fully study it. And now new Pokémon are discovered every once in a while, maybe the one causing the destruction is a Pokémon that has not yet been discovered." "That makes sense," Shota nodded. "Discovering an unknown Pokémon? Just hearing about it is very inspiring. And maybe this Pokémon can help you realize your dream." So, Shota immediately said to Xuanjian, "Okay, then let's go and catch this mysterious Pokémon." Duogi on the side expressed doubts, "But this Pokémon comes and goes without a trace, even the surveillance can't capture it, how can we catch it?" "That's right," Shota frowned, "then how do you usually trap Pokémon? By the way, food. Duogi, aren't you a breeder? How about helping to make a delicious food to attract it out?" Duogi shook his head, "Impossible. Different Pokémon have different tastes. I don't know what type of Pokémon the other party is, and I can't make food that can attract the other party to show up." "That's right." Shota lowered his head in frustration. It seems that things are not that simple. Seeing that it was almost brewing, Xuanjian said, "I have an idea." "What?" The two looked at Xuanjian at the same time. After a period of time together, they have become accustomed to Xuanjian always being able to put forward constructive suggestions at critical moments. Since a large amount of the company's data has been lost, this elf might be very interested in the data. If we gather a large amount of data, can we attract it? "That makes sense," Shota nodded, "follow me." He led the way out. Soon, the group came to a room with a huge computer. Shota said, "This is a backup data center. The current data center cannot be used, but we can use this one." Shota started to start the computer. "Although this data is used to lure the elf, the precious data cannot be used. I will transfer some new data from other places." Shota started to operate the computer. Xuanjian, who has lived 2 lives, has no talent for computers, and he can't understand Shota's operation at all. He just asked curiously, "Where does this data come from?" Shota smiled proudly, These games come from various electronic game centers, where the data is the most, and it changes frequently, with a low repetition rate, which should be very suitable for that guy. Xuanjian didn't understand these things very well, but if it was really 3D Dragon, there would be an inevitable battle soon, and as the main combat force among the three, he would definitely be the main attacker. So Xuanjian closed his eyes and rested aside. When he woke up, Shoto had already collected the data and was hiding aside waiting for 3D Dragon to come. I'm ready. I can't escape if that guy comes, Shoto said confidently, staring at the window at the same time. Xuanjian shook his head. Shoto didn't realize that the guy he met this time was different from the previous one. He didn't move through the real space. It was useless to stare at the window. But he couldn't say his guess. After all, before actually seeing 3D Dragon, almost no one would believe that this virtual Pokémon existed. While waiting quietly, the fan of the computer host suddenly became louder, which was a sign of the computer running faster. The three of them immediately became alert. At Xuanjian's prompt, Shoto noticed that a duck-like thing made of polyhedron appeared on the computer screen. Is this an elf? Shoto asked uncertainly. Although it was a bit ridiculous, he felt that the guy shaking his head on the screen seemed to have emotions, and was different from a virus made of data. At the first glance at that guy, Xuanjian confirmed the other party's identity. There was no doubt that it was 3D Dragon in its first form. Xuanjian immediately reminded, no matter what it is, unplug the network cable and leave it in the computer. Yes. Shoto immediately rushed over, cut off the network cable, and pulled the power switch at the same time. Suddenly, the computer screen went black. Even if it is a virtual Pokémon, its existence and movement must rely on a certain medium. After Shoto cut off the network cable and power, 3D Dragon, who had not yet reacted, immediately lost the possibility of escaping through the virtual space, and the power cut also stopped the computer from running, and 3D Dragon was forced to escape from the computer. Duoji and Shoto were stunned when they saw the 3D Dragon emerge from the computer screen. Fortunately, Xuanjian was prepared for this and immediately took action. Go ahead, Bulbasaur, use the Vine Whip to tie up the guy. Once out of the virtual space, Porygon became a real thing and could be attacked. Bulbasaur, who received the order, immediately stretched out the Vine Whip and tied up the 3D Dragon tightly. It's done, Xuanjian said happily. But Xuanjian obviously underestimated this self that had never been known by the world. Although the 3D Dragon had not experienced any battles since its birth, it had swallowed a lot of information in the cyberspace and had a good understanding of battles. The 3D Dragon's body was waving, and the color of its body kept changing, and finally changed into bug green. At the same time, it emitted a stream of light that destroyed the Vine Whip of Bulbasaur. Xuanjian immediately recognized that it was the signal light of the bug skill. It seemed that Porygon activated the texture to turn itself into a bug attribute. It's too naive to think that it's so easy to deal with Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur, charge! Seeing Bulbasaur rushing towards him, 3D Dragon didn't dare to take it head-on. After all, tactics can come from the internet, but melee experience cannot be learned through the internet. After dodging Bulbasaur's attack, 3D Dragon raised his head towards Bulbasaur and sprayed out a triangle of energy, which was a powerful triangle attack skill. Once hit by this skill, it is easy to fall into a negative state. The triangle attack is very fast, and Bulbasaur was hit before he could dodge, and unfortunately fell into a paralyzed state. 3D Dragon immediately took this opportunity to get rid of Bulbasaur's entanglement and flew towards the window, trying to escape. But what it didn't expect was that Shoto had already set a trap at the window. When it approached the window, the infrared-controlled mechanism felt something approaching and immediately ejected a Pokeball and hit 3D Dragon. Click! The Pokeball opened immediately and sucked 3D Dragon in. 3D Dragon immediately struggled desperately, but still couldn't break free. After spending most of the day, the Pokeball finally locked it successfully. Tamed. Shoto looked at the Pokeball quietly on the ground in silence. He couldn't believe that he and Bulbasaur had been busy for a long time without success, and finally the trap set by Shoto succeeded. Of course. Shoto walked over proudly and picked up the Pokeball. This is a Master Ball. Xuanjian and Duoji looked at each other in silence. Master Balls are not something that can be easily obtained. The cost of each one is enough for the Duoji family to spend for 10 years. This guy actually used it to set traps. What if he captured a Rattata? Xuanjian was filled with a strong sense of powerlessness and envy for this kind of rich behavior. Well, what should we do with this guy? Shota asked. Ah. Xuanjian was stunned. You set up a trap, your Master Ball, don't you want it? This guy is now a unique Pokémon, very precious. Shota scratched his head. I know, but it's troublesome to take care of the Pokémon. Xuanjian and Duoge. I forgot that this guy is very lazy. Even the reason he captured Pippi is that Pippi can take care of him. It's enough for a person to live to this point. After struggling for a while, Xuanjian reluctantly resisted the temptation of 3D Dragon and said, this guy should be a virtual Pokémon. He doesn't need to eat food or anything. It should be easy to take care of. You only have one Pokémon, so you should stay. Is that so? Shota asked, and then opened the Master Ball. 3D Dragon obviously had no resistance to being captured. It was just instinctive to escape before. After looking at Shota, he immediately leaned towards him and rushed into the satellite watch on Shota's hand. Did he escape? Duoge asked nervously. Shota shook his head and raised his watch to show the two of them. A small 3D dragon had appeared on the electronic screen of the satellite watch. This guy obviously regarded that place as his home. It seems like you two are unexpectedly compatible. Chapter 209 Golden Gym. After resolving the turmoil caused by the 3D dragon, Xuanjian began to prepare to challenge the Golden Gym. The Golden Gym did not block the news, and Xuanjian knew everything after a little investigation. In this regard, Xuanjian could only sigh that the trainers in Kanto this year were really in trouble. First, the Vermilion Gym had an accident, Mazhishi escaped, and the Vermilion Gym was closed. Then there was a monster like Nancy in the Golden City that attacked the trainers. Then 2 gyms in the Dark City would be disqualified, and finally there was the Takawa Gym incident. Calculated in this way, at least 5 gyms in Kanto will be closed this year. If luck is not good enough, even a trainer with good strength will not be able to collect enough badges to participate in the Quartz Conference. Fortunately, I have already obtained the badges of the Takawa Gym and the Vermilion Gym, so it is no problem to collect enough badges. Thinking of this, Xuanjian walked into the door of the Golden Gym. Without paying much attention to the warning of Nancy's father, Xuanjian walked straight into the challenged hall. In the hall, a beautiful girl was sitting tightly on a chair, with a Casey floating beside her. Seeing someone coming in, the girl raised her head and looked at the person. Are you the new challenger? Looking at Nancy's empty eyes, although he was prepared, Xuanjian still couldn't help but gasp. The girl in front of him seemed to have been completely controlled by her own power and lost all human emotions. After calming down, Xuanjian replied, yes, I am the challenger. Nancy nodded. The rules of the game are 1 versus 1. If you lose, you have to stay and play with me. Xuanjian agreed. At this point, he naturally would not choose to retreat. Although it would be much easier to challenge after Xuanjian came, it would not achieve the purpose of training himself. Taking out the Pokeball, Xuanjian said, go. Zoroark, this is your first battle, please. The Pokeball opened, and a cute black Pokemon appeared. It was Zoroark. Nancy looked at Zoroark and said in confusion, what kind of elf is this? I have never seen it before. This is Zoroark, a dark elf from other regions. Its attributes completely restrain your Casey. Xuanjian said. Among his elves, the guys in Team 1 can definitely beat Nancy, but it doesn't make much sense, and the little guys in Team 2 are too young to fight against Nancy with powerful superpowers. In this way, he can only bully the opponent with his attribute advantage. Nancy didn't say much. The elf in front of her looked very weak and was not enough to threaten her Casey. Therefore, Nancy said, challenger, attack first. Xuanjian did not refuse and ordered, Zorora, Shadow Ball. Casey, telekinesis. Nancy also ordered, and then a strong telekinesis came out from Casey, not only blocking the attack of the Shadow Ball, but also rushing towards Zoroark. However, due to the attribute immunity, the telekinesis did not cause any damage to Zoroark. Immune to psychic skills. Nancy saw the scene in front of her and reacted immediately. There are very few evil-type Pokemon in Kanto, and there is only one, the evolved form of Eevee, the moon Pokemon, so most people don't know about the evil attribute. However, after the attack failed, Nancy also reacted immediately. Did you find out? It's over, Zoroark, use provocation. Zoroark raised his head and looked at Casey with a look of contempt, and then a black energy hit Casey. Casey immediately felt an unknown anger rising in his heart, and he couldn't suppress it no matter what, and immediately used telekinesis to attack Zoroark again, but unfortunately it had no effect. Zoroark, Raid. As a Psychic-type Pokémon, the series of Xuanjian Alakazam is undoubtedly the king among them. Although its racial talent is not top-notch, its attribute distribution is extremely perfect, which fully meets the characteristics of the Psychic type with many special attack skills. Moreover, they can learn almost all Psychic-type skills, which is comparable to only the legendary beasts Mewtwo and Mew. However, relatively speaking, when they encounter evil-type Pokémon like Zoroark, they are also the most suppressed, because they basically don't know other types of skills. Nancy's Casey is even more seriously damaged than the others. For a long time, with the help of Nancy's powerful superpowers, Casey has been almost hopeless, so naturally he won't learn other attribute skills. Zoroark's provocation made it unable to use the skill of Miracle Eye, which could turn the tide, and it could only continue to attack in vain. Therefore, after Zoroark used the surprise attack, Casey was immediately hit hard. The surprise attack has double damage to the enemy who launched the attack. Seeing that Casey was hit hard, Nancy hurriedly ordered, "Casey, evolve." A flash of white light passed, and Casey disappeared. What appeared on the field was a Braveheart. This was the true form of Nancy's Casey. Usually, she just used her superpowers to suppress it into Casey to help it practice. What a bug-like ability. Looking at the evolved Xuanjian, who had completely recovered to his best state, Xuanjian sighed, and then issued an order to Zoroark again, "Zoroark, provoke me again." Not to mention Xuanjian, if he ignored the attribute restrained, the young Zoroark couldn't even beat Casey, so Xuanjian didn't dare to give the other party a chance to use the Eye of Miracle. The provocation hit Xuanjian again. Faced with such a shameless tactic, Nancy had no way to deal with it. However, Nancy didn't sit still and wait for death. She ordered Xuanjian, use telekinesis to control the spoon to attack. Xuanjian's eyes lit up, and he immediately threw the soup spoon in his hand and controlled it with telekinesis. With a blessing of telekinesis, the soup spoon shot towards Zoroark like a bullet. Zoroark, use surprise attack again. Xuanjian ignored the threat brought by the soup spoon and ordered Zoroark again. It's not that he didn't want Zoroark to dodge this attack, but compared to Xuanjian, who recovered his strength through evolution and had the support of Nancy behind him, Zoroark's physical strength was about to run out, and he had to fight quickly, even if it meant exchanging injuries for injuries. Zoroark faithfully carried out Xuanjian's order, rushed to Xuanjian, raised his claws and grabbed Xuanjian's body fiercely, and Xuanjian immediately suffered huge damage. But then, Zoroark was also hit by the spoon controlled by telekinesis and was beaten away fiercely. "Zoroark, are you okay?" Xuanjian asked anxiously. On the other side, Xuanjian also suffered a lot of damage. Although his body size grew after evolution, his physical fitness basically did not improve. Zoroark's desperate attack caused him to suffer great damage. At this time, Xuanjian's situation was actually worse than Zoroark, but it was not obvious because of his own powerful superpowers. Looking at the seriously injured Xuanjian, Nancy's eyes were shining brightly. "Xuanjian, evolve." Damn it, Xuanjian didn't care about Zoroark, and stared at Xuanjian on the field. In Xuanjian's eyes, Xuanjian's state is the true strength state of Nancy's elf, and Casey is the form that she used her superpowers to make it degenerate in form. I just didn't expect Nancy to be able to bless Xuanjian with superpowers and force it to evolve into Alakazam. Should I say that it is worthy of being one of the 3 main players of the Rocket team in the future? In the white evolutionary light, Xuanjian's injuries gradually recovered, and his form gradually changed, as if he was getting old. His beard grew longer and longer, his tail retracted, and his back gradually became hunched. Finally, he evolved into an elf that looked extremely vicissitudes of life. This is the evolved Alakazam of Xuanjian. Adhering to the principle of making full use of any attribute and bringing special attack to the extreme, even with the evolution, Alakazam's physical fitness has not been greatly improved. Instead, he seems to be overwhelmed by the surge of power in his body and needs the blessing of superpowers to carry out activities. Even Xuanjian guessed that if Alakazam could not exist in a pure spiritual state without being able to leave his body, Alakazam would probably be reluctant to allocate any attribute value to his body. "Stay and play with me," Nancy said. Her tone was calm and without any emotion, as if she was not the one desperately pursuing victory. Woo. Zoroark couldn't help crying, as if she was afraid of a powerful opponent, and big tears flowed from her green eyes, looking at Alakazam pitifully. For a while, Alakazam was a little overwhelmed. Whether in terms of size or actual age, Zoroya was just a child. This cognition made Alakazam feel like he was bullying a child, and for a while he couldn't do it. Xuanjian's mouth flashed a sly smile, but it soon disappeared. Instead, he continued to order coldly, "Zoroya, surprise attack." After receiving the order, Zoroya tremblingly got up from the ground and moved towards Alakazam in small steps, as if his will to fight had collapsed, but he had to continue fighting under the order of the trainer. Seeing Zoroya's appearance, Alakazam's fighting spirit also decreased greatly. The soup spoon in his hand flew out and shot at Zoroya, wanting to knock him down lightly, ensuring that he lost his fighting power while not being too seriously injured, so that he would not be blamed by the trainer. But what Alakazam didn't expect was that when the soup spoon hit Zoroya, Zoroya's body turned into a phantom and shattered. It was the skill Shadow Clone. After Zoroya, who was already proficient in illusion, used it, even Alakazam was fooled. At the same time, a small figure appeared behind Alakazam. It was Zoroya. Without the pitiful look just now, Zoroya now had a fierce face and rushed towards Alakazam fiercely. Pretending. Nancy also reacted. Of course, for a bad boy of the evil type, pretending to be pitiful is its specialty. Xuanjian said proudly. As long as this attack hits, victory is basically secured. He doesn't believe that Nancy can make Alakazam super evolve again. As for using the recovery skill to regenerate himself, Zoroark's snatch skill is not a decoration. Faced with such a disadvantage, Nancy's face did not fluctuate much, but said coldly, "It's a pity that it's useless." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210 Golden Badge. The attribute immunity between elves is actually caused by the inability of the attack energy emitted by the immune attribute to achieve the effect due to some reasons. For example, the immunity of the ground type to the electric type is because the ground type elves are always in contact with the earth and can conduct electric current into the earth. Similarly, the immunity of the ghost type to the general type is because most of the ghost type elves have no entity and can be virtualized. As for the evil type elves, their special energy can help them be immune to the energy of the psychic type. However, these immunities are not indestructible. Some skills such as see-through and miracle eyes can change this state and make the attack effective. Xuanjian frequently let Zoroark use provocation before to prevent Nancy from letting the elves use miracle eyes to change the point that the psychic type cannot attack the evil type. But at this time, even if Alakazam has been weakened to a certain extent after evolution, provocation is still playing a role. Alakazam should still not be able to hurt Zoroark, so what gave Nancy confidence? The answer was soon revealed. Alakazam in the field quickly turned around and faced Zoroark, who was rushing towards him. For Alakazam, who had evolved twice, Zoroark was much slower than it. Although he was successfully attacked, Alakazam was still able to react with his superior speed. I saw a purple light in Alakazam's eyes, and Zoroark, who was flying towards Alakazam, suddenly seemed to be stuck in a quagmire and slowed down. And finally stopped less than 10 centimeters away from Alakazam. Is this, using superpowers to affect the surrounding air? Xuanjian quickly reacted and saw through Alakazam's trick. For other elves, Alakazam can petrify them and make them unable to move as long as he uses telekinesis, but for Zoroark, superpowers do not work. So Alakazam changed his strategy and did not attack Zoroark directly. Instead, he used telekinesis to affect the surrounding air and then used the air to restrain Zoroark. Although the consumption of producing the same attack effect after 2 transformations was greatly increased, it also bypassed the obstacle that telekinesis could not work on Zoroark. And in the case of a huge gap in power, such consumption is completely worth it. Zoroark struggled desperately when trapped by the air controlled by telekinesis, but he felt that the air that had no sense of existence before seemed to be condensed into ice, trapping him in it. With a wave of his hand, Zoroark was immediately thrown out and fell heavily to the ground. Ouch! Zoroark, who was thrown to the ground, was unwilling to give up. He immediately got up and pounced on Alakazam fiercely again. This is the true performance of Zoroark when he encounters a strong opponent, desperate resistance. This is the character he developed when he was wandering, because at that time he desperately fought for every bit of food so that he could fill his stomach. The skill of pretending to cry pitifully was to paralyze the opponent, not to make the opponent pity him, because the street kid who relied on pity would not live long. Unfortunately, not all persistence was used. Once again, Zoroa's attack failed and he was trapped in the air by the air strengthened by Alakazam's telekinesis. At this moment, the provocation has failed. Alakazam can use non-offensive skills to change the disadvantages of both sides' attributes, but Alakazam did not do so. Instead, he continued to tease Zoroark with the air strengthened by telekinesis to avenge the suppression he had just received. Manipulating the air strengthened by telekinesis, Alakazam fiddled with Zoroark's body like a doll, with a completely interested look, and had no intention of ending the battle immediately. This approach will undoubtedly make the opponent feel extremely humiliated, and it is a very effective way of revenge. Zoroark felt ashamed and angry, but he was powerless due to the huge gap in strength. Zoroark, hold on. Xuanjian encouraged Zoroark, who was trapped and unable to move, and at the same time, his left hand quietly clasped the Pokeballs of Gyarados and Starfish on his waist, ready to attack immediately as soon as Zoroark lost his combat power, even if it violated the previous bet with Nancy. Hearing Xuanjian's encouragement, Zoroark also understood Xuanjian's meaning, gently relaxed the tense muscles on his body, and waited for the opportunity to attack. Of course, on the surface, he looked exhausted and had no strength to struggle. After playing with Zoroark for a while, Alakazam seemed to have had enough fun. Forcing Alakazam to evolve into Alakazam was not a real evolution, but just using the energy accumulated after the usual forced degeneration. Such forced evolution has a time limit. After persisting for such a while, the energy accumulated in the usual time was almost used up. It was time to end the game. Alakazam, be careful not to break it. This should be a very interesting collection, Nancy ordered. Alakazam nodded, then raised his hands and lifted Zoroark high, intending to throw it from a height without losing its combat effectiveness. At the same time, Xuanjian also held his breath. When Alakazam launched the last attack, he must release the restraints on Zoroark, and it would also be the time for Zoroark to counterattack. Whether he can win depends on whether he can catch this last blow. Seeing Zoroark being lifted high by Alakazam, Xuanjian's heart was also lifted. Forcibly suppressing his worry about Zoroark, Xuanjian began to count down silently in his heart. 3, 2, 1. Now, Zoroark, attack. Hearing Xuanjian's order, Zoroark instantly tense up, sweeping away his previous listless appearance, and it seemed that his fur was shining. Adjusting his falling body, he turned his body to aim at Alakazam, gathering all the energy in his right claw, and fiercely delivered the final blow to Alakazam. This is punishment. Xuanjian looked at the huge claw shadow swung by Zoroark in surprise. This was obviously a new skill that Zoroark had learned. It was not uncommon for elves who were growing rapidly to learn skills during battle, but he did not expect Zoroark to learn this skill. Punishment is a very effective skill for opponents who have improved their abilities. However, in the previous cases, the opponents only improved their ability values, and there were no cases of evolution and improvement. Xuanjian was not sure whether this attack would be effective. However, the attack had already been launched, and now was not the time to think about these things. Xuanjian left his position and rushed towards Zoroark, who was falling from the air. After launching this attack, Zoroark exhausted all his physical strength, and endless fatigue surged up, and the pain that he had just ignored due to his concentration also resumed. It must be painful to fall from such a high distance. Zoroa thought so, and then he felt himself falling into a warm embrace. Zoroa opened his beautiful big eyes and blinked. He smelled a familiar smell on the tip of his nose, and then he found that it was Xuanjian who touched him. He was a little overwhelmed. In the Pokémon battle, trainers are not allowed to touch Pokémon at will. Once they touch, the game is considered over. If the opponent has not been knocked down, then it is automatically surrendered. It's okay, Zoroa. Have a good rest. Xuanjian comforted Zoroa in his arms, and then injected a force of Changpan into Zoroa's body. Woo, Zoroa called in a low voice, and then obediently buried his head in Xuanjian's arms and fell asleep. He encountered such a powerful opponent for the first time. Even if the attributes took advantage, the opponent kept making mistakes due to negligence. Zoroa also had a very difficult fight and was exhausted. After hearing Xuanjian's words, he immediately closed his eyes and fell asleep. Seeing Zoroark fall asleep, Xuanjian breathed a sigh of relief and had time to pay attention to the battle. Zoroark's desperate attack was not in vain. Alakazam had lost his fighting power and fell to the ground. He could no longer maintain his Alakazam form and slowly changed back to the appearance of Xuanjian. On the screen on the sidelines, the game process was returning to defense to help determine who was the real winner in the end. On the screen, Alakazam was untied, Zoroark fell from a high altitude, and then burst out the final attack from a high position, and the huge claw shadow grabbed Alakazam. Alakazam, who had just released the control of Zoroark, did not react for a while and was immediately hit by the claw shadow. The claw shadow is the embodiment of the punishment skill. Alakazam was forcibly evolved from Xuanjian. Although the energy comes from Nancy, it is still a kind of enhancement, and the punishment skill is judged to be effective. The enhancement brought by evolution is far from comparable to the improvement of ability. Alakazam was immediately hurt and immediately lost his fighting power. Then Zoroark was caught by Xuanjian. "You win," Nancy said coldly, without any emotion. "It was just luck." Xuanjian also said modestly. To be honest, if it weren't for Nancy's lack of experience, letting Xuanjian learn some skills of other attributes, or if he didn't let his guard down at the last moment, it would be almost impossible for him to win. Nancy didn't say much, but used her superpowers to control a badge and sent it to Xuanjian, and then she disappeared with Xuanjian, probably to take Xuanjian to treatment. That was close. Xuanjian breathed a sigh of relief, and was shocked to find that his back was already sweaty. There was no way. It was too tiring to fight a guy who was as cold as a machine and powerful in himself. But fortunately, he won in the end, got the golden badge, and Zoroark also grew a lot. After walking out of the golden gym, Duigi and Shota immediately came up to him. The golden gym was too dangerous, so Xuanjian didn't let them go in together, but left them outside under the pretext of supporting them outside. Seeing the two people's worried faces, Xuanjian felt warm in his heart and quickly announced, "It's okay, I won." "I said don't worry. You are worthy of being Xuanjian," Shota praised. At this time, a sneaky man in a white coat came over and asked, "Excuse me, did you defeat Nancy?" "Yes." Xuanjian looked at the other person and immediately understood his identity from the face that was very similar to Nancy, so he just snorted coldly in response. "Great," the man said, and then asked, "Then may I ask if Nancy has recovered?" Xuanjian looked at the other person impatiently. "Won't you go in to see if she has recovered?" The man stammered and said, "Nancy is very fierce, I dare not." Xuanjian looked at the other person with contempt. Such a useless father is really rare. No wonder Nancy was attracted to Sakuki and fell in love with him. This one-sided love of age difference is also due to the lack of fatherly love to some extent. Xuanjian had no intention of teaching the other person, nor did he know how to teach him. He just reminded him, Nancy's problem is very serious. It can't be solved by simply defeating her. If you really care about her, you should find another way. After saying that, he called Shota Taji to leave together. Chapter 211 Rainbow City. After defeating Nancy and obtaining the Golden Badge, Xuanjian and his party did not stay in Golden City for long. Because he had the Candlelight Spirit in his hand, Xuanjian did not plan to capture other ghost-type elves for the time being, so he naturally did not go to Lavender Town, but went straight to Rainbow City. Rainbow City is a beautiful city with flowers blooming all year round, so it is named Rainbow. Here, there is also a game center opened by Team Rocket, where you can use the game coins won by playing games to exchange elves, but due to Xuanjian's intervention, the 3D dragon at the top of the exchange list in the game center will not appear. However, even without the 3D dragon, there are many elves on the exchange list worth exchanging, such as EV. After the three of them completed the accommodation registration at the Elf Center and submitted a special challenge reservation to the Rainbow Gym, they walked around the city. Naturally, it was impossible to just look at it, and they inevitably came to the game center on the way. After buying some game coins, the three of them also entered the game center to play games. After a fierce battle, the three compared the results of the battle. Shota won the most, but earned a lot of game coins. Multi-track basically broke even, and Xuanjian lost the most. It turns out that even if you travel through time, your clumsy hands will not change. Looking at the exchange list, even Shota, who won the most, is still far from the cheapest rate on the exchange list. You can only use the game coins awarded after winning the game, not the game coins you buy directly. In this way, in order to exchange for elves, visitors must spend a lot of time and energy on the game. I calculated that even if you get the highest reward every time, it will take a whole day to get enough to exchange for the cheapest rata. With such a long time, the game company has already recovered its investment. The person who set this business strategy is really smart. Xuanjian exclaimed. Duoga nodded in agreement and said, yes, even if you have good skills, you still have to spend a lot of time, which will make the game center very popular. But there is no way, who can get Pokemon here? It is also one of the characteristics of the trainer industry that it is difficult to enter the industry. Ordinary people will definitely not be able to beat powerful elves, and those weak elves are good at escaping and difficult to catch. Even the insect-type Pokemon such as the recognized weak green caterpillar are difficult to catch when they run, not to mention the Rata with the escaping characteristics. So for most people, it is very difficult to own their first Pokemon. Another purchasing focus of Rainbow City is perfume. This city is full of flowers all year round, so the perfume manufacturing industry is very developed. Even the gym leader of Rainbow Gym, Erica, is a master of perfume manufacturing. Xuanjian and Shota are naturally not interested in perfume, but Duoga will not let them go. The two were forced to follow Duoga to visit all the perfume shops of all sizes and bought enough perfume for Duoga to use for several years. Duoga explained that if he couldn't use it, he could give it to others, which was a very good gift. For such a good reason, the two naturally couldn't refute it, so they could only obediently sacrifice their lives to accompany the gentleman. However, Duoga was very considerate to help the two choose some perfumes and suggested that the two give them to their relatives as gifts. After finishing shopping, the group returned to the Pokemon Center. Xuanjian received a reply from Miss Joy from the Rainbow Gym, and the special challenge he had booked was scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. So Xuanjian quickly called Professor Oak's phone and wanted to exchange Pokemon. Of course, it is inevitable to chat when exchanging Pokemon. Professor Oak suggested that Xuanjian capture more elves, so as to avoid running out of elves by the time of the Quartz Conference. This is absolutely pertinent advice. Even if you are going to take the elite route, you need to cultivate more elves. After all, in large-scale events like the Quartz Conference, there are many strong players, and elves often fight to the point of serious physical exhaustion, but the games are one after another, and there is no enough time to recover. If you don't cultivate more elves, you will definitely be dragged down by then. In this regard, Xuanjian expressed his gratitude to Professor Oak for his concern, and told Professor Oak that he had captured a giant stinging jellyfish. If Professor Oak needs to study it, he can contact Yumechi Pier directly. Hearing Xuanjian's promise, Professor Oak was so happy that he almost jumped up. After all, such a giant elf is rare and is a very precious research object. During this period, when they heard that Xuanjian had a call, Charizard and Giant Claw Mantis also gathered together, yelling around the phone, expressing their dissatisfaction with Xuanjian throwing them here, forcing Xuanjian to apologize to them repeatedly, and promise to call them frequently in the future, and to replace them after a while, and the two elves gave up. Horizontal ellipsis. After exchanging Pokemon and making some tactical arrangements for them, Xuanjian went to rest early. The next day at noon, Xuanjian, who is well prepared, came to the Rainbow Gym with his companions. As the gym of Perfume Master Erica, the Rainbow Gym is very unique. The outside is a perfume shop, and the inside is the gym. After a brief visit to the perfume shop, the three entered the gym, where Erica was already waiting. Welcome to the Rainbow Gym. Erica was wearing a traditional kimono, looking quiet and beautiful. After seeing the three, Erica bowed slightly and saluted. The three also hurriedly returned the greeting, "Thank you for your trouble." Erica didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. Special challenge of the Rainbow Gym. The venue is an open-air green grass venue, and the competition format is 3 versus 3. Is this okay? No problem. Xuanjian replied. Okay, then please follow me. Unlike ordinary challenges, the location of special challenges is on the green grass field, where the strength of Erica's best grass-type elves can be brought into play. Go, Venusaur. Alicia took out the first Pokemon, which was the final evolution of the Trumpet Sprout. Let's go to Centipede. Xuanjian also summoned his Pokemon. Centipede, a bug-type Pokemon from other regions? It seems that you have done some special homework. Alicia praised. This is necessary. Miss Alicia, I have heard of your strength for a long time. If I don't prepare well, I won't be sure. At this time, a white light suddenly appeared on the centipede's body and evolved into a wheel ball. Speaking of which, the centipede has been captured for a while, but there are relatively few battles that can be played, so it has only evolved now. Evolving at the beginning, what a good sign. Wheel ball, we must win. Xuanjian shouted to the wheel ball, and the wheel ball blinked to show that it heard it. The wheel ball is in its transformation period. Although it will not be like metapods that don't eat, drink, or move, the wheel ball has also become much colder. Xuanjian didn't care about these, but ordered the wheel ball to attack. Wheel ball, use rolling. I want to give the protagonist a surname, but I can't think of a good one. Does anyone have any good ideas? Chapter 212 Rainbow Gym Challenge. When it was a centipede, rolling was its specialty. After evolution, its body shape became more like a wheel, so it was naturally more convenient to use rolling. For a moment, the green grass in the field was cut into grass debris by the thorns of its body. Looking at the aggressive wheel ball, Elijah was not panicked at all, and whispered, "Veteran, whip the vine." Two thick green whips stretched out from under the leaves of the venomous flower and whipped the wheel ball fiercely. Without a doubt, the wheel ball was immediately whipped away by the whips, but Elijah knew that this attack did not cause much damage to the wheel ball. With its hard shell and clever leverage, the wheel ball not only resolved the damage, but also borrowed a lot of force. Realizing this, Elijah immediately changed her tactics. "Veteran, tighten it." Immediately, the whip stretched out again, caught up with the speeding wheel ball, and tied it up tightly. Vulpine flower often helps me squeeze the petals and extract the flower juice. This trick of strangling is its specialty, said Alicia. This is also a disguised way of letting the opponent go. As long as the trainer is smart, he will immediately understand that Alicia is saying that this trick is the ultimate killer of Venus flower. Xuanjian accepted the other party's kindness and said, "Thank you for the reminder. If it was before evolution, this trick would give me a headache, but now it is different. Wheel ball, move at high speed." As Xuanjian said, if it was a centipede before evolution, this trick would definitely cause it to suffer huge damage. But for the wheel ball, not only has its defense been greatly improved due to evolution, but its body has evolved into a ball shape. Such a shape makes it difficult for the opponent to catch it, and the power of this kind of strangling skill is naturally greatly reduced. Following Xuanjian's order, the wheel ball, which was tightly wrapped by the vine whip, began to rotate and get faster and faster. This was originally just its unique way of movement, but it was accelerated because of the high-speed movement. However, because it was tied by the vine whip, once it started to rotate, the sharp spikes on its shell immediately turned into a knife, cutting off the vine whip on its body and escaping from the bondage. It's a very clever method, making full use of the physical characteristics of the elves. "Very good," Elijah praised, "then I can't show weakness." Venus Floss, Grass Blender. Venus Floss opened the lid of its head, and a large amount of green energy swept out, rolling the wheel ball from the ground. Venus Floss's body shape is originally like a drum washing machine, so this move is naturally very powerful. For a moment, the wheel ball seemed to be thrown into a blender, constantly rolling around, and at the same time, it was cut by pieces of flying leaves condensed from grass energy. The wheel ball can only use the iron wall to attack by strengthening the defense of its shell. Huh? Electra was a little surprised as she watched the wheel ball that was constantly spinning and surrounded by grass energy. It didn't feel dizzy due to the rotation because it often uses rolling and its special body structure, but the attack of Venus flower didn't even scratch its shell. This is a bit exaggerated. It must have carried props. Yes, Xuanjian nodded, acknowledging Elijah's guess. It certainly can't do it with its own defense, but I gave it the evolutionary pyroxene. Originally, this was prepared for the centipede to make up for its defensive deficiencies, but I didn't expect it to evolve. I thought the defense of the wheel ball was no longer useful, but I didn't expect it to have such a miraculous effect. Elijah nodded, "I see, but my attacks are not so easy to withstand. Venus flower is my right-hand man when making perfume, but it is very powerful. Next, Venus flower, use shoot down." "Not good," Xuanjian secretly cried. Shoot down is a dark type move that targets items carried by Pokémon. Although the attack is not outstanding, if it is used successfully, some of the items carried by the Pokémon will be knocked down, and the defense of the wheel ball will return to normal. "Wheel ball, hold on." The golden protective shield rose up, blocking the vine whip that Venusaur slapped down fiercely. Elijah was a little surprised. "You used hold on so early, Aren't you afraid that I will use my ultimate move? For experienced trainers, strategic skills like hold on will not be used until the last moment. Erija did not expect Xuanjian to use it to resist a shutdown skill. Let's talk about it later. And you may not use the ultimate move. The power of the ultimate move is indeed terrible, but the backlash is also extremely severe. If it cannot directly determine the outcome after using it, the Pokémon will be in a disadvantageous position. Therefore, even if they have learned the ultimate move, most people will not use it in battle. You bet right, Eligia said helplessly, but you did waste a hold. Venus Flytrap, shoot it down again. The skill of shooting down has no backlash and can be used repeatedly. Holding it down is just to delay it for a while, so Eligia thinks it is a waste. That's not necessarily true. Xuanjian looked at the Vine Whip that hit the Wheel Ball again and ordered, "Wheel Ball, use the piercing sound first." Hearing Xuanjian's order, Eligia's face changed. She found that she underestimated the opponent and fell into the opponent's trap. Xuanjian's order showed that he had completely given up defense and was fully preparing for the attack. Then the next move might be the decisive blow. Unfortunately, it was too late to change the move at this time. Eligia could only pray that things would not be so bad. The long Vine Whip hit the centipede, and a purple stone fell off its body and flew out, and the defense of the Wheel Ball returned to normal. But the Wheel Ball didn't care at all, and made an unpleasant piercing sound, which made Venus Flytrap lose its attention. "Now, Cartwheel, use Zero Ball," Xuanjian ordered loudly. Hearing Xuanjian's order, Eligia realized that her worries had come true, and quickly ordered, "Velvex, use the charge." Eligia reacted quickly, but it was too late. The acceleration characteristics of the Cartwheel allowed its speed to reach the limit, far exceeding that of the Venus Fly. The Venus Fly was about to open its mouth to move, and the rotating Cartwheel had already hit it hard. Suddenly, Venus Fly was knocked out by the attack of the Zero Ball. "Okay, Cartwheel, do another self-sacrificing collision," Xuanjian ordered, and immediately, the Cartwheel that had just knocked Venus Fly away caught up with Venus Fly again with the inertia of the Zero Ball skill, and hit it hard. After 2 consecutive big moves, Venus Fly lost its combat effectiveness. "Very good," Eligia said while taking back the Venus Fly that had lost its combat effectiveness. "No, it's just information asymmetry, and the attributes are dominant. The Cartwheel has a 4-fold weakening effect on the grass type, otherwise even with the evolutionary pyroxene, it would not reduce so much damage. Then let's meet my next Pokémon. Go ahead, Vine Monster." As she said that, Eligia opened the Pokéball, and a Pokémon that looked like a mop had appeared on the field. "Vine Monster, use Bind." Xuanjian did not dare to neglect it, and quickly ordered, "Wheel Ball, do another high-speed move." The Vine Whips on the Vine Monster stretched out one after another, and the Wheel Ball quickly rotated its body again, cutting off the Vine Whips one after another. However, compared to the Venus Fly that could only control 2 Vine Whips, the Vine Monster had too many Vine Whips, and the Wheel Ball could not cut them all. Moreover, since the Vine Monster did not feel any pain when these vines were destroyed, its attack was not affected at all, so it was quickly tied up. "Okay, Vine Monster, use the awakening power." A ball of energy condensed in front of the Vine Monster. Unfortunately, the awakening power used this time was the rock attribute that restrained the Wheel Ball. The Wheel Ball was entangled by the vines and had no way to dodge. Xuanjian could only bite the bullet and order, "Wheel Ball, use Hold." Fortunately, Hold was used successfully, and a golden energy shield appeared on the Wheel Ball, preventing the attack of the awakening power. The Wheel Ball also took the opportunity to get rid of the vines and regained its freedom. Xuanjian immediately ordered it to pursue the victory, "Wheel Ball, use Venom Attack." "What?" Eligia was surprised and noticed that some of the vines of the Vine Monster had changed color. It seemed that the Wheel Ball had been poisoned when it was just bound. It was just that the Vine Monster itself was darker in color, so Eligia didn't notice it. The Wheel Ball sprayed a large amount of venom and hit the Vine Monster. The poisoned Vine Monster immediately suffered huge damage and became listless in an instant. Xuanjian said with some pride, "My Wheel Ball was not very toxic before because of the food, so my partner specially prepared food that helps to increase its toxicity. Now it not only makes up for the defect, but also has a toxicity far beyond that of ordinary elves. Even if its thorns scratch the wound, it will fall into a poisonous state." Eligia nodded, "It is very overbearing toxicity. I accidentally suffered another loss, But I will not give up easily. Vine monster, use the wrench. Hearing Aligia's order, Xuanjian immediately understood the opponent's idea. Not only is the opponent's attribute severely restraining himself, but he is also poisoned. The longer he drags on, the more disadvantageous it is. It is better to fight quickly. And Xuanjian also has this intention, because the wheel ball has been fighting for so long and is already very tired. Wheel ball, venom attack. Xuanjian ordered. The wheel ball once again sprayed a large amount of venom at the vine monster, and then it was tied up by a large number of vine whips, lifted high, and then thrown to the ground. Under the rotation of multiple vine whips, the wheel ball was repeatedly wrenched and soon lost its combat effectiveness. The vine monster was also hit twice by the venom shock, and suffered great damage. Then the little remaining physical strength was quickly lost in the poison state, and it also fell down after knocking down the wheel ball. After taking back the vine monster, Aligia looked at Xuanjian. 1-2, you are far ahead. Next, I will get serious. Xuanjian also took back the wheel ball and said, I couldn't ask for more. Thanks to the book friend Chili Wuhan for the reward. By the way, I suddenly found that many comments in the Dragon set building are gone. I don't know if the system deleted them. Please leave them again if you are interested in Dragon set. Chapter 213, The Secret of Aligia. Go, Bulbasaur. Go, Queen Flower. Both sides summoned their elves at the same time. Although they were of different races, they were all grass and poison attributes. You actually chose to use grass attributes. You are very confident, said Alicia. Xuanjian smiled and said, I originally planned to challenge you with a team of grass attributes, but unfortunately I don't have enough grass-type elves, and you are too strong, so I used the wheel ball. I see, Alicia nodded, then let me show you my secret. Queen Flower, bloom. Hearing Alicia's words, Xuanjian immediately became alert. Blooming, this is obviously not the name of a skill, so it can only be Alicia's self-created move. Thinking of Alicia's words, this should be her secret. Following Alicia's command, Queen Flower straightened her body and opened the petals on her head to the maximum extent, looking like she was trying her best to bloom. At this time, it was afternoon, and the sun was no longer so hot, which was very suitable for plant photosynthesis. Under the sunlight, the petals of the Queen of Flowers glowed hazily, and then a light brown gas spurted out from the pistil and spread all around. Xuanjian and Bulbasaur subconsciously held their breath, but unexpectedly found that the gas emitted by the Queen of Flowers was not smelly at all, but had a strong fragrance. The moment they smelled this fragrance, Xuanjian and Bulbasaur felt as if they were in a sea of flowers in spring. Unlike the warm spring light in summer, it made people want to fall asleep. Fortunately, Xuanjian still remembered that he was in a competition and stopped the urge to sleep, but he was also a little surprised. The smell of the Queen of Flowers was not smelly. You should know that the Queen of Flowers is the evolution of the stinky flower. The smell of the two is basically the same, both of which are disgusting. Although perfumers use them to make perfumes, they use their volatility more than their original smell. The gas emitted by Alicia's Queen of Flowers is so fragrant. Could it be that she cultivated it on purpose? Attracted by the scent of the Queen Flower, Xuanjian and Bulbasaur forgot about the game for a while, until Alicia's voice sounded, Queen Flower, Sunshine and Blazing Sun. Looking at the blazing sunlight shooting at Bulbasaur, Xuanjian realized that he had been tricked. The Queen Flower's movements and unique smell attracted his attention, so much so that he forgot that it was now the game time. It actually allowed Queen Flower to complete the charging process safely. If it weren't for the fact that Bulbasaur with the grass and poison attribute had a strong weakening effect on the grass attribute Sunshine and Blazing Sun, this would be enough to make it lose its combat effectiveness. Then Xuanjian realized that this was Alicia letting her win, otherwise the opponent could have chosen other more effective skills. Sunshine and Blazing Sun not only brought strong light, but also increased temperature. Under the effect of the sunshine and blazing flame, the air was quickly heated, and Xuanjian felt waves of heat coming towards him. The fragrance in the air also became stronger and stronger as the temperature rose, making people more intoxicated, but Xuanjian no longer dared to appreciate the fragrance, but devoted himself to the battle wholeheartedly. At this time, Alicia's order came again, Vampire, use the self-sacrifice collision. Xuanjian's face changed, and he quickly ordered, Bulbasaur, use the Vine Whip to dodge. Bulbasaur stretched out the Vine Whip after hearing the order, but for some reason, Xuanjian felt that Bulbasaur's movements were weak and powerless, and it was particularly slow to activate the skills. The premonition soon became a reality. As soon as Bulbasaur stretched out the Vine Whip, Vampire rushed in front of it and knocked it out fiercely. This was extremely abnormal, because Bulbasaur's speed was faster than Vampire, and even if the opponent was at a higher level, the gap would not be so big. Then, Vampire chased after it again, aimed at Bulbasaur and used the ultimate absorption to absorb all of its last physical strength. During the whole process, Bulbasaur seemed to be asleep, without any resistance. There is something strange about the flower fragrance. Xuanjian found the problem. Seeing Xuanjian's thoughtful look, Alicia also spoke. Did you discover it? That's right, my secret is the fragrance of flowers. Through the fragrance, the Pokémon can relax their minds, lose their will to fight, and their physical strength will continue to drain. In this way, the effects of hypnosis, paralysis, and poisoning are almost achieved at the same time. What's more important is that this process is extremely gentle and will hardly be noticed by the person who is hit, and will eventually lose the battle inexplicably. What an amazing secret, Xuanjian exclaimed, and then asked, this secret seems to be useful for trainers as well. It is useful, Alicia said. This secret is effective for all creatures that can smell, naturally including humans. It's just that you are not allowed to attack trainers in gym battles, so I controlled the power and range of the skills so that you were not affected too much. What a terrible secret! Xuanjian exclaimed. If it was used in actual combat, and the trainer and the Pokémon were hit at the same time, then because the person and the Pokémon were addicted to the fragrance of flowers at the same time, they would not be aware of it even if their movements were paralyzed, and they would not know how they lost in the end. That would be terrible. It seems that I really chose the right Pokémon for this last Pokémon. If it weren't for it, I really wouldn't be able to defeat you. Xuanjian said, and then opened the Pokéball in his hand. Go, Leaf Pokémon. As the Pokéball opened, an elegant Pokémon appeared on the field. It was the Leaf Pokémon. As soon as the Leaf Pokémon appeared, it frowned and sneezed loudly. The fragrance in the air around it was too strong, which made it very uncomfortable. As a grass-type Pokémon, the Leaf Pokémon has the ability to purify the air. It stretched its body and a soft green light came out of its body. Suddenly, the strong floral fragrance in the air disappeared, replaced by a fresh breath. It made people feel clear-headed when they smelled it, and even the boredom brought by the afternoon heat dissipated a lot. Alicia looked at the Leaf Pokémon on the field and was a little surprised. Hey, this Pokémon actually has the ability to purify the air. It's very powerful. It's a pity that it is a single grass attribute, so the attribute becomes favorable to me. That's true, but I firmly believe that the final victory is mine. Xuanjian said. Okay, then I'm going to attack. Alicia waved her hand. Queen of Flowers, poison powder. Immediately, the Queen of Flowers pistol suddenly expanded, and a cloud of purple poison powder sprayed out from it. Queen of Flowers has the largest petals in the world. When its petals are fully opened, it will produce a large amount of poison powder. This is its innate talent. Let's go to Leaf Elf. Pray for rain. Although Leaf Elf is most suitable for fighting in a sunny day, sunny days will undoubtedly not be able to deal with these troublesome pollens, and the opponent can also take advantage of sunny days, so Xuanjian asked Leaf Elf to pray for rain. Because this skill is rarely used and the humidity around is not high, the rain cloud summoned by Leaf Elf barely covers the entire field, and it only produces a drizzle, but this is enough. In the drizzle, the poison powder is soaked and falls into the soil under the rain. While the poison powder was washed away by the rain, Xuanjian ordered, Leaf Elf, cross scissors. Even without the bonus of sunlight, the speed of the Leaf Elf is also in the upper middle level among the elves, almost twice that of the Queen of Flowers. After receiving Xuanjian's order, the Leaf Elf immediately turned into green after image and rushed towards the Queen of Flowers. With its front paws crossed, it hit the Queen of Flowers hard, and then quickly escaped again, leaving no room for the opponent. Queen of Flowers, use falling petals. Alicia also knew the weakness of Queen of Flowers in speed, and immediately used a group attack skill. Leaf Elf, swallow return. The fast speed not only brought about dodging, but also made the Leaf Elf's attack time almost half of that of Queen of Flowers. Queen of Flowers had just scattered a large number of petals to intercept a Leaf Elf, and Xuanjian had already let a Leaf Elf use a new skill again. The Leaf Elf bent down, kicked its hind legs lightly, and leaped forward. The blades on its head kept waving, splitting the petals around it, and then flip over and hit Queen of Flowers. As a flying skill, Swallow Return is very effective for Queen Flower, and Queen Flower was immediately knocked away. Leaf Elf, final impact. Xuanjian shouted, letting Leaf Elf deliver the final blow. Aligia also looked solemn and shouted her own order, Queen Flower, photosynthesis. The photosynthesis that restores itself starts faster, making up for Queen Flower's weakness and speed. Bathed in a green light, Queen Flower's wounds recovered quickly, and then Leaf Elf rushed up again with unmatched momentum. Boom! There was a loud noise in the field, and a big hole was blown out on the grass, and grass debris flew all over the sky. Both of them stared at the field nervously, waiting for the result to be revealed. Finally, everything returned to calm, and the figures of the two elves reappeared in front of them. Xuanjian looked at the Leaf Elf panting in the field and Queen Flower lying on the ground, and shouted happily, "We won! Leaf Elf, well done!" Leaf Elf also happily ran around the grass, swaying its tail left and right, making bursts of cheerful grass flute sounds. Erika walked up to the Tyranthus gently and took out the Pokeball. "Thank you for your hard work, Tyranthus." Then she walked up to Xuanjian and handed over 2 skill machines and a colorful badge. "Congratulations. This is the Rainbow Badge and the skill machines for ultimate absorption and aromatherapy. I hope they are useful to you." "Thank you." Xuanjian thanked sincerely. If it weren't for Erika's letting her win, he would never have won if she had only used all her secret skills. It seems that these gym leaders are not as simple as he thought before. After obtaining the Rainbow Badge, Xuanjian and his group naturally would not stay in Rainbow City. The 3 of them continued to the next stop. Multi-track, the map shows that there is a beauty street over there, and there are many breeders over there. "Don't you want to go over there and take a look?" Shota pointed to a sign on the map and asked. Duoga shook his head and said in a depressed mood, "I have been to the beauty street many times before, and I also studied there for a period of time with a teacher. In fact, most people cannot appreciate the true health and beauty of elves, and it is a long process for breeders to make elves grow and develop well, and most people simply don't have the patience. Now there are fewer and fewer real breeders there, and most of them are makeup artists who use makeup techniques to make elves look fashionable and gorgeous, so there is no value for me to visit there now. No way, after all, most people are not professional trainers, they can't realize that the inner beauty of elves is the most important. But I believe that compared to them, breeders like you who understand the true beauty of elves are precious." Xuanjian comforted. "Thank you. It seems that a reader has rewarded, but it may be because it is not on Kidian.com, so I can't see it here. Anyway, thank you here." Chapter 214 The Birth of Mewtwo. In a secret laboratory somewhere in Team Rocket, all the top executives of Team Rocket, including Sakuki, gathered here, because according to the speculation of scientists such as Xiaobo, today is the day when their secretly cloned Pokémon is officially born. In the center of the laboratory, in a huge culture tank, a lavender egg is quietly suspended. It is not appropriate to call it an egg, because it does not have an eggshell in the usual sense. It is just that a large amount of psychic energy is attached to the placenta, forming a layer of membrane similar to an eggshell. Can this thing really help us defeat the Alliance? Mazhishi looked at this egg, which was a little weird, but there was nothing special about it, and asked with some doubt. "Of course." Xiaobo said with annoyance caused by being questioned, "The elves here are created by us using the eyelash fossils of the legendary mother of all things, Dream, as the genetic blueprint, and then integrating human elves to complete it. According to the analysis of its placental puncture sampling, this elf is extremely powerful, even surpassing the provider of its main genes, Dream. Converted into data, this elf has a racial value of 670, far exceeding Dream's initial racial value of 600, so we named it Mewtwo, which means an elf that surpasses Dream. It sounds powerful." Xiaobo turned his head and ignored Mazhishi. In his opinion, Mazhishi was a guy with muscles growing in his head, and there was no point in talking to him about this. Sakuki ignored the conflict between his 2 subordinates and said to Xiaobo, "Xiaobo, this time we must succeed. Team Rocket has invested too many resources in it. If they fail, Team Rocket will never recover." "Don't worry," Xiaobo said, "the difficulty of this plan is the restoration of the Dream gene and how to resolve the conflict between human genes and Dream genes. As long as a stable embryo is formed, there will be basically no problems in the future. So the difficulty of this experiment is actually in the early stage. As long as there are no accidents in the later stage, there will be no problem. As for now, Mewtwo is about to be born, and there will be no problem even without our participation. Sakuki nodded, feeling relieved. Xiaobo continued, unfortunately, this experiment has too many contingencies. Not only can the gene fusion process not be repeated, but even the genes of this newly born Pokémon cannot be cloned again. Perhaps it is because this Pokémon is too powerful, and the world does not allow another one to be born. After all, a race value of 670 is something that only the legendary first-line beasts have except the god of creation. At this time, the egg in the culture tank began to emit a soft white light, and an Pokémon that looked like a combination of a human and a squirrel slowly appeared in the white light, and Mewtwo was born. The World Tree, where the laws converge. A wave suddenly came from nowhere, and the sleeping Iosis's eyelids moved, as if he was about to wake up. But Dream, who was playing on the side, was one step faster, rushed to his side, and sent a hypnotic sound wave to him, so Iosis, who was about to wake up, fell asleep again. Dreamy breathed a sigh of relief. Her beautiful big eyes seemed to penetrate time and space. Looking into the distance, it seems that something closely related to me has been born. Even Iosis will be disturbed. This is not good. Well, it disappeared. It seems that the breath is hidden, but it doesn't matter. You will appear again sooner or later. With that, Dreamy also put this matter aside and continued to play. At the same time, in another base of Team Rocket, the eyelids of a hypnotic taper lying in a culture tank trembled, and then quietly opened its eyes, and then the machine that detected its life fluctuations immediately sounded an alarm. In this base, since a large number of personnel were transferred to the base where Mewtwo was located, only a few more amateur personnel were left behind. The machine rang for a long time before he dragged his feet over sleepily, and he had not yet put on protective equipment as required by the laboratory. Oh, is this machine broken? Why does it keep beeping? He was in a low position in the laboratory and was not qualified to have access to this experiment. Naturally, he did not know the meaning of a machine beeping, nor did he know that their research subjects were very dangerous guys, and they would suffer a great loss if they were not careful. Let me see. The experimenter flipped through the experimental records next to the machine, looking for relevant information about the experiment. Well, the life detector sounded, indicating that the clone has regained vitality, the soul has settled in, and the experiment was successful. While muttering, the experimenter looked at the hypnotic taper sleeping quietly in the culture tank, but it doesn't seem to wake up. Is there something wrong with the machine? While muttering so, the experimenter approached the glass jar of the culture tank to confirm it. Suddenly, the hypnotic taper, which seemed to be dead, suddenly opened its eyes, and the four eyes were facing each other. Ah! The experimenter was about to scream, but suddenly he felt that there seemed to be countless mysteries in the eyes in front of him, and then he couldn't help but indulge in it. After a while, the experimenter raised his HUD from the glass wall, calmly turned off the detector that kept alarming, deleted the detection record, restored everything to its original state and left. In the culture tank, the hypnotic taper also returned to its lifeless appearance and lay there quietly. Xuanjian knew nothing about all the above, or even if he knew, he could do nothing. Xuanjian was on the road with his companions at this time. The famous fighting town is in front of us. There are many fighting elves in the town. The annual P1 fighting competition is held here. We came a little early. This year's fighting competition is about a month away, so the town is still a little deserted. Shota introduced the town in the distance. The fighting town is the purpose of the three people's trip. Xuanjian, who has obtained the atavism potion, will take the electric beast here for a period of fighting training to help it fully exert the effect of the potion. I hope to meet a powerful fighter who is willing to guide me. If I can get their guidance, then the training of this incident will be twice as effective with half the effort. Xuanjian said. Don't worry, I'll help you. Duoga said, for a fighter, a skilled breeder's tailor-made service for his elves is very attractive. In exchange for this, someone will definitely be willing to teach you. Well, thank you. Xuanjian thanked sincerely. If it weren't for Duoga's help, he would never have achieved today's results so easily. No, you've helped me a lot, haven't you? At this time, a man with Abilang came over and asked, sorry, I just overheard your conversation. Do you want to use the breeder's tailor-made service in exchange for guidance? Chapter 215, Battle against Abilang. Xuanjian took a look at the other person. He was a strong middle-aged man with a muscular body. He was a person who had been training and fighting for a long time. Yes, You seem to be a fighter. Do you want to exchange with us? Yes, let me introduce myself. My name is Xuanjian. I have participated in 5 P1 fighting competitions and I am very experienced. If you ask me to teach you, your Pokemon will definitely improve greatly. The man said proudly. Excuse me, how many times have you won the championship? Xuanjian asked. Shandao's face immediately became ugly, and he said dejectedly, none. Tisk, Shota and Duoji looked at each other with contempt at the same time. He said so nicely, but he turned out to be a weak chicken. What are you looking at? Being despised by the two, Shandao immediately became angry. I am the strongest contender for the P1 fighting competition championship. It's just that every time I'm just a little bit short. Boy, take out your Pokemon, I want to show you my strength. Xuanjian raised his eyebrows. This was what he was thinking. What else can better test a person's level than fighting? So Xuanjian took off the Pokeball from his waist. That's just what I want, let's prove everything in a match. Go ahead, Electabuzz. Electabuzz? Fandao scratched his head. It's hard to pass the application for this kind of Pokemon P1 fighting competition. Although the P1 fighting competition in Kanto does not require fighting attribute Pokemon, but only requires participating Pokemon to use physical attack skills, Electabuzz can easily paralyze the opponent due to its own static electricity characteristics, which is inconsistent with the fighting spirit, so unless it is an Electabuzz with the energy attribute, it is basically banned. I know, but I don't want to participate in the P1 fighting competition. Uncle, you are not afraid, are you? How is it possible? Fandao clenched his fist and said to Abby beside him, even if the opponent is Electabuzz, we have to knock it down. Go ahead, Abby. Since it is a battle against a fighter, let's use physical skills too. Electabuzz, use Thunder Fist. Bright lightning immediately flashed on the fist of Electabuzz, and it smashed towards Abilang with unrivaled momentum. However, Fandao was not panicked at all. Instead, he taunted him, the speed is not bad, but what kind of threat can a fist with such thin arms pose? Abilang, let's use the Thunder Fist to fight back. Abilang immediately raised his fist, and a layer of lightning was also wrapped on the red boxing gloves, and then the two fists collided together. Suddenly, lightning splashed everywhere, and Electabuzz's current was stronger, which overwhelmed Abilang's lightning, but its own strength was weaker, and it was forced to retreat several steps before it resolved Abilang's power. Xuanjian was not embarrassed to see Electabuzz being beaten back. Electabuzz was thin and not strong to begin with. This would naturally be compensated when it evolved into Electabuzz, so he didn't need to care too much. Instead, the strength shown by the opponent made Xuanjian's eyes light up. Okay, Electabuzz, it seems that we have met a powerful opponent. I feel like I'm burning up. Electabuzz, use the lower body kick. Fighting is all about passion. But if you want to attack my lower body, you've made a wrong calculation. Abby, use Bullet Punch to defend against it. Xuanjian ordered Electabuzz to use a lower body kick, naturally because the lower body is Abilang's weakness. As fighting Pokemon, people often correspond Abilang and Chevelin, because the two have the same race value, but one is good at attacking with fists and the other is good at attacking with feet. As Abilang is good at attacking with fists, the defense of its lower body is naturally weaker than that of its upper body, so Xuanjian let Electabuzz attack the lower body. With a speed that exceeds that of Abilang, Electabuzz launched an attack on Abilang's lower body, and kicked Abilang's lower body fiercely with its legs with sharp claws. Abilang was not to be outdone, and his body retreated slightly. At the same time, his fist in his hand met Electabuzz like a bullet, blocking Electabuzz's kickback, and taking this opportunity to beat Electabuzz back again and again. Now it's my turn to attack, Shandao shouted while Electabuzz's body involuntarily retreated because its attack was blocked. Abilang, Fire Fist. A blazing flame ignited from Abby's fist. With the flexibility of his arm, Abby punched out a fist that was longer than his arm. Electabuzz quickly raised his arm to meet the attack, but his stance was easily broken, and the fist shining with flames fell on his body. Although the flaming fist did not cause burns, the temperature brought by the flames also failed to trigger Electabuzz's static electricity properties. Electabuzz, Arm Hammer. Xuanjian ordered, and Electabuzz immediately took advantage of the momentum of his stance being broken, swung his arm heavily, and smashed it at Abby. Abby, block it. And then use the Mind's Eye. Abby raised his fists to meet Electabuzz's fierce attack. With its superior strength, it successfully blocked the attack, but it was also hit very uncomfortable by the power of the arm hammer. Then, Abby used the see-through skill, so that it could see where Electabuzz' forward attack came from. Seeing his opponent use the see-through skill, Xuanjian knew that the opponent was going to use a big move, and quickly ordered, Electabuzz, use cross-chop to defend. In fact, it would be more effective to use the reflection wall at this time, but since they were determined to fight a fight, Xuanjian would naturally not let Electabuzz use such a skill. Electabuzz crossed his arms in front of his chest and used this attack skill to defend. Sure enough, Xuanjian shouted the expected order, Abby, use Explosive Fist. Explosive Fist, it is not the most powerful among the fighting skills, but its terrifying thing is that once it hits, it will confuse the opponent, and this skill has almost no other defects except that it needs to be charged, and once it is attacked while charging, it will fail to use. After being matched with the ability to predict the opponent's attack and thus improve the ability to dodge, this skill becomes very terrifying. Even though Electabuzz was well prepared and had set up the cross-chop early, when Abilang's fist hit its crossed hands, Electabuzz immediately felt a tremor coming from Abilang's fist, and its whole body involuntarily felt numb, and then a force was detonated in its body. Electabuzz suddenly felt the blood surging, and its head was buzzing, and it could no longer react. Electabuzz. Xuanjian called out worriedly, but Electabuzz did not respond, but its body trembled unconsciously. Xuanjian did not let Abilang attack again, but said to Xuanjian, I think we don't need to fight now. I have countless ways to defeat Electabuzz completely. Xuanjian nodded and took out the Pokeball. Come back, Electabuzz, you've worked hard. You should come back and rest first. Xuanjian also put away Abiran, and then asked Xuanjian, how is it? My strength is not bad, right? Not bad, Xuanjian nodded. Although Electabuzz's strength was greatly limited because it did not use other skills, it was not easy to defeat it. Xuanjian's Abiran could do this easily, so its strength was naturally not weak. With such strength, it was enough to guide Xuanjian. Then thank you for your help. Haha, no trouble. Xuanjian said that Electabuzz is indeed very talented in fighting and is worth training. It's a pity that it is not a fighting Pokémon, and many fighting skills cannot be learned. By the way, do you have any requirements for fighting guidance? Of course, Xuanjian said, I require a month of guidance before the P1 competition, and you can try your best to teach Electabuzz to learn some suitable fighting skills, such as Ice Fist, Fire Fist and Burst Fist. 1 month? Xuanjian was a little hesitant. He thought it would only take a few days of instruction, but it actually took a month. Normally, it wouldn't matter, but the P1 fighting tournament was about to begin, and he had to prepare for the tournament. Xuanjian saw through Xuanjian's concerns and said quickly, don't worry, I won't cause you too much trouble. You just need to give some pointers to the Electabuzz when you're resting. Of course, it would be even better if you could take me and the Electabuzz with you when you practice. Duog also quickly added, during this month, I will prepare the food for you and your Pokémon. I will make the most suitable food for you. I can also help your Pokémon with some massage and recovery, so that your practice will be more effective. With the help of a breeder like me, your Abby will definitely be able to play in the best condition and help you realize your dream of winning the P1 tournament. Xuanjian was a little tempted and asked, my practice is very hard. Can you keep up? No problem. Xuanjian nodded and said, well, then I agree. Xuanjian said, there is no other way, the wholehearted service of a breeder is too tempting for him. Fighting Pokemon's body is very easy to leave hidden injuries. With the help of the breeder, these hidden injuries can be well recovered. In this way, his hope of winning the championship is a little greater. Chapter 216 P1 Fighting Competition. Under the waterfall on the back hill of the fighting town, Xuanjian was practicing with Xuanjian with his elves. In the constantly moving sandbag array, Zoro and Leaf elves were avoiding the sandbags coming from all directions. In the dense sandbags, they could always find a gap and then pass through them lightly. This was the effect of their newly learned fighting skill, see-through. On the other side, Mantis was practicing with Abilang with bullet punches. Compared with before, Mantis's bullet punches not only improved in speed and strength, but also had a better grasp of timing. Of course, the one who made the greatest progress was the electric beast. By the pool under the waterfall, the electric beast was practicing on the blue stone on the shore. The blue stone was covered with traces of freezing and burning. This was one of the achievements of the electric beast this month, learning the frozen fist and the flame fist. In addition to these two skills, The electric beast also learned a series of skills such as see-through, sonic fist, and explosive fist, which completely changed the weakness of the poor moves, making Xuanjian feel that his efforts were not in vain. Everyone, take a break. Come and have some soup to cool you down. Duoga's voice came from a reed not far away. Suddenly, the elves who were training enthusiastically stopped and rushed to the reed. Don't be anxious, don't rush. One bowl for each person. Duoga greeted with a smile. For a breeder, seeing that the food he made was liked by everyone is a happier thing than eating delicious food himself. Shandao picked up a bowl of soup, drank it in one gulp, and then looked at Duoga eagerly. Duoga, the soup you made is so delicious. After drinking it, I don't want to eat anything else. Although he didn't say it directly, the meaning couldn't be more obvious. Give me another bowl. Duoga was not moved at all, and said with a smile, so I can only give you one bowl each. If there are more, there will be no place for dinner. Well, okay. Seeing that the plan failed, Shandao was a little discouraged, but when he thought of dinner, his face was lifted again. Then I must eat one more portion for dinner. No, no. Duoga shook his head and said, a reasonable diet is very important, don't overeat. Duoga, you are too cruel. Shandao pretended to be painful and accused, but he also knew that Duoga was doing it for his own good, and he was just making a fuss just to relax. Dad can't be willful, said a girl next to him. This is Shandao's daughter Amy. She was very dissatisfied with her father's obsession with fighting competitions. After all, like most girls, she didn't like these somewhat brutal battles. But under the persuasion of Xuanjian and the other two, Amy gradually understood Shandao's obsession with fighting and decided to help her father realize his dream as soon as possible. So, she followed Duoga to learn some knowledge of breeders. Under Duoga's patient teaching, she has barely gotten started now. Haha, got it. It's just that Duoga's skills are so good that people can't stop. May, you have to learn from Duoga. Yes, I will. May nodded obediently and began to clean up the tableware left by the elves after drinking the summer soup. After drinking the summer soup, the elves did not immediately start training, but rested under the reeds. Xuanjian chatted with Shandao. Thank you Mr. Shandao for this period of time. My elf has made great progress. Shandao shook his head. No, such great progress is inseparable from your efforts. To be honest, I didn't expect you and your elf to be able to stick to it. You know, I arranged the training volume according to my own standards. Xuanjian smiled. Only those who endure hardships can become superior. If you want to be extraordinary, you must sweat. However, Xuanjian did not intend to give a wave of chicken soup, so he changed the subject. The P1 fighting competition is about to begin, and the training is over. Please prepare for the competition with peace of mind. Hearing Xuanjian's words, Shandao's face changed. Are you leaving? It doesn't matter, I can continue to guide you. Xuanjian smiled, understanding Shandao's worries. In the past month, with Duoga's full care, Shandao and Abilang have lived an extremely comfortable life. Xuanjian has witnessed with his own eyes how much help a skilled breeder can help improve the strength of elves. In this month, Duoga has conditioned Shandao's Abilang in terms of massage, diet, work and rest, etc., not only allowing him to have enough energy every day to complete a training volume far exceeding the previous amount, but also helping him recover from many hidden injuries, allowing his already stagnant strength to rise again. Now that it has come to a critical moment, Shandao, who has tasted the benefits, is naturally unwilling to let the group leave easily. Don't worry, Mr. Shandao, we won't leave for the time being. We also plan to watch the fighting competition. We also hope that you can win the championship, so Duoga will continue to help you next. Seeing that his little thoughts were discovered, Shandao was a little embarrassed. Then won't you continue fighting training? I can continue to guide you. Xuanjian shook his head. No, Electabuzz is not a fighting elf, and I have no intention of participating in the P1 competition. Electabuzz learns fighting only to improve its strength while taking care of its own interests, so what we have to do next is to integrate fighting tactics and skills into Electabuzz's combat mode. Shandao nodded and sighed. So that's the case. Alice, you and Electabuzz are both very talented in fighting. It's a pity to give up like this. In the following time, Xuanjian and Shandao practiced separately, waiting for the start of the fighting competition. As time approached, more and more people came to the town. However, The P1 fighting competition is just a competition spontaneously organized by folk fighting enthusiasts, which is very niche. Not only did it not receive strong support from the league, but there were also very few people willing to sponsor it, so it was not well known and there were very few visitors. Under such circumstances, it was naturally difficult to attract experts to the competition. The level of the participating fighting trainers was not very high, and the number was very small. It was no wonder that Xuanjian could easily win the championship in the original work. Although the Rocket Trio was the reason for the trouble, the small number of participants and the low level were also the main reasons. Xuanjian, do you think this P1 fighting competition has investment potential? Duogi asked. Xuanjian shook his head. The potential is not great. After all, in this kind of competition, fighting elves have too great an advantage, and the number of fighting elves is too small, so it is difficult to expand the scale of participation. And because only physical attack skills can be used, the tactics of the contestants are greatly restricted. Although the fist-to-flesh combat looks exciting, it seems too barbaric for some people, and compared with ordinary competitions that can use gorgeous skills, fighting competitions are much less entertaining. Except for the die-hard fans of fighting, ordinary people don't have much interest in this kind of competition. That's a pity. Duoga sighed. If the future is good, then this is a good opportunity to expand the family business. Xuanjian understood Duoga's thoughts and reminded him, investing in the P1 fighting competition has no future, but investing in these fighting trainers is still good. Duoga was a little confused. Those fighting trainers, they and their Pokémon have gained physiques that ordinary people envy after long-term training, but only a small number of them have received careful care in the process, and most of them have lost their potential and left with hidden injuries. If there are breeders to help them, then they can heal their hidden injuries, make up for some of their potential, and improve their strength. In this way, won't they become living signs that reflect the ability of your breeders? As long as you win them over, the profession of breeder will surely be further known and greatly expand the scope of business. And for these fighters, they will be very happy to get help from breeders. Good idea. Duoga jumped up excitedly. In her heart, family comes first, and the profession of breeder comes second. Hearing that she can contribute to this profession, Duoga is very excited. I'll contact the Breeders' Union right away. They are worried about the lack of influence of breeders recently. Duoga hurried to contact the Breeders' Union, while Xuanjian and Shota continued to walk towards the fighting competition venue, where the fighting competition would be held. On the way, Xuanjian saw Xuanjian and his group from a distance, but Xuanjian did not go up to say hello. He felt that he was now on the side of Xuanjian, and wanted to help him realize his dream of becoming a champion, so Xuanjian would definitely not be able to win the championship. Although he was not wrong, he always felt a little guilty, so Xuanjian thought it would be better not to contact him for the time being. By the way, there are also those guys from Team Rocket. We must prevent them from making trouble. Xuanjian's ability was not weak to begin with, and after multi-track conditioning, it has been greatly improved. As long as the interference of Team Rocket is eliminated, it will not be difficult to win the championship. Thinking of this, Xuanjian searched around for the traces of the Rocket Trio. Unfortunately, the traces of the Rocket Trio were not so easy to find, so Xuanjian went to the lounge to check, but he did not expect to see a group of fighters gathered together, and Xuanjian was confronting a teenager in the circle. Mr. Xuanjian, what's going on? Xuanjian separated a crowd of onlookers and walked up to ask. Xuanjian looked at the other party. Surrounded by so many people, the boy was not afraid at all. In this case, in addition to being strong enough, it may be that the background is strong enough to win. Judging from the family emblem on the other party's back, it should be the latter, so Xuanjian stopped everyone. After all, those with family emblems are from big families, and it will be very troublesome. Boy, Xuanjian said to the boy, I don't care where you come from, but since you provoke us like this, then as a fighter, I must respond. Let's have a game. I want to let you see how powerful we are. The boy looked indifferent. Okay. Wait, Xuanjian grabbed Xuanjian. Xuanjian, you still want to participate in the P1 fighting competition? Let me replace you. You. The boy glanced at Xuanjian and found that he was a boy about the same age as himself. His face was full of contempt, as if saying that you are not qualified. Xuanjian was also a little annoyed and asked, why, you don't dare. Humph, the young man said with hatred, you are not qualified yet. Okay, Then I will take it as your acceptance. By the way, what is your name? My humble name is Xuanjian. Shangongpeng. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217 Contest. Outside the fighting competition venue, Xuanjian and Shangongpeng came to an open space, surrounded by the crowd, and each summoned a Pokémon. Go, Electabuzz. To deal with such an opponent, in such an occasion, the most suitable one is undoubtedly Electabuzz. Electabuzz? Then it's you, Xuanjian. Shangongpeng summoned Xuanjian, a fighting Pokémon that is known as the Ghost of Kicking skills together with a Billing. They are developed from the same Pokémon, Fearless, through different training methods. Together with War Dancer, who has not yet appeared in Kanto, they are the favorite Pokémon of trainers who love fighting. You attack first. Xuanjian said. Shangongpeng was not polite and ordered, Xuanjian, warm up with a double kick first. After receiving the order, Xuanjian immediately raised his legs and attacked Electabuzz. Xuanjian has flexible limbs. While performing continuous kicks, his legs will continue to extend, and can extend to about twice, which greatly increases its attack range. Facing such a fierce enemy, Xuanjian did not dare to be careless, otherwise he would become a laughingstock if he failed to teach others a lesson. Electric Beast, Thunder Punch. Electric Beast chuckled, and a surge of lightning surged on his fist. After a month of special training, although its strength did not increase much due to its innate limitations, Xuanjian was inspired by a certain anime in his previous life and let it cultivate the skill of stimulating the body with electric current. In this way, the strength and speed of its punches have been greatly improved. Bang! Bang! The long legs and fists collided, and the two sides fought a draw. The two evenly matched Pokémon separated again, waiting for the next order from the trainer. Interesting, Shangongpeng raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect your Electabuzz could block my Chevalo's double kick. It seems you still have some strength. I apologize for my contempt for you just now. Xuanjian looked at Shangongpeng curiously, and was not in a hurry to order the Electabuzz to attack, but asked, I accept your apology, but I think you need to apologize to more than just me. Are you talking about that man? Shangongpeng asked, and then said contemptuously, he doesn't deserve it. Why? Humph. Using an Abilin without the Iron Fist attribute to participate in a fighting competition is an insult to fighting. The same goes for other people, the Pokémon they use are really bad. These are all insults to fighting. Although Shangongpeng's words were a bit rude, they did make some sense. After all, for a boxing master like Abilin, he couldn't exert his maximum strength without the Iron Fist attribute. However, Xuanjian could not agree with this point of view. Not every elf has the most suitable characteristics, and not everyone can meet an elf with perfect characteristics. According to your point of view, do they have no meaning of existence? They can do other things, there is no need to participate in fighting. No, the love of fighting should not be determined by one's own talent. I believe that as long as you have a heart that loves fighting and put in enough sweat, even if the talent is not very good, you can become an excellent fighter. Tisk, Shangongpeng smiled contemptuously. Naive idea. Xuanjian was not angry at Shangongpeng's disapproval. It is difficult to change other people's opinions by talking alone. Only by relying on facts can you convince others. Xuanjian pointed at Electabuzz and said, my Electabuzz is not a fighting attribute Pokémon, and its fighting talent is not outstanding, but it loves fighting. I also believe that with hard work, it can become a powerful fighter. Today, I will prove this to you. In this battle, my Electabuzz will not use any skills that are not allowed by the rules of the fighting competition. I want it to defeat you as a fighter. For this, I bet the 6 badges I collected in Kanto. As he said, Xuanjian took out a badge box, opened it and put it aside. Xuanjian put out his badges, which immediately attracted a lot of discussion from the onlookers. There are 6 badges. And there is also a badge of the Death Gym Takawa Gym. There are also badges of the Golden Gym and the Dead Leaf Gym, which are all very valuable. Looking at Xuanjian's actions, Shangongpeng was also shocked. You crazy? Although he recognized the strength of Electabuzz, he did not think that Electabuzz, which did not use special attack skills, could beat his Xuanjian. In his opinion, Xuanjian's actions were to give himself a badge. Don't you dare. Xuanjian challenged. Shanggongpeng gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "How is it possible? It just so happens that I only got 2 badges, and yours is enough. I'm betting, this is the bet." As he said that, Shanggongpeng took out a platinum bracelet inlaid with a dark green gem from his backpack and put it aside. "That's the keystone?" Xuanjian asked uncertainly. "Yes," Shanggongpeng replied, "this is the treasure my father brought back from Carlos for me." "This is enough, right?" "Enough." Xuanjian nodded. It was really a case of searching for something without any effort. He was still thinking about where to get a keystone, but he didn't expect it to be delivered to his door. Xuanjian said to Electabuzz, "Electabuzz, we must win this time." Electabuzz also felt Xuanjian's determination and nodded vigorously. "Okay, let's continue." Xuanjian ordered to Electabuzz, "Electabuzz, attack with all your strength with your lightning fist." Electabuzz felt Xuanjian's determination and immediately exerted all his strength. Lightning surged all over his body, stimulating his body with lightning, further increasing his already fast speed, and rushed towards Shuarang. Shanggongpeng did not hesitate, and quickly ordered, "Shuarang, flying kick." Shuarang raised his right leg high and chopped at Electabuzz fiercely, colliding with Electabuzz's powerful fist. Suddenly, under the fierce collision, the ground shattered instantly, and Electabuzz's feet sank into the ground, but he successfully blocked Shuarang's right foot. "Okay, Electabuzz, throw," Xuanjian ordered. Shanggongpeng also ordered at the same time, "Shuarang, roundhouse kick." Zajaman held Shuarang's right foot and smashed it to the ground like a stone, while Shuarang rotated his body and threw Zajaman out. The 2 elves attacked each other at the same time and were also hurt at the same time. With its flexible body, Zajaman climbed up first, and Xuanjian quickly ordered, "Zajaman, flame fist." "Tisk, did you find it?" "Shuarang, flame kick." Shanggongpeng also changed his moves and let Shuarang use flame kick. His Shuarang has a soft attribute, which can exempt the most terrible paralysis for fighting elves. This is also the reason why he dared to let Shuarang and Zajaman fight in close combat. I didn't expect the opponent to guess this so quickly. The fists and feet burning with flames collided again, sparking sparks all over the sky, as if it was the blazing will of the 2 elves in the duel. The fight between the 2 was so exciting that a large number of people came to watch, and even those who were watching the P1 fighting competition were attracted. "Your fire kick seems a little weak. You deliberately reduced the force to improve the hit rate?" Xuanjian asked, looking at the 2 elves in a stalemate. "That's right. After all, although the attack from the feet is more powerful, hitting is a very troublesome problem." Shanggongpeng nodded. "Next, let me show you my secret technique. Shuarang, continuous flying kicks." Hearing the order, Shuarang immediately gave up the stalemate with the electric beast, did a backflip, and retreated far away. Then he rushed towards the electric beast again, but flew into the air at a distance from the electric beast, used his legs to perform the bullet punch skill, and kicked the electric beast below frantically. With his legs that can be greatly extended, Shuarang kept attacking the electric beast below, and stayed in the air with the power of the electric beast blocking, and launched continuous attacks. For a time, the electric beast fell into a disadvantage. Seeing that the Electabuzz was being suppressed and could only block with a flame fist, Xuanjian ordered, "Electabuzz, see through." The spirit of the Electabuzz was immediately lifted, and a gleam of light flashed in its eyes. Then, the body swayed left and right skillfully, avoiding the attack of Shuarang, and then rolled successfully out of the attack range of Shuarang. Looking at the Electabuzz who escaped successfully, Shanggongpeng said proudly, "Escaped. Seeing through is not always successful. Let's see how many times you can escape. Shuarang, give another series of flying kicks." Seeing Shuarang take off again, Xuanjian was not panicked at all, and calmly ordered the Electabuzz, "This time, use the frozen fist to block." The Electabuzz nodded, and a large amount of ice condensed on his fists, and he faced the attacking Shuarang. Shuarang's name of the ghost of kicking skills is not for nothing. Few elves can match its leg skills. Even though the Electabuzz was faster, it had more and more flaws because it didn't see through the rescue. Finally, it was kicked in the chest by Shuarang and flew backwards. "How is it? Admit defeat," Shanggongpeng said proudly. "Not so good." Xuanjian also showed a proud smile on his face. "You should take a good look at your Shuarang's feet." "Ah." Shanggongpeng turned his head quickly and saw Shuarang standing there with a painful look on his face. Its feet were bruised and purple, and it was obviously injured. How could this happen? Shen Gongpeng was a little at a loss. Most of Xuanjian's skills were in his legs. If his feet were injured, he would basically be useless. However, Xuanjian's feet were its common attack parts, and its defense was very strong. How could it be injured? It couldn't be overused. He had used more consecutive flying kicks before and was fine. Why did he get injured this time? Shen Gongpeng looked at Electabuzz and found that its fists were also covered with bruises. He immediately understood everything. That's right. Xuanjian nodded to confirm the other party's inference. Electabuzz first used the fire fist to heat up Xuanjian's legs, and then used the freezing fist to cool it quickly. Even with Xuanjian's feet as a defense, it was inevitable that it would be injured. But your Electabuzz fist is also useless. Yet, Xuanjian nodded. Electabuzz's fist also experienced a sudden change of temperature, so it was naturally impossible for it to be safe and sound, and it was even more seriously injured. However, compared with Xuanjian's feet, Electabuzz's fist is naturally not that important. Electabuzz with an injured fist can still use other methods to attack, but Xuanjian with an injured foot not only has most of his attack skills useless, but even his movement is affected. This exchange is very worthwhile. Shen Gongpeng looked unhappy. At this time, Xuanjian said something to him. Shen Gongpeng asked hesitantly, "Do you really want to do this?" Xuanjian. "If you continue to use your feet may be damaged beyond repair." Xuanjian nodded firmly and looked at the electric beast with full fighting spirit. "Okay." Shen Gongpeng clenched his fist, "then let the opponent see our fighting spirit." Xuanjian, Heart. Chapter 218 Going to the Crimson Gym. Not good. Xuanjian heard what the other party said and immediately understood the other party's plan. The mind's eye has no attack effect, but it can help the elves lock onto the opponent and ensure that the attack will hit. There is only one trick that Xuanjian can learn that requires the assistance of this skill. Xuanjian immediately ordered, "Electric Beast, use Lightning Flash." The surging lightning surged, and the electric beast slammed into Xuanjian with all its strength. Xuanjian, who had injured both feet, only tried to resist with his hands, and was naturally knocked out without any resistance. After falling to the ground in embarrassment, Xuanjian immediately stood up with great strength. The opponent was very fast, and his defense was not high. If he came a few more times, he would definitely lose his combat effectiveness, and he must use the final attack immediately. Shen Gongpeng also understood what Xuanjian meant, and immediately ordered, "Xuanjian, use the flying knee kick." "It's this," Xuanjian said to the electric beast with a serious face. "Electric beast, use the crazy volt with all your strength. The victory or defeat depends on this blow." Enduring the pain, Xuanjian jumped high, bent his knees slightly, and fell towards the electric beast with unmatched momentum. The electric beast was not to be outdone, and the electric current burst out of his body. He jumped high from the ground and greeted the falling Xuanjian in the air. The two elves collided fiercely in the air, causing a violent explosion. "Electric Beast." Xuanjian. Xuanjian and Shen Gongpeng shouted at the same time, staring at the place covered with smoke and dust in the air. There was a moment of silence, and then a yellow voice fell out first and fell to the ground. Its usually well-groomed shiny fur was now dirty and messy, like a piece of rag. Then Xuanjian also fell from the air and knelt on one knee on the ground. However, it was obvious that he was seriously injured by looking at his fractured and deformed legs. "Electabuzz, are you okay?" Xuanjian asked worriedly. At this moment, the badge and other things were not important. Xuanjian only cared about the safety of Electabuzz. "Woo!" Electabuzz groaned in pain, then panted and struggled to get up, trying to recover his strength according to the breathing method he learned, while staring at Xuanjian not far away. Seeing that Electabuzz had not lost its fighting power, Xuanjian also endured the pain and stood up. Both Pokémon lost the ability to attack again, but they stared at each other fiercely, waiting for the other to fall first. "Be careful." At this time, there was a cry of surprise from the crowd, and a white object flew rapidly from the air and hit Electabuzz, knocking it to the ground. Then, Xuanjian also fell to the ground. Meow. Xuanjian looked at the thing that hit Electabuzz and found that it was a Pokémon common only seen in the Kanto area, a Meow. "Sorry, no one is hurt." Shandao's voice came from where Meowth flew, and then he ran over. "What's going on?" Xuanjian pointed at Meowth and asked. This Meowth and a man and a woman wanted to make trouble in the fighting competition, but my Spearow punched them away. Shandao explained. Xuanjian was speechless. He was so unlucky that even drinking cold water would make his teeth ache. He worked hard for a long time and was about to win, but he didn't expect that Shandao would ruin it. The one who falls to the ground first loses. He lost the bet. Let Shota watch Meowth to prevent it from running away. Xuanjian took back the electric beast, came to Shangongpeng, and said, I lost. It was a wonderful game. This is for you. Xuanjian handed the badge box to Shangongpeng. Although it was heartbreaking to lose the badges that he had worked so hard to collect, a man should be willing to accept defeat. No, I lost. Shangongpeng pushed the badge box handed over by Xuanjian and said, the injuries of the two elves are similar, but Shuarang's foot is injured. Standing will cause more damage to it, so if the stalemate continues, I will definitely lose. I take back what I just said and apologize to everyone. As he said that, Shangongpeng bowed to everyone present, then turned to Xuanjian and said, this is for you. With a look of reluctance, he handed the bracelet inlaid with a keystone to Xuanjian. Xuanjian looked at the other party's bracelet, then at his own badge, thought for a while, and smiled. In this case, why don't we exchange? Exchange. Shangongpeng looked at Xuanjian with a puzzled look. Well, Xuanjian nodded and said, I will exchange my 6 badges for your bracelets as a souvenir. Let's make friends. Okay. Shangongpeng nodded readily, took Xuanjian's badge, and then handed the bracelet to Xuanjian. Then are you sure you can get the qualification again? Of course, don't worry. Xuanjian said, you have to work hard, don't lose too badly when the time comes. No, Shangongpeng said, then turned and walked out of the town. See you at the quartz conference. See you at the quartz conference. After Shangongpeng left, the P1 fighting competition continued as usual, but after watching the fierce competition between Javelin and Electabuzz, the P1 fighting competition was not enough to watch, and the audience just responded mediocrely. The troublemaking rocket team was solved, and the competition was naturally not disturbed. After a hard fight, Shandao and Abilang won the victory with difficulty. However, Xuanjian also saw that Shandao's Abilang was indeed lacking in talent, and coupled with the fact that he had not been well trained, it was difficult to improve his strength. On the contrary, although Xiaozi's Infernape has just evolved, its talent is indeed outstanding. When Abilang fought against it, he won by relying on his rich experience. Xuanjian understood after a little thought. After all, Infernape can almost be said to have evolved by itself in the wild. It is impossible for such a talent not to be outstanding. And Sandao also saw this and had a love for Infernape. He proposed to train it. Although Xiaozi was a little reluctant, he agreed. Without disturbing Sandao from enjoying the joy of winning the championship, Xuanjian and his group quietly left the town and embarked on the journey to the Crimson Gym. Now Mr. Sandao's wish has finally come true. We have also completed our plan, which is the best of both worlds. Shota exclaimed. Yes, Xuanjian nodded, and suddenly thought of something, and asked, by the way, Shota, where's the meow? Shota was stunned, and said, you mean the talking meow? It said it was going to the toilet and would come back by itself after going? Should we go back and look for it? Xuanjian's forehead was full of black lines. Forget it, it must have run away. That meow is more cunning than humans, it slipped away a long time ago. Sorry, Shota said apologetically. It's okay, there will be a chance to catch it in the future. Xuanjian looked at Duoga with a curious face and said, next time I catch it, I'll show it to you. Pokémon that can speak human language are very rare. Well, Duoga nodded. By the way, what kind of treasure is that stone? Is it worth exchanging for 6 badges? Although the bracelet is exquisitely made and made of precious platinum, Duoga doesn't think it will be more valuable than 6 badges. So with a little guess, he naturally knows that the valuable thing is the stone inlaid on it. How can you say that? This is an exchange between friends, how can it be measured by value? Xuanjian looked distressed. Tisk, Duoga looked at Xuanjian with contempt. Come on. You and I don't know yet, tell me about it. Xuanjian stopped playing tricks, rolled up his sleeves, revealed his bracelet, and said, remember the Mega Evolution Stone we won in the underground arena? This is the key to unlock it, and it is called the Keystone. Pokémon carry Mega Evolution Stones, and trainers carry Keystones. Only when both parties work together can the Pokémon Mega Evolution. Different Pokémon need different Mega Evolution Stones, but Keystones are universal. With a stone, I can make Charizard Mega Evolve. Mega Evolution. I've only seen it in the information. I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes," said Shota. Duoga nodded. "So that's how it is. It's really a precious treasure. No wonder you're willing to exchange it for a badge. You've made a fortune. That poor boy was foolish enough to be cheated of such a precious treasure by you." "No way," Xuanjian protested. "My badge is also precious. If he gets my badge, he will have enough badges to participate in the competition. The alliance is very loose in managing badges. Whoever gets it will be eligible to participate in the quartz conference. After all, the purpose of the badge is to select strong trainers to participate in the quartz conference. So even if you don't challenge the gym, but snatch the badge from other trainers, it also proves that you are strong enough and naturally qualified to participate. On the contrary, if you can't even keep your own badge, what are you going to participate in the quartz conference? Therefore, the alliance tacitly approves and even encourages trainers to snatch badges. Badges can be obtained by challenging gyms, but keystones are not so easy to obtain," Duoga retorted. "That's true, but at least 3 of my badges are out of print. They are very precious souvenirs. The 2 are equally valuable," Xuanjian argued. 3. Duoga asked in confusion, "Isn't there only one badge for the Vermilion Gym? Normally, the badge of a gym will remain the same. Only when a major change happens to the gym and the owner changes, the badge will change. The Vermilion Gym must have changed its owner, but there's only one, right? Where did the other 2 come from?" Xuanjian touched his head and found that he had let the cat out of the bag. He didn't explain, but said vaguely, "You will know later. The Rockets made such a big fuss this year. The Golden Gym and the Takawa Gym will definitely be closed, and there will be 3 badges in total. Xuanjian, since you are giving away your badges, you definitely can't participate in the Quartz Conference by collecting badges. Are you planning to take the Pokémon appraisal exam?" Shota asked. "Yes," Xuanjian nodded. "For him, the appraisal exam is not difficult at all." "Then why do we go to the Crimson Gym?" Shota expressed his doubts. "Of course I'm going to train myself," Xuanjian said. "The Crimson Gym badge is also likely to be out of print. Tisk, you're here for the skill machine over there." Duoga exposed Xuanjian without hesitation. "It's good to know it in your heart. It's so depressing to say it out loud," Xuanjian protested. Shota. "The length and importance of the next appearance of the extras depends on the strength of your support." Chapter 219 First Battle with Xiaomao. Each gym has its own characteristics, and the Crimson Gym is no exception. Its leader is Aju, the Poison King of Kanto, who follows the way of ninja, so the Crimson Gym is located deep in the mountains. So, on the way to the Crimson Gym, Xuanjian and the other 2 got lost. "How could this happen? We clearly followed the signposts," Duoga lamented. "The mountain road was difficult to walk on. The 3 of them rushed for half a day, but found that they had come to a cliff, which meant that they had to turn back the way they came. All their efforts were wasted." Xuanjian walked to the mouth of the cliff, leaned over and observed for a while, and then said, "The break is not naturally formed. It looks like it has just appeared. There should be some construction here, so the original road was dug up, but the road signs were not modified in time." "What? I hate it," Duoga complained. "Forget it, let's think about what to do. Should we take a detour or return the same way? We must make a decision as soon as possible, it's getting late. We didn't bring enough food, and we will be hungry if we camp," Shota reminded. "If we take a detour, I don't know if the road ahead will be passable. Let's go back the same way." Xuanjian expressed his opinion. "No, I can't walk anymore." Duoji got angry. Xuanjian and Shota looked helpless. Duoji was easy to talk to normally, but once she got angry, there was really nothing he could do about her. After thinking for a while, Xuanjian took out the Pokeball. "Come out, Zbat. Go find out if there's anyone nearby. Let's go ask for directions. I vaguely remembered that they seem to be repairing a reservoir here, so there should be someone nearby." Zbat flew very fast and soon found the target and returned. Xuanjian and the other 2 hurriedly followed Zbat to the target. Passing through the jungle, the 3 soon saw a group of people gathered, and one of them was actually an acquaintance. "Xiaomao, long time no see." Xuanjian walked over and greeted Xiaomao. Because he had stayed in the Oak Research Institute for a while, Xuanjian and Xiaomao were not strangers. "Brother Xuanjian." Xiaomao treated people he thought were better than him very well, and Xuanjian belonged to this kind of people. But it was limited to Xuanjian. As for Duoki and Shota, Xiaomao just introduced himself and didn't even ask Shota and Duoki's names. Are you here to challenge the Crimson Gym? Xuanjian asked. Xiaomao shook his head and said, I have already challenged the Crimson Gym. Now I heard that someone here is offering a high price to invite excellent trainers to help, so I came here. Then he handed a flyer to Xuanjian. Xuanjian took a look at the flyer and it was just as he remembered. Because the Diglett was making trouble, trainers were recruited to drive away the Diglett. Crumpling up the flyer, Xuanjian said, Don't waste your time. The guy who wrote the flyer is confusing the truth. This forest is the territory of the moles, not the territory of humans. They are building a reservoir here, which is an infringement of the territory of the moles, so they are resisted by the moles. So that's how it is. Xiaomao nodded. In that case, I won't participate. For most trainers, although they stand on the side of humans, they do not agree with humans' wanton occupation of other Pokemon's territories, so after understanding the whole story, Xiaomao decided to give up. By the way, if you have just challenged the Crimson Gym, you should know how to get to the Crimson Gym, right? The road over there has been dug up due to the construction. We want to take a detour, but we don't know if there are any obstacles ahead, do you know? Xiaomao nodded and said, I know a little about this, you can go from. After some explanation, Xuanjian and the other two finally figured out how to get to the Crimson Gym. At this time, Xiaomao suggested, Last time, Brother Xuanjian, you said that I had just started and was not familiar with Pokemon, so you rejected my challenge. Now I want to challenge you again, okay? Of course, I also want to see how much you have grown, Xiaomao. Xuanjian readily agreed. Then, the two found an open space, with Shota as the referee, and the two had a showdown. Of course, Xiaomao's group of portable cheerleaders were indispensable. After a little thought, Xuanjian chose the Pokemon. It's decided that it's you, Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur? Brother Xuanjian, your Pokemon hasn't evolved yet. Xiaomao asked curiously. Xuanjian shook his head and said, No, this guy has a little problem, so it hasn't evolved. But its strength is very strong. Xiaomao nodded to show that he understood. The fact that Pokemon can't evolve is like a person's disability. It hurts to say it directly, so it is usually just expressed in a vague way. But you are underestimating me, Brother Xuanjian. Xiaomao took out a Pokeball. Please, my sweetheart, my baby, Nidorino. Xuanjian didn't dare to be careless, but he still had to show his grace at this time, so Xuanjian said, You attack first. Xiaomao was not polite either, and ordered, Nidorino, horn collision. Nidorino has a horn on its forehead, and it has a poison attribute. It is easy to suffer a physical collision with it, so Xuanjian ordered, Bulbasaur, use the Vine Whip to stop the opponent. Seed. Bulbasaur nodded, and two thick vine whips quickly stretched out from its back and whipped Nidorino. Due to its old age and sufficient nutrition, Bulbasaur's body is much larger than normal, so the vine whip it uses is naturally thicker and more powerful. The vine whip hit Nidorino hard, causing its body to tilt and its attack to be interrupted. Okay, that's it. Tie up Nidorino with the vine whip, and then use the energy ball to attack. All the skills that Bulbasaur can use are restrained by Nidorino. In contrast, Xuanjian can only let it use the energy ball. Multi-line operation is not difficult for Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur quickly tied up Nidorino with the vine whip, and at the same time, a green energy ball condensed in its mouth and hit Nidorino. Seeing Nidorino in danger, Xiaomao did not panic, and calmly ordered, Nidorino, use the freezing light. Crack! White cold light sprayed out from Nidorino's mouth, instantly defeating the energy ball and freezing Bulbasaur's vine whip. The frozen vine whip immediately lost its original flexibility. Nidorino broke immediately after a little force, and Nidorino regained his freedom. Not good, Xuanjian said secretly. Ice skills have a great restraint on Bulbasaur, which is very disadvantageous to him. Xuanjian quickly ordered, Bulbasaur, try to catch it again. The vine whip is not a part of Bulbasaur's body, but it will bring great pain if it is destroyed. Bulbasaur doesn't care. He endures the pain and grows a vine whip again to whip Nidorino. Nidorino, dig a hole. Xiaomao didn't dare to let Bulbasaur's vine whip catch him again. This time, he took advantage of Xuanjian's lack of defense to destroy it with a freezing light. It won't be so easy next time. Nidorino's body is like a rabbit. After evolution, it will have ground attributes, so digging a hole is not difficult for it. I saw its horn pointed at the ground, and its limbs dug into the ground immediately. Watch your feet, Xuanjian reminded, but there was no other way. Although he could sense Nidorino's position through the power of Takawa, Bulbasaur didn't have any skills to attack the opponent, not to mention that Nidorino kept moving. However, Xuanjian could tell when Nidorino would attack, so when Nidorino stopped at Bulbasaur's feet, Xuanjian warned, "Be careful, it's coming." Bulbasaur immediately jumped up with the help of the Vine Whip, trying to avoid the attack, but unexpectedly, after Bulbasaur jumped off the ground immediately broke, a horn was exposed, and then a stream of white cold light hit Bulbasaur. Suddenly, Bulbasaur's soft abdomen was hit hard by the freezing light, suffering considerable damage. It seems that you, Brother Xuanjian, can also tell when and where the opponent underground will attack. I suffered a loss once before, so I changed my tactics and used the freezing light to attack the opponent directly from underground. This time, I can't avoid it anyway. Xiaomao said proudly. Good idea, Xuanjian praised, but he became nervous. Bulbasaur really had no way to crack this tactic. Was he really going to lose to Xiaomao today? That would be a big shame. Then let's do it again. Xiaomao said, Nidorino, dig a hole. Damn it, Xuanjian left a drop of cold sweat on his forehead, and could only order, Bulbasaur, run. At least this way Nidorino can't lock Bulbasaur for the time being, leaving himself a lot of time to think about countermeasures. Bulbasaur was injured in the abdomen, and it was not convenient for him to run, but he still followed his instructions, and Nidorino kept chasing after him. Every time Bulbasaur just left the original place, the ground sank, and the two Pokémon played a game of chasing each other on the field. After thinking for a long time, Xuanjian couldn't think of any good way. Seeing that the situation was getting more and more critical, Xuanjian could only order, Bulbasaur, take a gamble. Don't dodge when the opponent attacks, face it and use Leaf Storm. Hearing Xuanjian's words, Bulbasaur immediately stopped running, and then Nidorino's attack came. Bulbasaur immediately flew leaves from his body and shot at Nidorino, who had just appeared. Nidorino, freezing beam. Xiaomao also issued an order, deciding to fight. The white cold light appeared again, and collided with a green leaf storm. The two energies collided, and a violent explosion suddenly occurred. Both Pokémon were blown away by the explosion. Bulbasaur. Xuanjian ran over immediately and found that Bulbasaur had lost its combat effectiveness. Turning his head to look at Nidorino, he also lost his combat effectiveness. However, Xuanjian saw that Nidorino's injury was not serious. It was just because of the continuous digging and using freezing beam that caused a lot of physical energy consumption, so he fainted after being injured. Draw. Xiaomao said while taking back Nidorino, you are worthy of being Brother Xuanjian. You can tie with my main Nidorino with this Bulbasaur. Let's stop here this time. Next time I must see your main Pokémon. Xiaomao climbed onto his car and left with his beautiful support group. Xuanjian, are you okay? Duoga walked over and asked Xuanjian, who looked not very good. It's okay, Xuanjian said. If Nidorino hadn't been exhausted, he would have almost lost this time. That would have been too embarrassing. It seems that he had underestimated Xiaomao before and wanted to teach him a lesson, but he almost got taught a lesson by him. I have to work harder in the future. Otherwise, I will be beaten to death on the beach by the waves behind me. Chapter 220 Team Rocket Trio. After the battle with Xiaomao, it was already late, and Xuanjian and the other two decided to stay here for one night. After paying a sum of money, Xuanjian and the other two were allowed to stay at the construction site and were given some supplies. After a night's rest, they set out again for the Crimson Gym. However, due to the detour, the journey was doubled compared to the original, and it was estimated that they would not be able to reach the Crimson Gym today, so the three could only camp in the forest. I didn't expect this forest to be so rich in resources. If we had known, we wouldn't have bought so many supplies. Duoga said to Xuanjian and Shota, who were washing mushrooms and fruit next to him while washing the wild vegetables in his hands. Yes. This forest has such a beautiful scenery. It would be a pity if it was flooded by the reservoir. Shota also agreed. No, Xuanjian said, those people won't win. This land is so fertile because of the hard work of the moles. The elves will not help humans and make the moles lose their homes. That's good. Duoga said happily, hurry up. I'm going to start cooking. It'll be ready soon. With all natural fresh ingredients and Duoga's careful cooking, a table of fragrant dinner was soon ready. The three of them put the food together and were about to start eating when suddenly a loud noise came from not far away. What's going on? Duoga, who was about to start eating, put down the tableware in his hand and asked. Who cares? Let's eat first. Shoto was attracted by the delicious food in front of him and didn't care about anything else. Let's go and take a look. In case something bad happens. Xuanjian said. So he left Candlelight Spirit and Wheel Ball, two guys who were definitely not interested in food, to guard the camp. The three ran to the place where the sound came from, trying to find out what happened. The place where the loud noise came was not far away, and the three of them arrived soon. Looking at a charred forest, Xuanjian guessed that there must be an explosion here. Why is there an explosion here? Shoto wondered. Genma didn't know either, but after a careful investigation, he actually found footprints of people around, and some scattered paper scraps after the firecrackers were detonated. He immediately felt nervous. Oh no, someone has led us here. Everyone, go back. Although there was nothing valuable in the camp, the two Pokémons were in the camp. Could they be Pokémon hunters? With such concerns, the three of them quickly rushed back to the camp and immediately saw three guys that Genma was very familiar with busying around. Musashi and Kojiro were manipulating Arbok and Gas Bomb to besiege the Wheel Ball and Candlelight Spirit, while Meowth next to them was desperately pouring the dinner of the three of Genma into pocket, and urged, You two, hurry up, why haven't you dealt with those two Pokémons for so long? These two Pokémons are very strong. Meowth, come and help. Kojiro said. What do you three guys want to do? Shota saw that his dinner was eaten, and immediately shouted angrily. Xuanjian's question immediately attracted the attention of the three people. Meowth raised his head and said, Oh no, the master is back. Meowth, run. Musashi slapped Meowth on the head and said, Why are you running? We are the rocket team. Even if we are caught doing bad things, how can we think of running away? Among the three people, this gangster who grew up on the streets is the most aware of being a bad guy. But they are very strong. Meowth has seen Xuanjian's strength. What are you afraid of? It's just a four-eyed guy and two little brats. Musashi retorted, I have never seen these two elves. If you catch them and present them to Boss Sakaki, you will definitely get a promotion. But we have always lost to the little brats. And these ones look more difficult to deal with. Kojiro said. He was born in an aristocratic family, but he has the softest personality among the three. What discouraging words. Musashi grabbed Kojiro's collar. We will definitely win this time. Yes, you are right. Kojiro hurriedly smiled. Xuanjian and the other two who were watching were all upset. Can you just fight in front of the enemy as if nothing happened? Are these guys mentally ill? Duoga asked Xuanjian. Maybe. Xuanjian smiled with an ambiguous meaning. Hearing Duoga's words, Musashi, who had violently suppressed Kojiro and Meowth, immediately looked over and said, You actually said we are idiots. Little girl, do you know who we are? Who? Duoga asked curiously. Since you asked sincerely. Then I will be merciful and tell you. Bulbasaur, Vine Whip. Xuanjian took out the Pokeball and summoned Bulbasaur. This kind of funny lines should only be heard in anime. It's too stupid to wait for the other party to finish speaking. The two men and one cat who were posing as the boss were immediately tied up tightly by Bulbasaur's Vine Whip, and cried loudly, How can this be? We haven't finished our lines yet. You can continue talking now. Did I block your mouths? Xuanjian said with a smile, By the way, you'd better take back Arbok and Gaspin first, otherwise I can't guarantee that you won't get hurt. You seem to know them. Duoga asked. Well, I heard some from Xiaozi. Xuanjian said perfunctorily. Duoga also nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Most of the time, the three members of Team Rocket are not hard bones. Under Xuanjian's threat, Musashi and Kojiro quickly ordered Arbok and Gaspim to stop obediently, but the two also used the excuse that their hands were tied and they couldn't take the Pokeballs, and just let them stop and rest. Xuanjian pretended not to know about this little trick. Duoga was not interested in how to punish the few people, so he called Shota, who was also not interested, to clean the table and make dinner again, leaving Xuanjian to deal with the three people. Please spare us. We just came here to steal the food because we were attracted by the smell of the food. Meow. It's all because the food is so delicious. I was planning to lose weight. Meow Meow immediately said. Xuanjian was not in a hurry. He walked to the side and sat down, saying, "But I seem to hear that you are planning to take my Pokémon? Did I hear it wrong?" "You misunderstood." Musashi smiled. "We are just curious about two Pokémons we have never seen before, so we want to learn about them." We deliberately said that in order to let them exert their full strength. Xuanjian naturally didn't believe such nonsense, but Xuanjian was happy to play dumb and tease the three funny people. "Is that so? Then it seems that I can forgive you." "That's right." Musashi and Kojiro nodded desperately. "Okay." Xuanjian stood up, walked to the three people, lowered his head, and said with a smile, "In that case, I will forgive you." "But what?" "But you have to compensate for our losses." "But we don't have money." Kojiro said. "It's okay, you can help me work." Xuanjian smiled. For some reason, the three of them looked at Xuanjian's standard smile with 8 teeth, but felt as if they saw a bloody mouth, and their bodies couldn't help but shrink. Thanks to Guan Huangwang and other book friends, the author's backstage is not displayed, for the reward. Well, I won't write too many lines for Team Rocket, so that everyone won't think I'm just making up the word count. Chapter 221 Training Team Rocket. At the dining table, Xuanjian, who had just finished dinner, was settling accounts with the Rocket Trio before the sun completely set. The three, who were somewhat depressed, sat obediently aside. After several failed escape attempts and Xuanjian ordering the elves to punish the three people in various ways that did not cause much physical harm but great mental harm, the three were completely afraid of Xuanjian and finally sat down obediently to listen to Xuanjian. "Well, first of all, Meow Meow caused me to lose the game last time, and lost 6 badges, and reputation, so let's count it as 10,000. This time, you stole our food. With multi-tracks craftsmanship, this table of food is worth about 1 million, plus you attack my elves, affected our emotions, etc. Well, let's count you a total of 30,000. Xuanjian wrote on the paper. 6 badges are fine, but a table of food is also worth 10,000. Musashi questioned. Of course, Duoga said, are you questioning my cooking skills? I just let you eat the food you tried to steal. Isn't it delicious? Delicious, the three nodded honestly, and Kojiro said, it's better than the chef that the old man spent 100,000 to hire last time. Musashi punched Kojiro on the head. Stupid, don't say such things. Okay, in this case, you should have no doubts about the debt. Then let's calculate how long you have to work for us to repay the debt. Well, if you work for us, based on the current average salary, you only need to work for me for 1 year. During this period, we can provide you with food and accommodation, so if you have no objection, just sign this contract. 1 year. The three couldn't believe it would take that long. Are there any problems? Xuanjian asked with a smile. The three immediately shuddered and said, no. Then they were about to sign the contract drafted by Xuanjian. Wait, Xuanjian stopped the three people and pointed to the last line at the bottom of the contract. As an honest and trustworthy person, I must remind you that in order to prevent you from being absent from work, your salary will be deducted for each day you are absent from work before the debt is repaid, which means that the money you owe me will increase. And because you have a history of running away, the fine I set is relatively high, about 10 times your salary. But as long as you don't run away, there will be no problem at all. Xuanjian approached the three people and said, you won't run away, will you? Thinking of the punishment he just received, Renren nodded and promised, no. No. Absolutely not. Xuanjian nodded with satisfaction, that's good. Then you should prepare first and rest early. By the way. Xuanjian took out a Pokeball, come out. Crossbit. I'll ask you to keep watch tonight. Crossbit nodded. Night is its favorite time. After flying around Xuanjian intimately, Crossbit flew into the dim woods and disappeared. What kind of Pokemon is that? So cute. Musashi asked curiously as he looked at the disappeared Zbat. The appearance of Zbat was very much in line with her aesthetic taste, and she liked it immediately when she saw it for the first time. However, Zbat was very rare, so Musashi naturally didn't know it. In this regard, both Meow Meow and Kojiro knew much more than her. Kojiro explained, Zbat, the final evolution of Zubat. It's super rare. Meow Meow also nodded and said, yes, I heard that it is a Pokemon that only senior Cotters have. Xuanjian was a little speechless. Shouldn't the focus of these three guys be that if there's Zbat, they can't escape tonight? I don't know if it was because of Xuanjian that their confidence was crushed. The rocket trio did not choose to escape, so everyone had a good rest for the night. The surrounding environment is good, and there is no rush to collect badges. After discussing it, the three decided to stay here for a few days and take a rest. Musashi, wash the vegetables. Meow Meow, you go pick mushrooms. Kajiro, you go cut vegetables. Duoga assigned tasks to the three people. Why is Kajiro's job so easy? Musashi questioned. No way. Duoga spread his hands and pointed to the messy ingredients on the side. Musashi and Meow Meow, you have no cooking experience at all. You can't even cut vegetables, but Kajiro's knife skills are very good. It's strange, how can a grown man have such good knife skills? Meow Meow said. The old man at home specially hired someone to teach him. Kajiro said. Musashi and Meow Meow nodded and didn't ask any more questions. They had just formed a team with Kajiro, and they didn't know Kajiro's identity, nor did they understand the meaning of asking someone to teach them. To be honest, cooking skills, although it also depends on talent, but it also requires a suitable environment. Although it doesn't require the family to be rich, at least they have enough food and clothing, so that they can have the mind to study. Otherwise, a gangster like Musashi who grew up on the street will not have too many opportunities to come into contact with these things, and naturally they will not be able to cultivate any cooking skills. The ingredients were processed quickly, and the next step was naturally for Duoga to do personally. The trio also completed their tasks. However, Xuanjian did not intend to let them idle. The purpose of catching them was not as simple as helping Duoga cook. Musashi, Kajiro, Meow Meow, the three of you come here. Xuanjian said, and then took the three people to an open space. Master Xuanjian, may I ask what you want to give us? Meow Meow asked flatteringly. Well, good things. Xuanjian said and took out the Pokeball. Come out. Candlelight Spirit, Wheel Ball, Round Land Shark. After summoning three Pokémons, Xuanjian pointed at the three Pokémons and said, well, I think your strength is too weak, which damages the face of Team Rocket, so I decided to help you improve it. Then he took out the Team Rocket identity certificate given by Xiaobo and shook it in front of the three people. What is that? Kajiro had just joined Team Rocket not long ago and was not very familiar with these things. The identity certificate of a senior cadre. Meow Meow's eyes were sharper and stayed longer, and he recognized it immediately. Xuanjian raised a finger in front of his mouth. SHH, keep it a secret. Okay, do you have any questions? No. It's an honor to serve you, sir. The three said in unison. Although they are not strong and often make mistakes, they are loyal to the rocket team. That's good, Xuanjian nodded with satisfaction. Although the rocket team trio has some basic shortcomings, their strength is not bad. Except for being beaten by Xiaozi, they usually win against other people. It's not easy to find such a good sparring partner. That's right, Xuanjian's goal is to let the three people give experience to his Pokémon so that they can grow quickly. Candlelight Spirit and Roundland Shark have been improving slowly because of their young age, and Xuanjian plans to use Wheel Ball in the Light Red Gym, so he wants it to evolve. Therefore, Xuanjian captured three people to help him train Pokémon. As for the improvement of the strength of the three people, it is just a reward by the way. Then the Candlelight Spirit will deal with Kajiro's Gas Bomb, the Wheel Ball will deal with Musashi's Arbok, and the Roundland Shark will deal with Meowth. Xuanjian quickly assigned, then the Roundland Shark and Meowth will go first. Okay. Meowth immediately stepped forward and stood in front of the Roundland Shark, and deliberately showed its long claws and put on a terrifying smile. Xuanjian smiled secretly. I don't know if this Meowth has used all its nutrition to develop its brain, so its strength is not ordinary, so Xuanjian will let it deal with the newly born Roundland Shark. But even if it is a newly born Roundland Shark, it is difficult for Meowth to deal with it. Thinking of this, Xuanjian ordered, the duel begins. Meowth, you attack first. Okay. Then I'll go. Meowth immediately pounced on the Roundland Shark and used crazy grabbing. The Roundland Shark basically has no combat experience except bullying wild Pokémon on the roadside. Seeing Meowth rushing up aggressively, it was immediately frightened and stunned, not knowing what to do. Meow Meow took advantage of the Round Shark's daze to approach the Round Shark and launched an attack. Swish! Meow Meow's claws scratched, bringing up a string of sparks, but surprisingly did not cause much damage to the Round Shark, just made the round shark feel a little itchy. Round sharks are elves in the desert. Their skin is very hard. Some of them even have rough skin, which can hurt the attacker. Although my round shark does not have the rough skin characteristic, its skin defense is also very strong. It is difficult to hurt it with your attack, meow meow. Xuanjian explained, and then the round shark ordered, round shark, hit. Although the round shark likes and is good at biting the enemy with its sharp teeth, Xuanjian deeply feels that biting things randomly is not a good habit, so he has been trying to change its attack method. Finding that the opponent could not cause any effective damage to itself, the round shark immediately relaxed, and immediately jumped up and hit Meow Meow after Xuanjian issued the order. However, although Meow Meow's attack power was not good, his speed was good. He jumped lightly to avoid the attack of the round shark, and then launched a random grab at the round shark. Meow Meow only knew this one move, and the other skills were either not known or not strong enough to try. Xuanjian also found that the round shark's speed could not keep up with Meow Meow, and hurriedly ordered, round shark, dragon breath. This is the inherited skill of the round shark. Although the attack power is very weak, it is a special attack skill after all, which is easier to hit Meow Meow. The round shark opened its mouth and spewed a light blue breath like smoke towards Meow Meow. Faced with such an attack, Meow Meow had no way to dodge and was immediately hit. And perhaps because of his poor physical fitness, Meow Meow was unfortunately triggered by the paralysis effect of the dragon's breath. Okay. Round shark, use rocket headbutt. Seeing that the attack was successful, the round shark immediately gained confidence. After hearing Xuanjian's order, he immediately jumped high on his short legs and hit Meow Meow with all his strength. Meow Meow was immediately knocked to the ground by the round shark. Seeing Meow Meow being pinned to the ground by the land shark and unable to get up, Xuanjian announced, Meow Meow has lost his fighting ability, land shark wins. Although Meow Meow has not completely fainted, it is impossible for Meow Meow to turn the tables with his strength. Moreover, Meow Meow is now a sparring partner, so there is no need to hurt him. Then, land shark left Meow Meow, and Meow Meow also climbed up dejectedly. Xuanjian asked Musashi and Kojiro, who will go first? Chapter 222 1 vs 2. Musashi and Kojiro looked at each other, neither of them wanted to step forward. The Pokémon that had never been seen before was obviously born not long ago, but it beat Meowth without any suspense. The remaining two Pokémon seemed to be much stronger, and there was no chance for the two of them. Xuanjian sighed, okay, in that case, you all can come together. Musashi and Kojiro finally summoned Arbok and Gas Bomb. Although the opponent did not change, they had two people commanding them, while the opponent was only Xuanjian, so it was undoubtedly much easier to fight. You guys attack first as well. Xuanjian said. Then we won't be polite. Arbok, poison needle. Musashi ordered. Kojiro also issued orders, gas bomb, smoke screen. Cheese ball, block the poison needles. Xuanjian ordered Chakri to block the poison needles and praised, good cooperation. Snakes can use heat to sense opponents. The smoke screen of the gas bomb has little effect on Arbok. On the contrary, it can effectively isolate the attack from our side. Is that so? Kojiro scratched his head embarrassedly. I'm just used to using this trick to sneak attack opponents. It's convenient for us to say the lines. I didn't think too much about it. Xuanjian. Idiot. Musashi yelled at Kojiro, it's a battle now. Hurry up and make your moves. Arbok, use headbutt to attack Chakri. Oh, Kojiro also woke up. Gas bomb, hit candlelight. Xuanjian shook his head, too low level, you can only use such simple skills, wasting the cover of the smoke screen. No wonder you always lose to Xiaozi. Chakri, use rolling to block Arbok. Candlelight, use fire vortex to attack the gas bomb. The wheel ball began to spin rapidly, facing the Arbok snake that rushed out of the smoke screen and attacked it, blocking its attack. Compared to the shell of the candlelight spirit, the Arbok snake's head was obviously not that hard, and it was immediately stabbed by the thorns on the shell and screamed. The candlelight spirit used all its strength to make the candle on its head brighter, turning into a raging wave of fire that wrapped the gas bomb inside, making the two elves unable to move. Wheel ball, continue rolling attack. Candlelight spirit, use will-o'-the-wisp. While the two elves were trapped, Xuanjian once again let the wheel ball and the gas bomb chase. Unfortunately, both Arbok snake and the gas bomb are poison-type elves, and they have strong immunity to poison and will not fall into the poison state. Otherwise, the Candlelight Spirit only needs to use Misfortunes Never Come Alone. The Wheel Ball continued to use Rolling to attack Arbok Snake. After suffering a loss once, Arbok Snake never dared to confront the Wheel Ball head-on again, and was chased around by the Wheel Ball. After the Will-o'-the-Wisp of the Candlelight Spirit merged into the Flame Vortex, the temperature of the Flame Vortex further increased, and Gas Bomb immediately made a painful sound. In this regard, Musashi and Kajiro were helpless, not only because they lacked knowledge of Pokémon, but also because Arbok and Gas Bomb were too lacking in skills. This is the norm for most trainers. After all, it is difficult for them to obtain various resources, and the skills learned by Pokémon are all based on level improvement and self-comprehension. It seems that we still have to help them improve their strength, otherwise they are not qualified to be sparring partners. Xuanjian sighed. Although the opponent's level is undoubtedly higher than his side, the level does not represent everything. Talent, skills, etc. also determine the combat effectiveness of Pokémon. Candlelight Spirit use. Xuanjian was about to let Candlelight Spirit use the final blow to completely defeat Gas Bomb, when Gas Bomb's body suddenly swelled up, and then instantly erupted a large amount of gas. Gas Bomb can produce highly toxic gas by causing wet garbage to react chemically with toxins in the body. The higher the temperature, the more gas can be generated. At this moment, under the continuous heating of the Flame Vortex, the gas in the Gas Bomb accumulated more and more, and was finally released. A large amount of gas was released into the air, and there was an open flame. Everyone knew what would happen. Xuanjian had no time to react, and a big explosion occurred. Boom! The gas burned violently, and the air was instantly heated and expanded, generating a huge air wave. The flame vortex surrounding the Gas Bomb was completely torn apart by the air wave. Arbok, Wheel Cocoon, and Candlelight Spirit were all affected. They were lifted up by the air wave and fell to the ground. Because of the large amount of oxygen consumed, they all fell into a short period of hypoxia and then lost their combat effectiveness. Draw. Kajiro, who was overturned by the air wave, was a little unbelievable. We didn't lose. Unbelievable. Musashi was also a little dazed. She lay down in time and escaped, but her hairstyle was a little horrible. Xuanjian stood far away, and the air wave generated by the explosion had been greatly weakened by him. At best, it was just a strong wind. However, Xuanjian couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He thought he was going to win, but it turned out to be a draw. It's time for breakfast, you guys. Duoga's voice came from the camp not far away. Xuanjian checked and found that the elves were not seriously injured except for the loss of the battle. Even the gas bomb that caused the explosion was just a little burned because it was in the center of the explosion. It will recover soon. Relieved, Xuanjian said, "Okay, today's training is over, let's go to breakfast." "Great. Delicious breakfast, here we come." The three members of the rocket team immediately rushed to the camp, and there was no longer the listless look just now. These three guys. Xuanjian shook his head helplessly. After breakfast, Xiangta asked Pippi to treat the elves, and then let them rest on their own. The elves have strong recovery ability. Even without Joey's help, they can recover quickly. It is expected that they can serve as Xuanjian's sparring partners in the afternoon. Xuanjian began to train other elves. After all, these are his subordinates, and he can't be too partial to one. At the same time, Xuanjian also asked Shota to teach the rocket team some knowledge about Pokémons. As for whether these guys would do evil after their strength increased, Xuanjian said that this was a certainty, but there was Ozzy to help them out. In this way, Xuanjian began a short life of practice. In the rocket team's laboratory, Mewtwo had been born safely. But because it was an artificially synthesized Pokémon, Mewtwo itself had extremely high intelligence, and at the same time, it had no worries about food and clothing. Mewtwo, like those people who had no worries about food and clothing and were bored, began to have the desire to make trouble and became a literary youth. Because people kept comparing it with Mew, they felt that Mewtwo was not as good as Mew. Mewtwo was still young and had no potential, so Mewtwo gradually began to question its own existence, hated the people who made it, and refused to obey the orders of the rocket team. The rocket team naturally had no good face for the disobedient tools they had worked so hard to make. After discussion, everyone decided to violently subdue and control this Pokémon. However, at this time, Mewtwo showed its strength as a super beast, and a large number of Team Rocket members failed in front of it, and it completely became an existence that gave it experience. In the end, it was Sakuki who personally subdued Mewtwo. After injecting a large amount of sedatives, Mewtwo was locked back in the nutrient tank and would not be released until it surrendered or a device to control it was created. At the same time, the various actions of the rockets in the early stage to attract the attention of the Alliance annoyed the Alliance. The Alliance began to suppress the rockets with all its strength. A large number of secret bases were breached, and the rockets suffered huge losses. At the same time, due to the lack of bases, a large number of dangerous experimental products were gathered together. "Awan, aren't you going to rest?" a researcher in the rocket's laboratory said to another person. The researcher called Awan shook his head. "I still have something to do here, you go first." The other person looked at Awan and found that there was no fatigue on his face from working for 3 consecutive days. He couldn't help but say with some envy, "Awan, you are really energetic. You are still so energetic after working for 3 consecutive days. No wonder you have been promoted so quickly recently. I can't bear it anymore. I'm going to rest first." Yet, Awan responded vaguely and continued to be busy with his work. Soon, the people in the laboratory left, leaving only Awan. A barely perceptible purple light flashed in Awan's eyes, and then his lively expression immediately froze. He stopped what he was doing, turned off the monitors and various warning devices, and came to the culture tank of the hypnotic taper, and then opened the culture tank. Swish! In the culture tank, the hypnotic taper, which seemed to be dead, opened its eyes, floated up from the nutrient solution, and stayed in midair. "I have been in there for such a long time, and my body is almost completely under control. It's time to move on to the next step," said the hypnotic taper, and then a soft white light emanated from its body. In the white light, the hypnotic taper's body gradually changed, and finally evolved into a dream-inducing taper. After the evolution was completed, the dream-inducing taper stroked his body, feeling the smooth fur and the loose but energetic muscles underneath, and said excitedly, "Young and strong body, long time no see." After a self-pitying moment, the dream-inducing taper stopped with satisfaction and said to himself, "Since the goal has been achieved, then I should leave. This is not a good place, not worth staying for long." As he said that, a faint purple light appeared in his eyes again, and then Awan beside him took out an empty Pokeball and held it in his hand. "Well, although hiding in the Pokeball can indeed get out of here, once you go in, it is equivalent to acknowledging the ancient contract, reaching a contract with a Pokeball holder, and becoming its Pokemon, then the effect of hypnosis will be greatly weakened, and before that, the hypnosis effect must be deepened. But to make the hypnosis more effective, you need some props. I wonder if there are any here." As he said that, the dream-inducing taper scanned the laboratory, but unfortunately found nothing. The dream-inducing taper looked at the adjacent room with disappointment. There was a large sign on that room, indicating that the experiment inside was of the highest level of importance. The dream-inducing taper was immediately curious. "An experiment that is 1 level higher than my experiment? What's inside? Let's go in and take a look." Chapter 223, Crimson Gym. Arbok, use Iron Tail to attack Candlelight. Cheeseball, block it, hold on. Candlelight, use Jet Flames. Gaspim, use Venom to block the Jet Flames. In the open space outside the camp, Genma was directing Candlelight and Cheeseball to fight against Arbok and Gaspim. Under Genma's guidance and Shota's instruction, Team Rocket's strength has greatly improved. At least now they can fight Genma evenly and not be crushed all the time. Suddenly, white light burst out from Arbok and Gaspim at the same time, forcing everyone to stop their sparring. "What is this?" Musashi looked at Arbok and Gaspim bathed in white light in surprise. "Somewhat unbelievable. Evolution. Arbok and Gaspim have evolved," Kojiro said excitedly. "Meow. Meow Meow also came over. Great. This way our strength will be greatly improved, and we are expected to be promoted. The 2 Pokémons, Arbok and Gaspim, are not as powerful as those that are easier to obtain, and those that are stronger than them are not easy to obtain. In addition, they look very villainous, so they are very common among the Rocket Team's lower-level members. They can be said to be the Rocket Team's standard Pokémon. But for most people, it is basically impossible to evolve them into Arbok and Gaspim, but now that his team has successfully evolved, he will definitely be able to get the attention of the boss. Compared to the excitement of the Rocket Team trio, Xuanjian is a little depressed. He has worked hard for so many days, and except for the level of 3 Pokémons that have been slightly improved, there is no sign of evolution. On the contrary, the 2 Pokémons that he practiced with have successfully evolved, and their strength has been greatly improved, which is a bit ridiculous. Although reason tells him that these 2 Pokémons have accumulated a lot of experience before contacting him and have reached the edge of evolution, Xuanjian still can't help being unhappy. If you are unhappy, you have to vent it out, and you can't hold it in and hurt your body. Xuanjian followed this saying, so Xuanjian used all his skills to control the newly evolved Candlelight and Gyro Ball to teach Arbok and Ghastly a lesson, severely suppressing the arrogance of the Rocket Trio. Why can't we beat Xuanjian even though we have evolved? Looking at the back of Xuanjian, who walked away refreshed after venting his anger, Musashi said sadly. Because the master is too strong, he didn't use his full strength before just to give his Pokemon more practical training. Kojiro said. Meowth nodded and agreed, and using that kind of attack is very exhausting for low-level Pokemon, and it will probably take a day or 2 to recover. This is not suitable for leveling up. Meowth did not stop after saying this, but continued. Arbok and Gas Bomb have now evolved into Arbok and Gas Bomb, so our strength should be stronger than Imped. Of course, Musashi said proudly. Why are you asking this? Meowth looked around and said in a low voice, I saw Imped when I was picking mushrooms just now. I Imped. Musashi jumped up immediately. God is helping us. Since Imped appears nearby, let's go grab Pikachu and give it to the boss. But the contract that Master Xuanjian asked us to sign says that we cannot leave our posts without permission. Kojiro questioned. Musashi retorted, what are you afraid of? We are not running away. Besides, if we snatch Pikachu and present it to the boss, we will be promoted. It will be easy to pay back the money to Master Xuanjian. That makes sense, Kojiro nodded, then let's go now. Stupid, Musashi scolded, of course we will go at night. Now Arbok and Vapor have not recovered their combat power. And we haven't eaten the delicious breakfast prepared by Master Xuanjian yet. Meowth added. By the way, breakfast. Musashi and Kojiro looked at each other at the same time, and then rushed to the camp in a hurry. Wait for me, you two. Meowth also hurriedly chased after them, not noticing that there was a bat hiding in the treetops, and heard their words word for word. The next morning, when the 3 of Xuanjian woke up, Team Rocket had disappeared. Xuanjian, who had known about this for a long time, knew that these guys must have failed again and were thrown away somewhere unknown. Xuanjian didn't care too much. After all, he had almost finished leveling up, and it was time for him to officially challenge the Crimson Gym. It was not convenient to bring these guys who were a burden with him. Moreover, according to the contract signed by the few people, they would be fined if they were absent from work without reason. So after explaining the situation to Duoji and Shota, and lamenting together that the trio had not changed their stubbornness, the 3 of them packed up their things and set out on their journey again, and soon arrived at the territory of the Crimson Gym. No entry. Shota looked at a small sign hanging beside the path leading to the Crimson Gym and read out the words on it. It seems that the territory of the Crimson Gym is inside. It is said that the owner of the Crimson Gym, Aju, is from a ninja family. There must be a lot of mechanisms arranged here to test challengers. This sign is set up to remind those challengers that the test has begun. Such a small sign, if you are not careful, you can't find it. Xuanjian guessed. That's right, a woman's voice came from nowhere. It seems that you still have some vision. If you want to get the pink badge, pass the test and come to the light red gym to find me. Did they say that Aju is a man? Duogi asked curiously. Can a ninja change his voice? It could also be other trainers in the gym. Xuanjian said, since the opponent has made a move, then we will take over. Please, Crossbit. Xuanjian summoned Crossbit and ordered, Crossbit, use ultrasound to detect all enemies. Crossbit nodded and immediately flew in front of Xuanjian and his group, using a large-scale ultrasound. Suddenly, several round silk spiders and fur balls that were about to attack everyone were immediately driven out of the surrounding trees by the ultrasound. Crossbit, good job, use air cutting to clear the hidden traps on the road ahead. Xuanjian continued to order. Crossbit immediately flapped its 4 wings vigorously, raising wind blades and shooting them to the ground. Suddenly, a large number of traps such as pits, hanging nets, and clamps were exposed under the wind blades and were quickly destroyed by the wind blades. Xuanjian looked at the path in front of him that was destroyed by the bats, and finally said with satisfaction, "Okay, now that danger has been eliminated, we can go in." Following the path, Xuanjian and the other two soon came to the entrance of the light red gym that looked like an ancient building. There, a young woman in a pink ninja costume stood there righteously. There were originally a lot of traps in the gym, but after seeing Xuanjian's style before, she had to appear here to prevent Xuanjian from demolishing the gym. "How could you do this? It's very hard to set up the traps, how could you destroy them all?" the woman complained. "Sorry, Miss Aane. I really can't find those traps and get to the gym safely, so I can only destroy them all." Xuanjian said, "I should have passed the test, right?" "How do you know my name?" Aane asked. Xuanjian smiled, "Although you haven't registered as a trainer of the Crimson Gym, there are many people who have challenged the Crimson Gym. Naturally, some of them have seen you. Now that information is so developed, you can find out with a little inquiry." "So that's how it is," Aane nodded, "you have passed the test. If you want to challenge me, come with me." Xuanjian shook his head and said, "Sorry, Miss Aane, you are not a gym trainer and have no right to accept my challenge. I want to challenge Mr. Aju, the Poison King of Kanto. For this, I have specially prepared 3 Poison-type Pokémon. Although Aane is beautiful, she is not strong, and she is not qualified to issue badges." Xuanjian didn't want to waste time with her and directly explained his purpose. The reason why he destroyed the trap so savagely before was to force Aju out. After all, there were a lot of lightning balls hidden in the gym, and Xuanjian didn't want to try their self-explosion. "You." Aane was so angry that her face turned red, but Xuanjian's words were reasonable, so she couldn't say anything to refute. In anger, Ayako took out the Pokeball. "I don't care, you have to fight me." "Back off, Ayako, you are no match for him." A middle-aged male voice sounded, and then the gym door suddenly opened, and a lightning ball rolled out, and it was shining with lightning all over, making a sharp explosion, attracting the attention of Xuanjian and the other two. Taking this opportunity, a group of thin middle-aged men appeared from nowhere and stopped Ayako, who wanted to take action. The one who appeared so mysteriously was Aju, the owner of the light red gym, who followed the ninja way. Yes, Ayako was a little unconvinced, but she still stepped aside obediently. Aju looked at Xuanjian. As an undercover of the rocket team, he naturally knew something about Xuanjian, but he couldn't say it out loud. "You are the challenger? You want to fight me with 3 poison-type Pokémon?" "That's right." Xuanjian nodded. Anyway, it was impossible for him to collect all the badges, so he might as well have a good fight to see how strong he could be. Nodding, Aju said without further ado, "In that case, then come with me. I haven't looked at the voting details for the recommendation ticket for a long time. Today, I found that a reader could only vote once a day at first, but now he can vote 4 times. He has really grown up with this book. Well, what I want to say is thank you all for your support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224, Poison Showdown. The Crimson Gym, a rarely used venue, was open today, welcoming its owner and challenger. Few challengers will formally challenge me, so I usually greet them outside and judge whether they are qualified to get the badge after a simple battle. You are one of the few people who can enter here. Aju introduced. What an honor. Xuanjian said. Although it is just a standard venue, no one will underestimate the significance of being allowed to enter here because of its owner. After the two stood in place, the referee Aane signaled that the game could begin. Go, Mothra. Go, Wilball. Both of them are Pokemon with insect and poison attributes, but one is in the air and the other is on the ground, which can be said to have their own advantages. Without much nonsense, Xuanjian took the lead. Wheelball, Poison Needle. Facing the attack of Wheelball, Aju was not moved at all and ordered, Mothra, use Silver Wind. Wheelball took the lead in attacking Mothra in the air. Although the Poison Needle was not effective, Wheelball really had no other anti-air skills. The moth did not dodge, flapping its lavender wings, raising wind blades, blocking the attack of the poison needles, and spreading a large amount of poison powder to the Wheelball. Xuanjian did not dare to neglect it. Although the poison attribute prevented the Wheelball from being poisoned, The moth could produce more than just poison powder, but also paralysis powder and hypnotic powder. The wheel ball was not immune to these two attacks. Xuanjian had also used this trick of the moth when using Butterfree. He did not think it was anything special at the time. Only today did he realize how difficult this trick was. Xuanjian quickly ordered, "Wheel ball, spin at high speed to dodge." Watching the wheel ball spinning its body, forming a layer of airflow on its surface, blocking the moth's attack, Aju immediately issued a new order, "Moth, strong mind." In ground-to-air combat, the moth had a great advantage, and this moth had excellent accuracy. Even though the wheel ball dodged left and right, it still caught the opportunity and accurately hit the opponent. It's restrained. Then we can only use the reserve tactics. Faced with such a disadvantage, Xuanjian had no choice. The moth was flying in the air, and most of the attacks of the wheel ball could not hit it at all. What was even more frustrating was that the moth could also use psychic skills that severely restrained the poison attribute, but fortunately Xuanjian had already considered this situation. Wheel ball, use the baton. The wheel ball lit up and turned into a red light and returned to Xuanjian's Pokeball, and then the crossbat was exchanged out. After all, Bulbasaur was also restrained by the moth, and it was not suitable to be exchanged out. The baton skill can pass the enhancement of the Pokemon to the partner who was exchanged. This skill learned in the centipede period is very compatible with the acceleration characteristics, but Xuanjian has never had many opportunities to use it. The speed of the crossbat is fast, and after obtaining the speed inherited from the wheel ball, it is so fast that only a purple figure can be seen. Xuanjian immediately ordered, "Crossbat, swallow return." Purple lightning cut through the air, and the crossbat hit the moth from behind fiercely, causing it huge damage and knocking it to the ground. The experienced Aju was not panicked at all, and took the opportunity to order, "Moth, feathers perch." Moth immediately folded its wings and fell to the ground, recovering a lot of physical strength. Although Moth does not have the flying attribute, it is also a flying Pokemon, so it can naturally use this move, and what's more, it will not weaken itself too much. Seeing Moth fall to the ground to recover its physical strength, Xuanjian continued to order, "Fork bat, aircut. Moth, sleep." Aju ignored Xuanjian's order and asked Moth to use recovery again, as if he was determined to fight a war of attrition. Xuanjian frowned. On his side, only the fork bat attribute was advantageous, and the other two were not very advantageous. If the war of attrition continued, he would suffer more. After a little thought, Xuanjian immediately decided to resolve the battle as soon as possible. "Fork bat, use repay continuously." Repaying is the skill machine that Xuanjian first obtained. It is not only powerful when combined with the fork bat that evolves by intimacy, but also has no sequelae. After receiving the order, the crossbat immediately flapped its wings and slammed into the sleeping moth on the ground. It was so fast that Aju's order came after the attack was successful. "Moth, sleep talk." Although it was attacked, the moth still successfully used sleep talk, but this skill depends entirely on luck. The moth used Sunny Day this time, which had no other effect except making the crossbat, who didn't like the sun very much, feel a little uncomfortable. Then, the crossbat used Return of Favor again to attack the moth and make it lose its combat effectiveness. It's so easy to kill one. Xuanjian was a little unbelievable. Although it took a lot of effort, his elf was basically not injured. It was too easy. Xuanjian felt something was wrong. The moth was not a thick-skinned and thick-blooded elf. Why did Aju let it just take a beating and not fight back? Was Aju letting it win? Xuanjian signaled the crossbat to fly in front of him, observed it carefully, and immediately made a discovery. Mr. Aju is really amazing. If I hadn't been prepared, I would have thought I had won a great victory. Xuanjian looked at the green powder on the crossbat. As a trainer who had raised Butterfree, he was very familiar with the scale powder of butterfly Pokemon and recognized the paralysis powder at a glance. After seeing the speed of the crossbat, Aju must have realized that the moth that could not catch up with the crossbat had basically no chance of winning, so he sacrificed the moth to let the crossbat be infected with the paralysis powder. Did you see that? A trace of admiration flashed in Aju's eyes, and he said, "Poison is something that looks very powerful. Once infected, it will continue to weaken the opponent. But in fact, poison is very fragile. Not only is the attack slow to take effect and easy to be overturned, but as long as you are vigilant, it is also easy to evade. If you want to defeat your opponent with poison, You have to spend some time to make your opponent fall into the trap unknowingly. By the time the opponent realizes it, it is too late. You discovered my method so quickly, which is very good. You are too kind. Xuanjian scratched his head embarrassedly. I just think it's incredible that you are the king of poison, and it's so easy to defeat a Pokémon like you, and your approach is too obvious. A trace of helplessness flashed across Aju's face. There's no way. This Pokémon is already old and its strength has declined greatly. It takes multiple contacts to make the opponent infected with enough scale powder. Well, since you have passed the test, you are qualified to see my other methods. Aju took out another Pokéball. Go. Alidus. Expat, use high-speed stars. With a previous lesson, Xuanjian did not dare to let Expat directly contact Alidus, but only let Expat use long-range special attack skills to attack. Aju did not dare to neglect it. This Alidus was his old partner. Although he broke through the level of the king, his skills were strengthened, and his attributes did not change much. He was still limited by his innate racial attributes and was still in a state of thin skin and low blood. If he fought head-on, he would die in a few hits. Aridus, use a substitute. Then use spider silk spray. Alidus immediately executed the order. After using a substitute to bear the damage brought by the high-speed stars, Alidus stuck his butt and shot a stream of spider silk at Expat like a bow and arrow. This was a unique skill that he had trained under Aju's training. Expat, get out of the way. Xuanjian ordered immediately. These spider silks were not good things. Once stuck, it would be difficult to break free, and Alidus would take this opportunity to drag the prey to his side. Fortunately, although the speed of the crossbit was greatly reduced by the paralysis powder, it was still very fast, so it was not a problem to avoid these spider silks. However, Alidus did not stop, but continued to launch attacks. With Alidus' efforts, the field was soon covered with spider silks. These spider silks crisscrossed and greatly restricted the movement of the crossbit. It won't work if it goes on like this. I will become more and more passive. Xuanjian thought, and then issued an order. Crossbit, use air cutting to destroy the spider silk. The crossbit immediately took action, vibrating its four wings vigorously, shooting wind blades at the spider silks around. But these spider silks were extremely tough and elastic. The force of the wind blades was offset by the extension and contraction, and the crossbit returned empty-handed. Aridus's spider silk is extremely tough, so don't even think about destroying it. Aju said with some pride. Aridus, use the power grid. Alidus' body shook, and an electric current emanated from his body and passed along the spider silks. Although he is not an electrical spirit, after long-term training, Alidus has been able to accurately manipulate spider silk. With the help of the force between the magnetic fields generated by the electric current, the spider silk formed a large electrified net, covering the crossbit. Crossbit, destroy the death ray. Unable to destroy the spider web, and the electric grid completely blocked the escape route, Xuanjian had no choice but to use this trick. Then, a golden light shot out from the mouth of the crossbit and shot at Alidus. Aridus, hide. Aju ordered. Alidus immediately executed the order. With the help of spider silk, Alidus no longer recovered his previous slow speed. He quickly fled to the side and continued to move with the help of spider silk. Alidus was too flexible, and the crossbit could not hit the target, so he could only destroy the surrounding spider silk with the destruction death ray. Under the destruction death ray, the spider silk turned into ashes, but Alidus also took this opportunity to escape. Aridus, Slenderhorn. Aju immediately ordered while the crossbit was stiff after using the destruction death ray. Alidus immediately shot another thread toward the ceiling, and rushed to the side of the crossbit with the power of the spider silk, fiercely inserted the long horn on the top of his head into the body of the crossbit, and then injected a strong paralyzing venom into the body of the crossbit, and bound the crossbit by pulling out spider silk from the tail again. I give up this round. Seeing this, Xuanjian immediately said. Although the poisonous attribute of the crossbit can help it weaken the effect of the venom brought by Alidus, its body has been bound by spider silk and has become Alidus' prey. There is no possibility of a comeback. Aju nodded and let Alidus untie the crossbit. After Xuanjian took it back, he took out another Pokéball. Go, Bulbasaur. Chapter 225 The Power of the King. Seeing that it was Bulbasaur, Aju nodded. Although Bulbasaur's attributes were restrained by Alidus, the skill of the whip could restrain Alidus' spider silk. However, Aju would not be soft-hearted. Iridus, Sticky Web. When Alidus broke through the King of Heaven, he strengthened the skills related to spider silk, which not only made the spider silk tougher and gained the ability to conduct electricity, but also increased the amount of spider silk produced. So even though a lot of spider silk had just been used in the previous battle, Alidus' inventory had not decreased. At Aju's command, Alidus raised his butt again and launched an attack. Bulbasaur, stop it with the whip of the vine. Xuanjian saw everything just now. Once Alidus successfully laid a spider web, he could move quickly with the help of spider silk, and then it would become extremely difficult to deal with. Xuanjian didn't want this to happen again. Aju's smile flashed, and then Alidus fired one silk ball after another from the silk sac at the tail. Bulbasaur did not dare to neglect it, and immediately whipped its long vines towards the silk balls in the air, stopping them. However, these silk balls were very sticky, and once they touched Bulbasaur's vines, they immediately stuck to them tightly, and could not be shaken off. After a while, Bulbasaur's vines were full of silk balls, and the vines became heavier and heavier, making it difficult to control. Bulbasaur, use the leaf blade to cut off the vines. Xuanjian ordered. Although it was painful to cut off the vines by yourself, the vines can be regenerated, and regeneration can be done later, which is better than being restricted in movement. Bulbasaur, without hesitation, immediately used the leaf blade to cut off the vines. Seeing this, Aju's eyes flashed with admiration. It is not difficult to see a trainer being so decisive, but the Pokémon is also so decisive in this kind of self-mutilation. This Bulbasaur is quite good. Although Bulbasaur lost 2 vines, they grew back quickly. After using 2 vine whips and a flying leaf blade, Bulbasaur intercepted at least a dozen spider silk balls from Alidus. If Alidus had not reached the level of Deng Xianwang, and the amount of spider silk produced and stored had greatly increased, it would have been dragged down long ago. However, even if it could still hold on, Aju didn't intend to waste time like this, so he ordered Alidus again, Iridius, Slime Bomb. Unheard of skills. Xuanjian frowned slightly, and immediately realized that this was another unique skill of Alidus. From the name, it seemed to be a long-range special attack. Xuanjian immediately ordered, Bulbasaur, Flying Leaf Blade Alert, intercept Alidus' attack. Soon, what the new skill developed by Aju looked like was revealed. Alidus opened his mouth and spit out a white ball towards Bulbasaur, and Bulbasaur, who had been prepared, immediately launched an attack. Green leaves shot out from Bulbasaur's back and hit the ball that was shot at Bulbasaur. Suddenly, the ball exploded and turned into mucus all over the sky. Xuanji caught a drop of mucus that fell in front of him and asked in confusion. I haven't heard that Alidus can secrete mucus. Bulbasaur didn't have time to think about it, because after spitting out a ball attack, Alidus did not stop, but continued to attack. Bulbasaur could only bite the bullet and continue to shoot leaf knives to block the attack. When Alidus stopped exhausted, Bulbasaur's body and surroundings were covered with mucus. Aju looked at the scene created by Alidus and nodded with satisfaction. Okay, the foreplay is done. It's a pity that the opponent is a grass-type Bulbasaur. This move will have some side effects. Alidus, Sunny Day. Sunny Day. Although Alidus can theoretically learn Sunshine, this skill is undoubtedly more familiar to grass-type Bulbasaur. Iridius doesn't know other fire skills, and he is not affected by the characteristics of Sunny Day. What's the point of using this skill? Unconsciously, Xuanjian clenched his fist, and then the coolness from his palm made him realize that there was still a drop of mucus in his hand. He quickly let go, but he didn't expect the mucus to dry up quickly under the action of body temperature and turned into a ball of extremely sticky spider silk, sticking his palm together. Xuanjian immediately realized that the mucus was uncondensed spider silk, and Bulbasaur was in danger. Xuanjian immediately shouted loudly, not good. Bulbasaur, use Sunshine and Blazing Sun to counterattack. Did you find it? But it's too late. Aju said. At this time, the small sun generated by the Sunny Day skill had caused the indoor temperature to rise rapidly. The original mucus quickly dried up and turned into a ball of silk threads. Bulbasaur was stuck with these tough and sticky silk threads and could no longer move. Even because the surface of the body was covered with silk threads, Bulbasaur's speed of collecting the energy of Sunshine and Blazing Sun was greatly slowed down. Iridius, Super Horn Attack. Aju ordered. Iridius immediately ejected a silk thread and landed on Bulbasaur. With the help of the silk thread, it quickly approached Bulbasaur and then hit Bulbasaur hard with its horn. Bulbasaur. Xuanjian shouted worriedly, but saw a golden light shooting out from Bulbasaur's back and hitting Iridius, who was close at hand. Bulbasaur endured the pain and successfully released Sunshine Blazing Sun. Unfortunately, Iridius's attributes weakened its grass-type skills by 4 times, and even a big move like Sunshine Blazing Sun did not make it lose its combat effectiveness directly. Seeing that Bulbasaur had not lost its combat effectiveness, Iridius used Super Horn attack again and attacked Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur, Leaf Storm. Xuanjian ordered with the gritted teeth. Bulbasaur understood Xuanjian's heart. The pain of the ninja being hit by the horn made him use all his energy, gathering into a green storm, rushing Iridius away, and then losing his combat effectiveness. Well done, Bulbasaur. Now let's leave it to our companions. Xuanjian took back the Bulbasaur that had lost its combat effectiveness and comforted it. On the other side, although Leaf Storm did not make Iridius lose its combat effectiveness, Iridius was also somewhat exhausted after defeating 2 powerful enemies, Crossbit and Bulbasaur. Aju knew that Iridius' Spider Silk was almost consumed, and Iridius without Spider Silk was not much different from ordinary Iridius, so he also replaced Iridius. However, the gym competition stipulates that gym trainers cannot exchange Pokémon unless they admit that the Pokémon has lost its combat effectiveness. Aju replaced Iridius, which was equivalent to admitting that Iridius lost. In this way, both sides only had the last Pokémon left. Go, Muddy. Aju summoned the infamous Muddy, a poison-type Pokémon born in an extremely filthy environment. This Pokémon was not common before, but with the increasing pollution caused by industry, it appears more and more frequently. However, although this kind of Pokémon has good attributes and is easy to raise, it eats everything, including garbage. Few people use it. After all, it is too disgusting. As soon as the slime appeared, the air quality in the room immediately dropped several levels, and a strange sour smell immediately rushed to everyone's nose. It's the slime. So disgusting. Duoga couldn't help but say. Although breeders should treat all Pokémon equally, Duoga said that she really has no love for this kind of Pokémon. Aang also nodded in agreement. If she met such an opponent, she felt that she would probably give up the battle directly. But looking at Aju's calm face, she could only complain silently in her heart. Shota, on the other hand, still had no expression on his face. As a researcher, he had seen more disgusting things than this. Xuanjian was also not affected. Instead, he calmly opened the Pokeball, summoned the Wheel Ball again, and said solemnly, "Please, Wheel Ball." Perhaps it was the right time, or perhaps it was because Xuanjian felt his desire for victory. A dazzling white light emerged from the Wheel Ball. In the white light, the cocoon shell broke open, and a mighty Pokémon appeared. It was the evolution of the Wheel Ball, the Centipede King. Well done, Centipede King. Xuanjian was excited when he saw the Centipede King successfully evolved. In this way, the hope of winning was greatly increased. Without hesitation, Xuanjian immediately launched an attack. Centipede King, roll. Aju was not to be outdone, and ordered, "Smelly Mud, melt." Although the Centipede King became much larger after evolving into the Centipede King, the Centipede King did not forget his specialty of rolling. At Xuanjian's command, the Centipede King immediately shrank into a ball and turned into a round ball to roll over the smelly mud. The smelly mud was not slow either. When the Centipede King arrived, it had already turned its entire body into a ball of sewage and lay on the ground, greatly weakening the effect of the Centipede King's attack. Smelly Mud, use Rock Blockade. After taking the attack, Aju immediately launched a counterattack. With a roar from the stinky mud, large pieces of rocks continued to stand up from the ground, blocking the way of the Centipede King, and the rolling was interrupted. Centipede King, Super Horn Attack. The rolling was interrupted. Xuanjian could only reluctantly order. Although the Centipede King's strength has greatly increased due to evolution, its skills are still very lacking, and there are basically no effective skills. Fortunately, the stinky mud's soft body makes it move very slowly, and the Super Horn Attack hits accurately. The special structure of the body, coupled with the liquefaction skill, the stinky mud's immunity to physical attack skills has been greatly improved. In addition to the disadvantage of the skill attribute, the Centipede King's attack did not cause much damage to the stinky mud. Instead, the stinky mud took the opportunity to grab its body and launched the Taitian pressure, trapping the Centipede King firmly. If the Centipede King, who is also a poison type, was not strong in tolerance to poison gas and odor, he would have been fainted by the stinky mud. Centipede King, Charge at the cost of your life? Xuanjian shouted at the centipede king, who was pinned down and unable to move. AG also gave the order immediately afterwards, "Smelly mud, burn up. Burn up." Everyone was puzzled. Is this a skill that Smelly Mud can learn? But no matter how they thought about it, the collision between the two elves had already happened. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.